Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 101, Go Hand in Hand. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After arranging the schedule, Luze started searching for rabbit holes. Ever since he became strong, he hadn't been going to those rabbit holes for a long time. It's just that every time he encountered them, he would send them into the afterlife. It almost felt like there was a sense of guilt, and he had a change of heart. Not too good. It seems that if he was free in the future, he would need to go play with the rabbits more. Moments later, Luze's eyes gradually became kinder. He disappeared from the spot and appeared 100 meters away. In front of him was a cave with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Luze exclaimed at the familiar cave entrance and then crouched inside. It almost felt like going home. Today, it was as though the rabbits had not left their home yet. Luze just came out of that dark tunnel, and then, the few hundred cute rabbits looked up at the same time. In the darkness, their red eyes shone, seemingly flashing with ferocity. Then, the rabbits stepped on the ground and charged at Luze. Invaders! Die! Luze looked at the charging rabbits and smiled. Indeed, they were just as hospitable when he first entered the pocket hunting dimension. Since they were this fervent, he would send them more fire. Then, a flame started to burn at the bottom of Luze's eyes. The air became dry, and 2 soccer ball-sized flames rose up on his hands. The rabbits felt the lethal threat from the air, but they couldn't stop themselves from charging at Luze. They could only scramble their legs in the air anxiously. Luze smiled and threw the 2 fireballs amidst the rabbits. Rumble! A huge sound came and red flames filled the cave. The heat wave spewed out from the tunnel, and the inside of the cave seemed to be a blazing inferno. When the flames calmed down, a roasted rabbit landed in front of Luze. Luze glanced at it and gulped down some saliva. "Oh my! Roasted rabbit smells really good?" Luze's eyes were flashing. Just when he planned to pick them up and taste the meat, the rabbits slowly turned to dust, leaving behind a pile of light orbs. Luze looked at this, and his heart ached. Oh my! All the roasted rabbits flew away. He hadn't tasted rabbits for so long. After all, this isn't Earth, there were no rabbits. As a Chinese eater, he couldn't even eat Chinese food. How sad was this? Luze picked up the light orbs with disappointment. These were for Lu and Alice. Then, he walked into the empty cave and started practicing fusing his wind and fire element god art. Luze's face was serious. He opened his hands. A faint red spark ignited on his left hand while his right hand had a gust of green wind spinning. Luze used his mental power to stabilize the flame and wind while bringing the 2 close. The instant they came near, the flame flashed as though it was about to go out while the wind seemed to be close to dissipating. Luze's left eye flashed with the light of the flame, and his right eye flashed with a green light. He sweated a little on his forehead. He then carefully controlled the 2 to make the 2 fuse. Elemental particles were different from ordinary atomic particles. They could affect atomic particles but won't be affected by atomic particles. At the same time, there was some connection between the 2. However, the balance was hard to control. Luze's god art was to control wind and fire elements. It was like a natural ability, but time was required for the 2 to walk together hand in hand. He extended his mental power to cover the 2, making the red and green slowly fuse. Thud! Suddenly, there was a heavy sound. The weak flame and wind disappeared from his hand. Luze's mouth spasmed. Oh my! He failed again. This was the simplest mode. Last night, he was young and naive. He used a whirlwind and flame to fuse, and the resulting flame wave burned his blankets. After the previous series of explosions, he had kept reducing the difficulty, however, it was still not enough. Again. He must allow the fire and wind elements to go hand in hand. They couldn't be single like him. 3 breeze and flames appeared again, and Luze began his practice once more. Thud. 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 A day and night passed, and strange sounds kept arising in the rabbit cave. The sound came every now and then. There was even a rhythm to it. Suddenly, a burst of huge laughter sounded from the cave. Ha 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 ha, I'm a prodigy indeed. I succeeded. In the cave, Luze laughed like a 75 kilograms kid. The spark on his right hand carried a weak breeze of wind. The wind spun, and the spark grew bigger. There was a balance between fire and wind elements. Luze raised his lips and looked at his work. It wasn't easy, but they finally went hand in hand. Luze was touched. After savoring this for a moment, Luze collected his mood and began practicing once again. With the first success, he slowly increased the power, and the fusion wasn't too hard. He would continue until his mental power couldn't take it anymore. Due to using quite a lot of purple orbs, Luze's mental power wasn't weak. At least, it was enough to control his god art now. Then, Luze started to change it into a bigger flame and a small whirlwind. Since he passed the low difficulty, he would try the medium difficulty. Luze calmed down his breathing and focused his gaze. His mental force emerged as he moved the two closer. Rumble. As soon as the two touched, there was a huge explosion. Red and green light flashed. The wind surrounded Luze's body as he pushed the flame wave and wind away. His mouth spasmed. This was indeed much harder than before. But as a persistent man, how could Luze give up easily? Thus, another strange sound came from the rabbit cave. It was much louder than before. Luze was immersed in his research. He would rest when his mental force was used up, and when it was recovered, he would continue. Another day and night passed. When the sun of the second day slowly rose up, Luze's eyes went dark, and he returned to his room before his wind and flame could come in intimate contact. He blinked his confused eyes before realizing he had spent 2 days in the pocket hunting dimension. Chapter 102, Lee, I've come to go to school with you. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze breathed a sigh of relief. Practicing in the rabbit cave for 2 days was a bit tiring. He rubbed his aching head. It was time to take pills. Then, a faint purple orb disappeared from his mental dimension as a clear sensation entered his head. At the same time, his mind became clear. Luze laid on the bed and wrapped the blanket around him. There was no longer the aroma of Alice. Such a complicated feeling. Luze closed his eyes and reminisced every fusion he had. He couldn't use light orbs in the pocket hunting dimension, so as soon as he came out, he used the purple orb to recover. Every fusion was replayed in his mind. There were thousands of failures, but each one of them is an experience. Failure was the mother of success. This was right. When he had made enough mistakes and remembered every type of mistake and promised not to make the same mistake again, it was hard to not succeed. But as the smart Luze, he was able to derive new mistakes based on old ones after using the purple orbs. Time flowed slowly. He took an entire night to revise the few thousand experiments, and Luze used 6 purple orbs. He used up all the purple orbs from the red lions and used up the light orbs from the 2 huge green wolves. Luze felt his mental force grew another level. There seemed to be some transformation brewing. The day was getting brighter, and some strange bird was chirping. Carrying some humidity, the morning wind blew in from the window. Luze opened his eyes, which flashed with red and green. After getting up from the bed, Luze yawned, scratched his head, and stretched his back. He then slowly walked to the bathroom. Just when he was about to open the door opened from the inside, and Luze walked out. She wore her loose rabbit pajamas. Clearly, she just finished a shower. This was very normal during body refinement. Sometimes, Luze would wash more than once just in the morning. He was almost used to it. Thinking about this, Luze suddenly wanted to have a shower. He glanced at Lule's rabbit pajamas, and his mouth spasmed. He couldn't resist doing something when he saw rabbits. When Lule saw Luze at the door, she got for a moment, and her face went red. After sensing Luze's glance, her eyes flashed as she smiled. "Brother, do you realize that your current glance looks like you want to do something psychotic to your sister?" Luze heard this and his mouth spasmed. He said, "Bullshit, even if I die. Even if I'm eaten by a cosmic beast. I wouldn't have any strange thoughts towards you." Lule narrowed her eyes. "Really? I seem to remember in the ancient past, such things happened." Luze's face changed. "You know the stories of 2000 years back? That's crossing the line." Lule said with a smile, "Go in, brother. You're not allowed to do anything bad with Li's underwear." Luze's mouth spasmed. Only a ghost would do that. Did she really consider him a psychopath? Lule looked at him. "Really? It seems brother knows what's bad." Luze. What a joke, how could the innocent him know? He just wanted to instinctively argue against Lule's words. Seeing Luze's face stiff, Lule smiled as she walked past Luze with an aroma. Then, facing away from him, she felt the white ring and smiled. Luze walked in and glanced around. There was no underwear. His mouth spasmed, he was played by Lule. He shook his head and cleansed himself before going downstairs. He found that Lule had started cultivation already. Seeing Luze come in, Lule stopped and smiled at Luze. "Brother, did you try looking for Li's underwear?" Luze. She was definitely the devil? He didn't want to talk. Seeing this, Lule smiled and changed the topic. "Brother, can you give Li some pointers? I feel like my martial technique is about to have a breakthrough." Luze heard this and got shocked. He looked at Lule with surprise and nodded, "Okay. It would be quite a boost to power if the foundational martial technique reached the perfect state." Luze felt happy for Lule. The two started sparring. Lule attacked and Luze defended. Every time Lule showed an opening, he would casually point it out and tap there. Gradually, Lule's attacks become more and more fluent. She had great flow in her palm technique and movement technique. Moments later, Lule suddenly stopped and just practiced her palm technique by herself. A black chi surged on her palm. Gradually, more black mist appeared on the surface of her body. It enveloped Lule like she was some sort of witch shrouded in mysteriousness. Luze watched silently and smiled. She broke through. An hour later, Lule finally stopped practicing. There was some excitement in her eyes. She looked up at Luze. "Brother, Li broke through. Now, was she a little closer to him?" Luze nodded. "That's right." Then he casually grinned. "Li, this is all due to me." He had been practicing with her every morning for a month. That was very tiring. He should get some benefits, right? Lule heard this, and her eyes flashed. She smiled at Luze. "Then, how does brother want Li to repay?" Luze looked down and thought. Would it be possible to ask her to delete the recording now? That was his dark history. It was too embarrassing. Just when Luze decided to try again, the familiar jovial voice sounded from outside. Li, are you up? I've come to go to school with you." Luze and Lule glanced at each other. This voice belonged to Alice, right? Why was she here? At this moment, Fuxia's voice sounded, "Alice? What are you doing here? Li is in the training ground, go find her." Then, Alice replied, "Thank you, Auntie. I'll go find Li then." Chapter 103, The Joy of Wealthy People. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The doors to the training ground were opened, the vibrant blue-haired young girl walked in. The instant she saw Luze and Lu Li, her eyes lit up, and then, she charged over at Lu Li and hugged her. "Li, I came to find you to go to school together." Then, she looked at Luze and waved her hand. "Good morning senior schoolmate, junior schoolmate reporting here." Luze glanced at the two, and his mouth spasmed. He knew they were close, but they didn't need to hug like that in front of him. Lu Li sighed helplessly and broke free from Alice's arm. "Alice, how come you came here?" Alice giggled and raised her flat chest saying, "Because I've moved next to you." Luze. Lu Li. The two looked dazedly at Alice. What was this? Moved next to their house? Wasn't it last night? Seeing their expressions, Alice smiled. "Father paid 10 times the price to buy the house here." Luze. Lu Li. Oh my! 10 times. That was inhuman. What wealth was this? How could they spend money like that? Seeing Alice smile, Luze's mouth spasmed. Was this the joy of wealthy people? But thinking about it, Merlin was a star-level being. He was no ordinary person for sure. It was understandable that he was wealthy. Alice looked at Luze. "Didn't senior schoolmate have an agreement with father? I'm thinking that I can stay with Li too, so I persuaded father to move here." Lu Li heard this and her eyes flashed. She showed a gentle smile as she looked at Luze. "Brother, what agreement is it?" She didn't think her brother would have some ties to a star-level being. The only connection would be Alice. This would make her care. Luze smiled and said, "I just asked uncle to help protect father, mother, and you." Lu Li heard the words and hesitated slightly. She didn't expect the agreement was like that. She frowned. How could a star-level being agree to be a bodyguard? Alice smiled and explained, "It's due to me, Li." Then, Alice told her about how Luze saved her. After all, she didn't tell Lu Li before because she didn't want Lu Li to worry. She let loose her feelings due to playing with Luze for a whole day and let out what she had kept inside of her for so long to Luze. She completely didn't expect that Luze had a way to resolve it. Perhaps this was fate? Thinking about this, Alice glanced at Luze. Senior schoolmate was her savior. Now, her state would only get better and better. She no longer needed to keep it from Lu Li. Lu Li listened quietly with complicated eyes. Lu Li thought that Alice was just an ordinary girl. When Alice revealed that her dad was a star-level being, she had her conjectures, but she didn't expect things were like this. She started dealing with that pressure since 5. It must have been very tough. Seeing Alice's bright smile, Lu Li felt like she definitely wouldn't be able to do it. She wouldn't be able to constantly maintain a smile like that. She nodded. "So that's it, brother saved you." What else could she say? Alice was her only close friend. Luze saved Alice. Of course, she was happy. But, this script didn't seem to be going right. Alice already had a good impression of her brother. Now looking at this guy's eyes, Lu Li felt things weren't good. How should she deal with this? Why did this happen? For the first time, there was someone she liked. For the first time, she had a close friend. Shouldn't the two combined result in more happiness? Why did things become like this? So annoying. It's all Luze's fault. Lu Li was very annoyed and glanced at Luze. Luze was a little dumbfounded. What was this look? What did he do? Hearing this, Alice smiled. Yeah, senior schoolmate saved me. It was like a dream. Then, she hugged Lu Li again. He Li and senior schoolmate are indeed siblings. Li went into my heart, and senior schoolmate saved my life. It's so fortunate that I met you guys. Lu Li's eyes flashed as she smiled and said, Alice, we're actually not blood siblings." One hearing this, Alice couldn't react in time. Then, she opened her eyes and mouth wide open while looking at the two in shock. "Lee, you guys aren't blood siblings." She looked at Luze. "Is that really so, senior schoolmate?" Luze smiled and nodded. He pointed at himself. "Really, I was the one adopted." Since Lu Li didn't plan to hide it, neither did he. Lu Li ignored Alice's reaction and continued, "By the way, this guy looked at me with a strange look when I left the shower this morning. What a psycho brother." Luze felt Alice's glance became strange. His mouth spasmed as he protested, "I think my glance was very innocent. It was clearly the fault of the rabbit pajamas." Was it really appropriate to say this about him in front of Alice? Luze felt his image completely collapse in Alice's eyes. Alice looked at the awkward Luze and then at Lu Li, who had glimmering eyes. The two looked at each other and noticed something different. At this moment, Alice said, "Li, let's go first. We're going to be late for school." Lu Li smiled and flicked her long hair while nodding, "Mhm." Then, Alice waved her hand to Luze. "Senior schoolmate, I'll cook for you tonight, bye." Lu Li's body froze as she smiled even more gently at Luze. Then, the two left. Glancing at the two, Luze felt that for some reason there wasn't something right. Was it a misperception? Luze didn't ponder on it more. He was anticipating the dinner tonight. Alice was really nice. She just said last night she would cook for him, and now, here she is today. Chapter 104, Lu Wen has an idea. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze began cultivation again after Lu Li and Alice left. After one night of revision, fusing God art was much easier. There were many times that he was on the border of success. However, even that border still meant failure. In one morning of cultivation, Luze had accumulated quite some experience of failure. He casually had some breakfast and then went back to his room to keep practicing. After more than 2 hours, the cultivation finished. Luze used the wind crystal ball from the huge green wolf he killed last night to keep learning wind god art. Then, he began to use faint red orbs to cultivate his body and spirit force. Time passed rapidly during cultivation and gradually, it was already night time. Luze felt the crystal color in his body as well as the surging spirit force and smiled. He was improving every day. He loved this sort of life. It was very good. He got down from the bed and stretched his back before looking outside. The golden sunlight was nearly devoured by the darkness of night. Luze scratched his head. He seemed to have cultivated too much today. Did they have dinner already? He really wanted to eat Alice's dishes. He got out and went downstairs. Luze found in surprise that Merlin was chatting with Lu Wen on the couch. "Brother Merlin, let me tell you, Li has been sensible from a young age. Her grades are really good. I never really worried about her. Brother Lu Wen, let me tell you, my Alice is very considerate of me. She learned all my cooking wholeheartedly. She's so nice that I'm embarrassed. One haha, Alice is so pretty. As a dad, I'm always worried too many people would like her. Haha, Alice is so cute, there seems to be a lot of people liking her at school already." Luze watched as these two kept complimenting their daughters. Retards. He even wanted to laugh. How old were they? Can't they be more mature? They were comparing daughters. But he didn't expect Alice's dad would get along with his dad so well. They were both daughter control freaks. He looked at the direction of the kitchen. The door was closed. It seemed Mum and Alice were inside. He wondered if Alice was there. He glanced at the two on the couch, and his mouth spasmed. He rejected sitting next to them. He was cringing to death from how they were complimenting their daughters. At this moment, Merlin looked at Luze and said with a smile, "Ze, you finished cultivation." Merlin looked quite favorably on Luze. His talent and character were great. He was also hard-working. Of course, there was no negotiation regarding Alice. Lu Wen didn't notice Luze at first. He turned around and smiled. "Come, Ze, sit over." He didn't expect his son to be this familiar with a star-level being. This made him quite proud. Seeing the two call him, Luze could only walk over. He smiled at Merlin. "Uncle, thank you for using such effort." With Merlin next door, he felt completely safe about the safety of his family. Merlin smiled. "It's nothing. You don't need to worry about your home now and can focus on cultivation. The human race needs young prodigies like you." At this moment, Lu Wen looked at Luze and then Merlin. His eyes flashed. He had a great idea. He applauded. "Brother Merlin, Alice is a really nice kid. She's understanding, good-looking, and a good cook." Merlin's eyes immediately lit up as he glanced at Lu Wen with satisfaction. "Oh ho! You finally know how good my daughter is? You have some eyes." Merlin felt great and proud. However, just at this moment, Lu Wen said, "Brother Merlin, my Ze is pretty good too, right? I'm not bluffing. He's talented, handsome, and hard-working. He has no bad habits and has huge potential. Although I can't compare with you, Brother Merlin, don't you reckon he can try being with Alice?" He could rest assured if Luze was with Alice. He quite liked Alice too. He was a prodigy indeed. Luze. He didn't dare to believe this. His dad went to such extremes to find him a girlfriend? Merlin. Oh shit. No wonder Lu Wen suddenly changed. There was a plot. He was originally planning to eat at home tonight, but Alice said she wanted to cook for Luze, this kid. That's why he came. How could he agree to such things? Is he dreaming? He smiled and said, "Brother Lu Wen, Alice is still too young. Wait 100 years before talking about such things." Then, he said comfortingly, "Brother Lu Wen, Ze's talent is outstanding. You don't need to worry about him finding a girlfriend." Lu Wen's mouth spasmed. Who was worried about him not finding a girlfriend? He just felt if this continued, his baby girl would be robbed away. But since Merlin had no such intention, he couldn't force it. Although Merlin was much more amicable than imagined, the difference between them was still there. He needed to plot this slowly. The three chatted casually and soon, the kitchen doors opened. An intense aroma wafted in the air. It made Luze's eyes light up. Fuchsia, Lu Li, and Alice came out bringing shining food. Fuchsia glanced at the three on the couch and called, "Come eat." After dinner, Merlin looked at Luze. "Ze, come with me to the training ground. There's 1 month before you go to the battlefield. During this 1 month, I will come morning and night to teach you. That way you can protect yourself. After all, Luze is connected to Alice's safety." Then, he glanced at Alice and Lu Li. "You two come too. Since Alice's God Art backlash is resolved, you can begin cultivation. Li has Ze's supply of energy. All your potentials are huge. I will teach you cultivation." Alice heard this and her face blossomed with happiness. "I can finally cultivate." Due to the backlash of the Source Flame God Art, her cultivation had stayed at Martial Warrior level 1. Now, she could finally cultivate. She was going to be stronger and pay back all those who sacrificed for her. And, many spirit foods required a high cultivation level to cook. That way, she could cook even tastier food for senior schoolmate. Thinking about how greedy Luze would be over her food, Alice smiled even more. Lu Li's eyes flashed with excitement. She was going to work hard with the guidance of a star-level being. That way, she wouldn't be too far from her brother, right? Chapter 105, thus, Merlin felt heartache. 1. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the training grounds, the lighting was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings. Luze and Merlin stood facing each other. Luli and Alice were watching the two from the side. The most powerful force of the human race was the four divines. Their power was cosmic system state, which was above star state. Star state was the strongest below the four divines. Tuoni could imagine how strong Merlin was. With such a powerful being teaching him, even Luze felt very excited. Merlin stood with his hands behind his back. He sensed Alice's look of admiration and felt proud. As a father, he was indeed the idol of admiration for his daughter. Humph! Luze was far from this. He smiled with the temperament of a grandmaster and slowly said, "Ze, it's only been a few days since the graduation trial, but there is spirit force circling the surface of your body. I believe you've broken through to spirit martial state. Therefore, your power should be about abstruse martial state level 3 or level 4, right?" Luze heard this and scratched his head awkwardly. According to his own estimates, his power should be beyond that. After all, his martial arts seemed to be jumping a bit fast. Other people went step by step, but currently, he seemed to have reached mortal evolution state. Plus, even at mortal evolution state, there seemed to be a gradual expansion of spirit force from aperture opening state to change the mortal body into a spirit body. It seemed that he was already a spirit body. What should he do? Looking at how Merlin's face was full of confidence, Luze wondered if he should say this. If he said it and embarrassed Merlin, would he get beaten up? Merlin saw that Luze didn't speak and thought that Luze was embarrassed about being seen through. Thus, he continued to speak with confidence, "Ze, since you have already been on the martial arts website, I believe you know something about spirit martial state cultivation." Merlin then paused and said pridefully, "But, that's the spirit martial state of ordinary people. The spirit martial state of prodigies must be stronger. You must have a solid foundation for every step of martial arts. The more the foundation, the more important it is. You did the first step very well. Your body refinements have all reached perfection, and you've even developed the martial body. You can't fall behind the next step, which is spirit martial state." Luze. He felt that what Merlin said was completely useless to him. What should he do? Should he say it? Seeing how invested Merlin was, Luze felt embarrassed to interrupt him. "Ze, I don't know if you've learned about the states after spirit martial state. Spirit martial state is drawing qi into the body and storing the spirit qi in the dantian. The higher level your body refinement, the purer you can refine spirit qi. Abstruse martial state is turning spirit qi into liquid. Be like water, abstruse and mysterious. Usually, if martial artists want to awaken God art, they have the greatest chance when they first break through to abstruse martial state. Core martial state is turning spirit liquid into spirit core. You would have the potential to keep breaking through, but this is only if you have a good foundation from before and a shiny spirit core like a star." Then, Merlin glanced at Luze, who was immersed, as well as Luli and Alice, who were listening intently and smiled. Aperture opening state is completely different from the previous ones. This is the most crucial representation of the importance of body refinement foundation. The higher the level of your body refinement, the more apertures you can open. Thus, the more spirit cores you can cultivate in these apertures. The human body has 810 apertures. If you open less than 360, then you have no hopes of reaching mortal evolution state. But that's the most ordinary mortal evolution state. For young Duke level prodigies, they wouldn't choose to break through if they had less than 800 apertures. They can only attain near perfection spirit body if they have more than 800 apertures, and only that would allow them to pursue star state, cosmic system state, and even stronger states. Merlin praised, in the current generation of young dukes, only one person opened all the apertures, and that's Nangongjing. Merlin looked at the three. Since you have the support of Zi's energy, my requirement for all of you is to achieve perfect apertures. Merlin smiled at them and said. What? Do you have confidence? At this moment, Luze felt he had to speak. He was a bit worried. Oh my! Apertures were that complex? Would he be over? He didn't even know how many apertures he opened. What if it was less than 360? He scratched his head and said, Uncle, I seem to have some problem. Merlin smiled slightly. What's the problem? What sort of students did teachers like best? Of course, students who asked questions. Only then would they feel they weren't teaching air. Lu and Alice also looked at Luze, wondering what question he would ask. Luze smiled awkwardly and answered, I seem to be a spirit body already. Merlin. Lu. Alice. The atmosphere fell silent as the three widened their eyes while looking at Luze. Moments later, Merlin asked, What did you say? I didn't seem to hear it properly. He definitely felt he heard wrong. What did this bastard just say? Spirit body? Is it a simplification of spirit martial state body? He suddenly felt the name spirit body was problematic. Should he tell the education department to change the textbooks? Luze's mouth spasmed. Seeing how dazed Merlin was, he said with embarrassment, Uncle, I seem to have spirit force all over my body now. It is not stored in my dantian or aperture. The atmosphere fell silent again. Merlin's mouth twitched as he looked at Luze silently. 1So, this guy was listening so intently before. What was he listening to? Luze spoke awkwardly, Uncle, I'm very worried. I don't know how many apertures I had when I broke through. Would I have broken through without opening any apertures? He asked carefully, Can I still be saved? Merlin looked at Luze and suddenly covered his chest. He didn't want to talk. He felt a pain in his chest. Lu and Alice were also nervous hearing this. Alice pulled Merlin worriedly and said, Father, what's the condition of senior schoolmate? Would he be okay? For some reason, looking at how worried his daughter was, his heart ached even more. This wasn't too good. He clenched his teeth and resisted the urge to beat Luze up and said, He opened all the apertures. Chapter 106, The Authors of History. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Opened all the apertures. Luze said as he got slightly stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Merlin in disbelief. Lu and Alice, on the other side, opened their eyes wide too. Surprise and joy were flashing in their eyes. They turned their heads to look at Merlin as well. Merlin. Being stared at like this, Merlin felt his chest got heavier. But since Alice was curious, he explained formally, all the prodigies, who have spirit body before aperture opening state, have opened all their apertures. He glanced at Luze and continued, in the history of the human race, there are no more than 5. Looking at how shocked they were, Merlin continued, Nangongjing is the same as you. She had a spirit body before reaching aperture opening state. Merlin's mouth spasmed. But Nangongjing had a special god art called Golden Battle Blood. When she broke through to abstruse martial state, her battle blood boiled and forcefully broke open all the apertures, turning her body into a spirit body. Merlin praised, the girl of Nangong family is indeed quite amazing. You either succeed or die from such methods. Such courage. At this moment, Alice looked at Luze with admiration and said, if that's the case, Sister Jing became spirit body at abstruse martial state, but senior schoolmate became spirit body at just spirit martial state. Senior schoolmate is so amazing. Lu's eyes flashed with pride too. This fish-lipped Luze was really strong. But she couldn't fall behind. She hoped she would stand by his side in the future, not behind him. Merlin. His mouth spasmed after seeing Alice's look of admiration. He clearly told himself not to praise this kid in front of Alice. But he was too shocked that he couldn't hold his praise back. After all, from what the kid showed, he could be considered the most powerful prodigy in human history. As long as this kid didn't die, he would definitely become one of the strongest pillars of the human race. After all, the four divines had less than 1,000 years left. If a cosmic system state couldn't appear within 1,000 years in the human race, then... Thinking about this, Merlin felt immense pressure. He was currently one of the hopes of the human race, but due to the backlash of Alice's god art, he hadn't been able to go out to venture. In addition, due to devouring Alice's source flame, his cultivation level was even regressing. But there was nothing he could do about this. Alice's god art was too powerful. Everyone had a sliver of hope. But now, this sliver of hope finally germinated. If it could bear fruit in the future, then the eminence of the human race was possible. Merlin looked silently at Luze. This kid was a hope. But, his character was too unreliable. This kid was laughing like a dumb kid. Luze felt great right now. Was he that strong? Oh my! It would only be some time before reaching the peak of human life. He could even marry a white pretty rich girl. Alice and Luze's glance made him smile even more joyfully. At this moment, Merlin spoke seriously, Ze, since you have reached spirit body, then ordinary martial techniques are useless to you. You must remember, true power is power in every aspect. Body, spirit force, mental force, technique, and god art. Having a flawed power would lead you to be target. As a young duke of the human race, you must be strong in all directions, stronger than anyone you meet from another race. Even for races friendly to us, you must not expose that god art that can produce energy. Otherwise, our entire human race would be in danger. He looked at Alice and Luze. You two remember this too. You must not speak of Luze's god art. Alice and Luze nodded seriously. They knew the severity of things. How could they spill it? Luze nodded. The human race was united, and they treated prodigies the best they could. With how Alice's parents and the entire hierarchy of the human race was sacrificing themselves to help Alice awaken her source flame, he revealed the pocket hunting dimension in the form of god art. He trusted these people who would do anything for the prosperity of the human race. They were the authors of history. Of course, he wasn't going to tell other races. He was a smart guy. Merlin nodded and smiled. Within the race, you can give some to people you feel you can trust. Merlin felt it was a pity. Too bad Luze's power was too weak. When he becomes stronger, perhaps the energy balls would be stronger. By then, perhaps the ancestors would have a chance of improving. The divines of the human race had sacrificed too much for the entire human race. All this could only wait until Luze was stronger. Luze smiled. If I have spares, I will. But of course, he would satisfy those close to him first. Alice and Luze glanced at each other with some vigilance and complexity. The winner hadn't been decided between them. They really didn't want Luze to be affiliated with other girls due to this, but this was for the greater good. They couldn't say anything about this. This was annoying. Luze was especially annoyed. She was clearly first. Thinking about this, Luze's eyes flashed as she smiled gently to Luze. Luze suddenly felt chilly in his heart. Oh my! Who was cursing him? How could someone curse a man as handsome as him? Was there still reason in this world? Receiving Luze's promise, Merlin smiled. You decide this yourself. Okay, since you're a spirit body, then, I'll spar with you. After spirit body, you have to learn the most suitable combat method for you. Merlin's smile grew amicable. He was embarrassed, and Alice admired this guy. He had to beat this kid up. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel satisfied. Chapter 107, The Usual Actions of the Two. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Looking at Merlin's amicable smile, Luze's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he guessed it. It seemed that embarrassment made Uncle hate him. Just look at his amicable smile, he harbored no good intentions at all. Luze smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I'll go digest your teachings today. I'll come to practice tomorrow. Although running away was shameful, it was still useful. At least, he could dodge the current wave. He would go cultivate in the pocket hunting dimension tonight. Tomorrow, he would be able to take more of a beating. Merlin grinned, his handsome face had a teasing look. That's fine. Luze got dazed and looked at Merlin in disbelief. Did Uncle really just want to teach him about an actual battle? Indeed, Uncle was a good person. He misunderstood. Just when Luze felt touched and regretful, Merlin said, "We'll practice the entire morning tomorrow. You don't need to go to class anyway." Luze. Good person? Haha, what was he dreaming? Alice saw Luze act like that and giggled. It was the first time she saw senior schoolmate being scared. A different senior schoolmate always felt interesting. She wanted to see more sides of senior schoolmate in the future. Joyful, sadness, and everything. She all wanted to share it. One Eve and Lu couldn't resist smiling. She thought of the day when Luze's talent showed. It was exactly the same expression as when he wanted to run away from sparring her. Thinking about how she saw his body that day, Lu couldn't resist blushing while raising her lips. At least, Alice definitely didn't get to see it. She had the upper hand. Luze sighed and gave up struggling. It was just getting beaten up. He had plenty of experience in that. He rarely missed a beating in the pocket hunting dimension. He had good grasps of all sorts of positions. He was even confident in getting beaten. "Let's do it, Uncle," he said. Seeing Luze agree, Merlin smiled. His right hand waved up a pale flame. It was hovering in the air, and the white flame spread across space like a thin layer slowly enveloping the four of them. Immediately, space distorted, and the small space encompassed by the flames started to expand into a 1 kilometer radius space. Luze and Lu opened their eyes wide in shock. One could do this. Only Alice seemed very calm, clearly having experienced this already. Merlin explained, "Planetary state martial artists are different from martial artists before mortal evolution state. Planetary states only need spirit force to survive. Space is no different from air to planetary states. As for star-level martial artists, they could do some simple control of space." As he spoke, he waved his palm, and the space shrunk and expanded as he willed. He continued, "Star-state martial artists can use their bodies alone to jump space. Of course, with the power of star states, the jump distance is very short. They can only move within a planet." Luze. Oh my, to him, within the planet was already huge. How was that short? The horizons of a powerful being was indeed different from that of a noob. Merlin continued, "With the power of a star state, one could establish an extendable space like this. However, the stability of this won't last beyond 10 km. Seeing Luze shocked, Merlin actually felt a sense of joy. Today, he kept getting scared by this kid. This time, he finally got back at him. But to him, this was just ordinary actions. After explaining, Merlin smiled at Luze. "Come start. I almost can't wait, cough, I can't wait to teach you Ze." Luze. You definitely wanted to say you couldn't wait to beat me up, right? Luze saw that he couldn't escape, so he focused and went into battle state. Since he was going to get beaten up, it needed to be worth it. Luze's whole body turned into a crystal color. Green wind circulated, and then, the two colors dulled down, becoming heavier. A terrifying power wave emitted from Luze. It rattled the air and blew winds across this space. Lu and Alice opened their pretty eyes wide. They looked at Luze in disbelief. Although they knew through the broadcast that Luze was very strong, they couldn't feel it as deeply as in real life. Especially Lu, who trained with Luze every morning. She had never expected that when Luze used full power, it would be at this state. Clearly, they were protected well by Merlin, but this power still made their magical instinct to resist. Strands of black chi seeped off from Luze's body. It was her darkness god art. Meanwhile, Alice had a blue flame rise up from her forehead that encompassed her inside. When the backlash receded and the awakening began again, Alice could use an extremely small portion of the source flame. The two glanced at each other and saw their respective god arts. Their eyes flashed, and then, they smiled. Meanwhile, Merlin, who stood opposite Luze, opened his eyes wide. Oh shit! Oh shit! This kid's wind element god art improved this much. This spirit force wave, his cultivation level improved rapidly too. He thought that Luze only had abstruse martial state level 3 to level 4 power, but now, this kid was abstruse martial state level 5 peak and almost abstruse martial state level 6. Oh my, how many days has it been? He was improving one level every day? Did this kid attach a rocket on his ass? Too little did Merlin know that Luze used 10,000 federal contribution points to buy the teachings on spirit force usage. After learning it, his power was already abstruse martial state level 4 peak. After learning the wind god art of the huge green wolf and improving his own, it was normal that his power reached abstruse martial state level 5 peak. To Luze, this was an ordinary action. However, to Merlin, it was absurd. He thought this kid was at most abstruse martial state level 3. This was over the top. He was getting face slapped again. Once wasn't enough, he was slapped again? Merlin suddenly felt pain. Chapter 108, Understanding Oneself. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Taking a deep breath, Merlin finally recovered from the pain. He showed a kind smile to Luze. Come, the power I will use won't surpass yours. Luze heard this and breathed easy. If Merlin didn't use more power than him, then even if he was a star state, he shouldn't be able to beat him up, right? Although it was a bit shameless, he felt he was quite strong. Thinking about this, Luze felt assured and showed a happy smile. Uncle, I'm going to attack. A green light flashed in his eyes as he kicked the ground with his right leg. Not a single crack appeared on the ground that was enforced by the pale flame. Luze turned into a green flowing light. Air parted in Luze's wake as he instantly appeared on Merlin's right. Forming a right fist with his hand, a terrifying green wind circulated around the fist. Consequently, a crystal glow flashed, and the terrifying power shook the space. Wind god art, crystal body, strength god art, spirit force. This was Luze's full power. Merlin's eyes lit up a little. Although it was a bit premature, the kid's combat method was deviating from the martial artists before the mortal evolution state. This battle instinct was quite good too. Little did he know how many life and death battles Luze experienced in the pocket hunting dimension. In order to survive till last, there were all sorts of tragedies. Rumble. The terrifying fist shook away the air. The fist force pressed towards Merlin, blowing his golden hair a little. Merlin smiled. White flames burned on his right palm. He reached out his palm and easily blocked the incoming fist force. The fist was gently gripped, and a heavy thud was heard. The remaining energy shot in all directions, but the fist force was completely dispersed. Luze's eyes widened in shock. Oh shit! This wasn't logical. Merlin, indeed, didn't use more power than him. How could he so easily stop his full-powered attack? Seeing Luze shocked, Merlin grinned as he disappeared. Luze's eyes focused. Before he could react, he felt pain on his butt as he flew out. Thud. Luze finally dispersed Merlin's force and flipped, landing on the ground. Ouch! He touched his butt and immediately cried in pain. Oh my! This is over the line? He wasn't a little kid. He was a grown man. Alice, seeing this, couldn't resist covering her mouth and laughing. Meanwhile, Lu Li calmly recorded this scene. Precious moments of my brother, recorded. Luze's eyes looked at Merlin with a hint of resentment. However, Merlin stood with his left hand behind him and said, Ze, I told you. Since you have a spirit body, then the physical body, spirit force, mental force, technique, and god art must all be strong. Only that is true power. Your attack looks menacing, but it's not focused. The method of attack is coarse. It's like a little kid waving a huge sword around. It's weak. Luze frowned. Then, what should I do, uncle? Merlin smiled. Body, spirit force, and mental force complement each other. They're the foundation. Meanwhile, technique and god art are your weapons. If your foundation isn't good enough, you can't unleash the power of your weapon. If your weapon isn't strong, then you can't reach full power no matter how strong your foundation is. After spirit transformation, you just need to spend time to use spirit force in order to strengthen your cells and your body. As for mental force, there is a specific mental cultivation method. The human race isn't one with exceptional mental talent. Some races have a naturally strong mental force. There exist even beings such as void spirit race that are purely mental force. To humans, a stronger body would bring a stronger mental force. Some prodigies have a natural advantage in this. For example, Kaihuya Hesha, her seduction god art is an extremely strong mental force god art. At your current level, your body, spirit force, and mental force can be considered good. So, you need to spend more time on your technique and god art. Your use of physical force is quite good, but you're lacking on the use of spirit force and mental force. You need to focus on these two. When you use all three to a good extent, your use and understanding of god art need to follow. That way, your attacks would be much more effective. 1 ounce of power and achieve the effect of 10. Luze listened to this silently. After reaching perfect mastery of foundational martial technique, his technique of using physical power was quite good, but for spirit force, he just began cultivation. Although he bought the book online, it seemed that it didn't reach Uncle's requirements. As for mental force, Luze spent some time cultivating it. After all, the strength god art he learned was a combination of physical force, mental force, and technique that allowed the power to multiply. But now, he only just learned the foundations of strength god art. He could only increase his power by 1-fold. It seemed he needed to work on that as well. Luze set goals for himself. Right now, his body and cultivation level were passable. He could put the focus of cultivation on the usage of spirit force, strength god art cultivation, and fusion of wind and fire god art. Oh my! When Luze realized this, he was startled. He was that busy? His brain was shaking. Even 2,000 years later, the saying of getting into uni would make life easy was fake. But as a new generation transmigrator, Luze was an ambitious youth. Whether or not he could reach the pinnacle of human life and marry a white beautiful rich girl depended on this. After setting his targets, Luze rubbed his head and smiled at Merlin. Thank you, Uncle. Luckily, Uncle taught him. Otherwise, if he cultivated alone, he would waste quite some time. Seeing that Luze understood, Merlin nodded in satisfaction. You don't need to worry actually. With your current age, it's it's okay reaching this step. Oh my! He almost complimented this kid in front of Alice again. That would be adding points to this kid in her heart? He must not do that. Hold it in. Luze. Uncle just wanted to compliment him, right? Just be straightforward, why change halfway? This uncle was prideful. Luze glanced at Merlin and was speechless. Merlin got stunned from the strange look he got from Luze. Did this kid have a misunderstanding? Chapter 109, I Will Be Back. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After Merlin gave Luze some pointers, he waved impatiently. Okay, that will do. I'm going to teach Alice and Lule. You do what you need to do on your own. Teaching this kid was no way near as interesting as teaching his own daughter. Alice could finally cultivate. As a father, he needed to teach her well. Luze. He looked speechlessly at the impatient Merlin. He felt he was a student abandoned by the teacher. However, the things Merlin pointed out were rather valuable to Luze. He had a clearer picture of the path he needed to take. Thinking about this, he happily went to find a place to cultivate. Then, Merlin began teaching Alice and Lule. Both girls had their own god arts and Luze's energy for cultivation. Their potential was huge. Merlin was very hopeful of their future, so he was very strict too. At least, Luze could frequently hear Merlin's strict reproaches. After 3 hours later, it was 10 p.m. Merlin stopped and gently clenched his right hand. The white flame dimension shrunk. Then, the flames flowed back into Merlin's hands like water and disappeared. Then, Merlin smiled at them. That will be it for today. From now on, I will teach you guys every morning and night if there's nothing special going on. Luze nodded. I understand, thank you, uncle. It was just getting beaten up a few times every day. He wasn't worried. Lule smiled and said, thank you, uncle. The excitement was still in Alice's eyes. This was the first time she felt her power growing. Of course, she was extremely happy. She hugged Lule and said, Lee, we're so close, so you don't need to be so polite to my father. Then she looked at Luze. Same goes for her senior schoolmate. Hearing this, Merlin's smile froze. Oh my! His cute little daughter was on the foreign side already. He didn't mind Lule, but he would never approve of Luze, this bastard. Lule's eyes flashed. This same goes for senior schoolmate was very problematic. However, she still smiled. Uncle is an elder, I should be polite. Merlin heard this and laughed. Lee, you're good friends with Alice. You two need to help each other. You don't need to be so polite. Lule was slightly stunned. She then nodded, I understand, uncle. Merlin nodded and then glared at Luze, making Luze very bewildered. He was clearly just standing there, remaining silent. What did he do wrong? Why did he feel uncle hated him even more? His butt was still feeling the pain. Luze fell into contemplation. This wasn't too good. In order to not get beaten up, he would have to work harder tonight. Merlin didn't mind Luze's reaction and said, okay, I'm taking Alice back. You guys rest early too. Alice smiled vibrantly and waved to Luze and Lule, senior schoolmate, Lee, good night. Luze and Lule looked at this lively person helplessly and waved too, good night. Seeing the two leave, Luze stretched and smiled at Lule. Let's go back. Lule flicked her long hair and nodded. Leaving the training grounds, the night wind blew a strand of aroma to Luze. He looked. Lule's long silky hair was waving in the air. Her slim figure seemed quite tempting under the starlight. He got dazed because of this. Lule glanced at Luze and raised her lips. She walked forward 2 steps to Luze's right front. Luze saw the side of Lule's exquisite face. Just like this, the two walked back to the mansion. Returning to his room, Luze exhaled and scratched his head. He looked at the dark room. Half a while later, he started to sit on the bed. He closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension. Jungler is online. Then, Luze began his routine battles. Every battle, he consciously tried to change his use of spirit force. According to Merlin's words, he needed to use every strand of spirit force to its maximum. At the same time, he started to practice physical techniques. Likewise, the practice of mental force, technique, and strength god art were continued too. After a day and night, the sun started to rise on the grass plain again. Luze turned into a flow of light. He dashed into the rabbit caves covered in blood. Behind him were 4 lions chasing him relentlessly. They spewed 4 fireballs at the cave. Rumble! The fireball created this ear-shocking explosion. Scorching waves swept past, down into the caves. The high temperature distorted the air where the flame went, and the wall of the cave was charred. Luze's figure flickered as he rushed and bent over toward the cave. The wounds over his body made his face frown. Oh my! This is so painful! He wanted to ambush a solo red lion. However, its 3 pals came back so quickly. Thus, when he came to his senses, he found that he became the solo one. With some fancy struggles, Luze survived under the attacks of the red lions and started running for his life. He portrayed the human and beast version of Fast and Furious. Eventually, while Luze was running, he thought of the cute rabbits. He felt he could save himself by using their caves. Thus, this happened. The scorching wave was coming at his back. But a real man wouldn't turn around to look at the explosion. He gritted his teeth and sped up, charging past a few hundred meters instantly into the rabbit caves. At this moment, the rabbits at home were dazed. Some were sleeping, some were dazing about, and some were doing something indescribably happy. Yet, the sudden explosion scared them all. Just when they looked up, a dark figure dashed into the cave, and with it came a red flame wave. Before they could react, the figure left through the other tunnel. The huge flames inundated the cave like a flood. All the rabbits were roasted by the fire. Even Luze couldn't resist drooling when he smelled this. Luze gritted his teeth and charged out of the cave. Behind, the fire wave came out, but it could no longer harm Luze. He instantly hid himself and snuck away. Just you wait, I'll be back. Chapter 110, Hunting isn't limited to what is within your sight. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. A few dozen kilometers away, Luze found another rabbit cave. He happily went in. Soon, strange sounds appeared in the cave, and then, it went silent again. Luze endured severe pain all over his body and picked up the small group of light orbs from the ground. He was completely relieved. It was extremely dangerous just now. He thought he could use the fire god art to stop the fire element of the red lions and use his wind god art and other means to kill them. However, he realized he was too naive. His fire god art could only weaken a part of the red lion's fire god art. There was no way he could stop their god art for an instant like he did with the huge green wolf. Although he weakened the fire god art partially, and he was about equally matched with the red lion, facing it head-on, it was still too hard to kill it. Therefore, he was surrounded by its companions. That was a gangbang. Thinking about this, Luze's wounds hurt even more. He took a slow breath and then turned into a spirit body. As long as it wasn't a serious injury, he could eventually recover. The smaller wounds were almost completely healed. He just needed to hide here for a while. Of course, during this period of time, he was not in a daze. Time was money, my friend. Of course, he was going to use this time to revise what he did wrong before. Only if he kept revising and improving would he continue to make progress. Luze forced himself to sit down. He closed his eyes and began cultivation. He mastered a part of spirit force control from last time. His spirit force turned to strands, and it was easier to use them. They were more condensed too. Inside the spirit body, the spirit force turned into 3 spirit force strands that traversed between cells without obstruction. These strands have the thickness of thumbs. The spirit force strands circulated inside the body, organs, skin, muscle, tendon, bone, and marrow, leaving their marks there. The more condensed, thin, and numerous the spirit force strands were, the stronger you were. Luze had a small target. He would turn all the spirit force in his body to spirit force strands that have the size of a thumb when he needed to use them. Luze ran the spirit force inside his body and extended his mental force throughout his body. He started to use the Qi attraction chant to exercise precise control. One had to admit that body, spirit force, and mental force complemented each other. The stronger the body, the stronger the spirit force contained. The stronger the spirit force, the more it could strengthen the body. In order to use spirit force to strengthen the body, mental force was required to exercise control. If one's body was too strong while the mental force was not strong enough, the power of the body wouldn't be unleashed. If mental force was too strong while the physical body wasn't strong enough, the body wouldn't be able to contain the mental force. There was even the possibility of brains blowing up. Not one thing could be missed in the foundation. Soon, a few hours passed. The experience book he bought could only serve as a guide. The rest depended on himself. As Luze focused on learning the use of spirit force during battle, Luze soon made progress. The tidal wave-like spirit force in his body started to slowly form into spirit force strands. 1, 2, 3, 6. The spirit force strands swam and flashed. They contained terrifying power but seemed to move so freely. However, the expenditure of mental force would increase accordingly. Soon, Luze's face was pale. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes and breathed out. His dark eyes glimmered. With his current mental force, he could control about 6. But even so, 6 were twice the 3 from before. Although his battle power wouldn't double, there were still improvements. After a brief rest, Luze started learning body techniques and strength god art. Time flew by. When Luze opened his eyes again, his wounds had healed quite a bit. He slowly stood up, lifting his hands and kicking his legs. He was quite satisfied. Although it was still a bit painful, he wasn't going to fight now. He just needed to survive the damage of the explosion. He happily tried the wind and fire fusion again. Explosions came from the rabbit caves again and again until Luze left the pocket hunting dimension. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the dark room. A sliver of joy came from the bottom of his heart. As for why he hadn't died in the pocket hunting dimension for 3 days in a row. How joyful was this? Although he spent most of his time in the rabbit caves these few days, it was for research. Thinking about this, Luze suddenly felt he was an important figure in the grassy plain. There was no way a red lion could beat him one-on-one. Oh my! Was he this strong already? Thinking back to before when he first entered the pocket hunting dimension, he almost died while fighting a rabbit. He also ended up getting chased by a large wave of rabbits. Now, rabbits' caves were his home. He could come and go as he wished. The small green wolf that sent him away with wind blades many times were annihilated with one kick. He had already grown to such a level where he could dominate the grassy plains. Luze felt prideful but sour. Who would know the pain of dying tens of times in all sorts of ways? Even he felt he was used to death. But soon, Luze remembered the terrifying 6-winged black dragon, the huge golden eye, the unicorn, and the lizard. These animals were clearly very strong. Luze felt that he could only think about going elsewhere when he could kill a pride of lions. He had thought about this before, but when he flew into the air and glanced, there was only grass. Luze's current range of activity is only a part of the grass plain. When he grew up to be a mature, merciless, and cool hunter, he would head out into the distance. Comments: 14. View all comments. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 111, Tables have turned. 1. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze came back to his senses and suppressed his uncontrollable thoughts. The future would wait until the future. He needed to cultivate first. If he didn't cultivate, he could only dream. Then, Luze closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Time flew by rapidly, and 10 days had already passed. It was a Sunday morning. Luze slowly opened his eyes. A crystal color flashed in his eyes as he raised his lips, showing a confident smile. Ha 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 ha. I'm a prodigy. Strength God Art, it finally reached 3 times amplification today. This was the current limit his body could handle. He clenched his hands into a fist and dark crystal color flashed. The nearby air vibrated. 6 spirit force strands, triple power amplification. There was also new progress in wind and fire God Art. These past 10 days, Luze's improvements were tremendous. Of course, this was due to Merlin's arduous teaching. Every morning and night, he would be beaten up in all directions. Just thinking about that pain, Luze's smile froze. But every time after he was beaten up, Merlin would point out his inadequacies. The experience of a star state being was very helpful to him. After all, although there were purple orbs that could help him increase his enlightenment, he was still feeling the road as he went. The teachings of a powerful being made his growth many times faster. However, Luze felt his surging power. He was going to give Uncle a surprise. After breakfast, Lu Wen and Fuxia went to work. Luze urged a confused Lu Li to the training grounds. She glanced at Luze strangely and said, "Luze, did your brain finally melt down? It's my first time seeing you so eager to get beaten up." Luze's mouth spasmed as his face went cold. Superficial. Big chest, no brain, long hair, short vision. You have it all. He forced himself not to speak of his improvements. He was going to shock everyone. The tables have turned today. Lu Li narrowed her eyes and flicked her long hair. Really? Luze. For some reason, he felt quite nervous being looked at like this again. Did she do something? It was a misperception, right? Luze shook his head. He felt he had been very careful lately. He shouldn't have fallen into her traps. Lu Li smiled gently. Let's go, brother. Luze glanced at her again. He couldn't discern anything, so he left with her. At the training grounds, Merlin and Alice were already waiting there. Seeing Luze and Lu Li, Alice showed a bright smile and waved her hands. Good morning. Senior schoolmate, Li. Merlin smiled. Since you're here, let's begin. He couldn't wait to stabilize the dimension as he smiled at Luze. His happiness relied on beating Luze every morning and night these few days. For some reason, it felt very good to beat this kid up. He could always use the best way to get hit. He seemed very experienced in getting hit. This made him very happy beating the kid up. Looking at how Alice admired him so much every day, his hands were even itchier. Luze saw how Merlin couldn't wait and sneered on the inside. Pfft! He wasn't the same him as yesterday now. Today, he shall rise. But he kept a calm face. He couldn't let Uncle see this. Otherwise, what if this guy cheats? Inside the dimension, Luze and Merlin stood opposite each other and began the sparring of a new day. Lu Li and Alice stood on the side, gazing at the fight. Although Luze had been beaten up morning and night for these 10 days, his progress was indeed fast. This made the two wonder what progress he would have today. Rumble. In midair, Luze's entire body flowed with crystal glow. Green wind circulated as his right leg whipped towards Merlin. The power in the attack was on a different level compared to 10 days ago. Right now, his power was almost abstruse martial state level 7. Merlin felt Luze's attack. His eyes flashed as his face showed some more seriousness. Although he could beat this kid up every day, his progress was indeed fast. His right hand was covered in white flames as his palm weakened Luze's focused attack. At the same time, he used Luze's attack and floated back like a leaf, easily dissipating Luze's attack. Luze's eyes flashed with cold light. His right leg tapped on the ground as he used Wind God Art to full power. He then chased after Merlin. Fist, palm, elbow. Luze's entire body turned into a weapon. Each attack shook the air as ripples spread across in all directions. When they touched the white flame, they finally disappeared. Facing Luze's fierce attacks, Merlin's serious look deepened further. Since he said he would use equal power, Merlin wasn't going to go back on his words. And, even if he kept that promise, he would have no problem suppressing this kid. At least for 5 days, this power was enough. Merlin shook Luze away with a palm and smiled. It seems that's all your progress for today. Now, it's my turn. Are you ready? Luze smiled. Come at me, uncle. I'll let this old guy know today what it means to don't abuse a poor person when he is young. I'm going to get revenge for all the beating I took these past 10 days. Merlin instantly appeared behind Luze as his white-flamed palm pressed towards Luze's back. Luze felt the coldness in the scorching heat of the flame. His eyes focused. Triple the power. Mental force surged. Crystal color flashed in his cells. Luze relaxed his body as his strength increased another fold. At the same time, Luze felt his exertion was increased many times, whether it was mental force or stamina. There came slivers of pain all over his body. There was a price to pay for using this. The crystal color on his body suddenly flashed and then receded. The powerful force shook the air. The fully unleashed Luze shocked Lu and Alice as they opened their mouths wide and gazed at him in disbelief. Chapter 111, Tables Have Turned. 1. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze came back to his senses and suppressed his uncontrollable thoughts. The future would wait until the future. He needed to cultivate first. If he didn't cultivate, he could only dream. Then, Luze closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Time flew by rapidly, and 10 days had already passed. It was a Sunday morning. Luze slowly opened his eyes. A crystal color flashed in his eyes as he raised his lips, showing a confident smile. Ha 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 ha. I'm a prodigy. Strength God Art, it finally reached 3 times amplification today. This was the current limit his body could handle. He clenched his hands into a fist and dark crystal color flashed. The nearby air vibrated. 6 spirit force strands, triple power amplification. There was also new progress in Wind and Fire God Art. These past 10 days, Luze's improvements were tremendous. Of course, this was due to Merlin's arduous teaching. Every morning and night, he would be beaten up in all directions. Just thinking about that pain, Luze's smile froze. But every time after he was beaten up, Merlin would point out his inadequacies. The experience of a star state being was very helpful to him. After all, although there were purple orbs that could help him increase his enlightenment, he was still feeling the road as he went. The teachings of a powerful being made his growth many times faster. However, Luze felt his surging power. He was going to give Uncle a surprise. After breakfast, Lu Wen and Fu Xia went to work. Luze urged a confused Lu Li to the training grounds. She glanced at Luze strangely and said, Luze, did your brain finally melt down? It's my first time seeing you so eager to get beaten up. Luze's mouth spasmed as his face went cold. Superficial. Big chest, no brain, long hair, short vision. You have it all. He forced himself not to speak of his improvements. He was going to shock everyone. The tables have turned today. Lu Li narrowed her eyes and flicked her long hair. Really? Luze. For some reason, he felt quite nervous being looked at like this again. Did she do something? It was a misperception, right? Luze shook his head. He felt he had been very careful lately. He shouldn't have fallen into her traps. Lu Li smiled gently. Let's go, brother. Luze glanced at her again. He couldn't discern anything, so he left with her. At the training grounds, Merlin and Alice were already waiting there. Seeing Luze and Lu Li, Alice showed a bright smile and waved her hands. Good morning. Senior schoolmate, Li. Merlin smiled. Since you're here, let's begin. He couldn't wait to stabilize the dimension as he smiled at Luze. His happiness relied on beating Luze every morning and night these few days. For some reason, it felt very good to beat this kid up. He could always use the best way to get hit. He seemed very experienced in getting hit. This made him very happy beating the kid up. Looking at how Alice admired him so much every day, his hands were even itchier. Luze saw how Merlin couldn't wait and sneered on the inside. Pfft! He wasn't the same him as yesterday now. Today, he shall rise. But he kept a calm face. He couldn't let Uncle see this. Otherwise, what if this guy cheats? Inside the dimension, Luze and Merlin stood opposite each other and began the sparring of a new day. Lu Li and Alice stood on the side, gazing at the fight. Although Luze had been beaten up morning and night for these 10 days, his progress was indeed fast. This made the two wonder what progress he would have today. Rumble. In mid-air, Luze's entire body flowed with crystal glow. Green wind circulated as his right leg whipped towards Merlin. The power in the attack was on a different level compared to 10 days ago. Right now, his power was almost abstruse martial state level 7. Merlin felt Luze's attack. His eyes flashed as his face showed some more seriousness. Although he could beat this kid up every day, his progress was indeed fast. His right hand was covered in white flames as his palm weakened Luze's focused attack. At the same time, he used Luze's attack and floated back like a leaf, easily dissipating Luze's attack. Luze's eyes flashed with cold light. His right leg tapped on the ground as he used Wind God Art to full power. He then chased after Merlin. Fist, palm, elbow. Luze's entire body turned into a weapon. Each attack shook the air as ripples spread across in all directions. When they touched the white flame, they finally disappeared. Facing Luze's fierce attacks, Merlin's serious look deepened further. Since he said he would use equal power, Merlin wasn't going to go back on his words. And, even if he kept that promise, he would have no problem suppressing this kid. At least for 5 days, this power was enough. Merlin shook Luze away with a palm and smiled. It seems that's all your progress for today. Now, it's my turn. Are you ready? Luze smiled. Come at me, uncle. I'll let this old guy know today what it means to don't abuse a poor person when he is young. I'm going to get revenge for all the beating I took these past 10 days. Merlin instantly appeared behind Luze as his white-flamed palm pressed towards Luze's back. Luze felt the coldness in the scorching heat of the flame. His eyes focused. Triple the power. Mental force surged. Crystal color flashed in his cells. Luze relaxed his body as his strength increased another fold. At the same time, Luze felt his exertion was increased many times, whether it was mental force or stamina. There came slivers of pain all over his body. There was a price to pay for using this. The crystal color on his body suddenly flashed and then receded. The powerful force shook the air. The fully unleashed Luze shocked Lu Li and Alice as they opened their mouths wide and gazed at him in disbelief. Chapter 112, This person is so shameless. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze suddenly became much stronger in an instant. Naturally, not only were Lu and Alice shocked but so was Merlin. Merlin's mouth twitched. Oh shit! His face was instantly slapped. Just before, he felt confident that at least for 5 days, this degree of power was enough. He was ready to find an excuse to increase his power on the 4th day, and then, he could keep beating this kid up. Now, what's going on? Did he improve his strength god art again? This kid's power was almost abstruse martial state level 8 now, right? Plus during this time, the kid kept improving his battle technique. Merlin suddenly didn't feel so confident anymore. With such a current level of power, Merlin found that he might not be able to suppress Luze. He might even have some trouble. Luze felt the attack behind him coming closer. A green light flashed in his eyes. His body turned into the wind as he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared on Merlin's side and punched. Rumble. With the sound of the furious roar of a dragon, the green fist force carried this relentless momentum towards Merlin. White flames circulated around Merlin's body. His right palm struck out towards the green fist force. Rumble. An even more shocking explosion sounded. Green and white light flashed, filling this not-so-big dimension. The shocked-away air turned into waves that spread in all directions. Even Lu and Alice, who were being protected by Merlin, could feel this power. They looked nervously at the center of the battle, wanting to know the situation. When the green and white light slowly disappeared, Lu and Alice gasped in disbelief. Beneath a head-on collision, Merlin and Luze took a step back each. Although Merlin just used a power equivalent to that of Luze's cultivation level, Merlin was still a star-state being. Even at the same level of cultivation power, the technique and knowledge of god art were almost equivalent to the extreme of that cultivation level. Yet, Luze could fight evenly with him. This meant that Luze's power at this level was pretty much full. Alice's eyes flashed with admiration as she murmured, "Senior schoolmate, is so strong." Meanwhile, Lu quickly started recording sneakily. Except this time, the content was different from before. Luze was quite handsome today. At this moment, Luze glanced at Merlin and raised his lips, feeling proud of himself. Just when he planned to speak, he found that Merlin disappeared. Luze immediately felt things weren't good. He tensed up, ready to defend with full power. Just at this moment, he suddenly felt his hand was grabbed. Then, he lost control of his body. He spun up and down in the air. It was so fast that his thought and eyes couldn't keep up. Even his stomach rumbled. Not good. His brain was shaking. After some time, Luze was finally put down. He just felt the sky was still spinning. His legs softened as he sat down, but even after that, Luze still felt he was spinning. He quickly laid down. Oh my! This was scary. He was so shameless. He was bullying the noob. At this moment, he heard a happy voice. "Alice, I'm going to a restaurant. Do you want to come with Dad?" "Dad, you go, I'll cultivate here with Lee and senior schoolmate." Oh! Even Luze, whose brain was shaking, could hear the disappointment in Merlin's tone. Then, Merlin left the training ground. At this moment, Alice and Lee came over worriedly. "Are you okay?" Luze shook his head. "I want to vomit a little. I feel you two are spinning. I just need a little time to recover." Alice said apologetically, "Senior schoolmate, sorry. Father abused you like this. I'll cook you some good food." Immediately, Luze's eyes lit up and said, "Really?" Instantly, Luze felt that everything that happened was worth it. He wanted to eat Alice's exquisite cooking. Seeing how happy Luze was, Alice narrowed her eyes and smiled. "MHM. Senior schoolmate can eat whatever you want." "Oh really? That was great." He had quite some ingredients left. It was best that he had one of each. Seeing how excited Luze was and how Alice was smiling, Lu felt annoyed. It was just food. Did he need to be this excited? She wanted to cook good food, but she found that her talent really was not high in this area. She tried a few times secretly, but she couldn't cook edible food. This made her desperate. But Lu calmly saved the clip from today and smiled. Subsequently, Alice and Lu began cultivation while Luze continued to stay dizzy. Soon, Luze stopped feeling dizzy and got up. He carefully sensed his situation. His legs were still soft, but it wasn't a huge problem. Then, he looked at Lu and Alice. With Merlin's teachings and his energy, their improvements were rapid. At this moment, Lu had completed 7 small perfect states, and her darkness god art improved too. Alice just needed to awaken the source flame, and her cultivation level would naturally increase. She was a level 5 martial warrior now. They worked on cultivation very hard. The tasks Merlin gave them wasn't easy, but they would clench their teeth and finish it every day. Seeing the two cultivate, Luze didn't bother interrupting them. He left the training grounds, returned to his room and began cultivation. Spirit Force, Strength God Art. Both have reached the maximum of his current state, so Luze placed his focus on wind and fire. He used a wind element crystal ball and began cultivation. A few hours later, Luze slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. He got up with some anticipation. It was dinner time. Chapter 113, Doing Something Significant. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Opening the door, Luze went downstairs. He immediately smelled an intense aroma that made people drool. Alice and Lu were carrying all sorts of shiny dishes to the dinner table, filling it. Luze quickly went up sycophantically and said with a smile, you two have worked hard. I'll help too. Lu glanced at Luze speechlessly and said plainly, it's all brought to the table already. Alice smiled and said, we were planning to go up to call senior schoolmate. Luze's mouth spasmed and he smiled awkwardly. He felt like he always did nothing. Was he a bit too lazy? His eyes lit up as he took out the bowls and utensils from the kitchen. I'll scoop rice for you guys. Alice smiled. Thank you, senior schoolmate. Lu glanced at Luze and raised her lips. She nodded gently. MHM. After they all sat down, Alice kept picking food for Luze. Senior schoolmate, this golden crisp is really good. I used a yellow crystal vine. Really? Let me try. Senior schoolmate, this roast rib is really good too. It's really good. Luze was extremely touched. Alice was a really gentle and considerate girl. Most importantly, she knew how to cook. If possible, he really wanted to marry her. By the way, would he have a chance if he confessed? Alice seemed to be pretty good to him. He wondered if it was because he saved her life or she liked him. Luze's eyes flickered, and he didn't think much about it anymore. On the other side, Lu felt annoyed seeing how grateful Luze was. What right did the two have to be this close? One was her brother, and one was her best friend. Why did she feel abandoned? It was all Luze's fault. All he does is eat. Is it even that good? Lu bit hard into the golden crisp, and then, her face froze. Damn it, it's really good. This made her angrier. Why didn't she have the talent for cooking spirit food? Why was this guy such a foodie? After finishing a piece of golden crisp, Lu glanced at the satisfied Luze and gritted her teeth. She grabbed a piece of the golden crisp and passed it over. Here, brother, have one. Luze looked at it and got dazed. Hey! This person was Lu? What a joke! She would pick food for him? Looking at how dazed Luze was, Lu Li felt angrier. She showed a gentle smile and said, "Brother, Li's raised hand is very tired. What's wrong with a sister picking food for her brother?" Luze's heart went cold. He quickly grabbed it and bit into it and smiled. "It's good. Thank you, Li. It doesn't seem poisonous. It's even a bit sweet." Meanwhile, Alice's hand that picked a piece of rib shivered. She looked at Lu Li. The two glanced at each other and looked away. Their eyes were a bit complicated. Alice smiled. Senior schoolmate and Li are really close siblings. Then, she placed the meat in Luze's bowl. "Senior schoolmate, I'm going to eat, you can pick food yourself." Luze nodded. "Okay, thank you, Alice." Alice hadn't even eaten and only picked food for him. She's too nice. Then, everyone finished the food in silence. Afterward, Luze took the initiative to wash the dishes. Some people ask, when do men mature? 5SOME people say it is when men feel that washing dishes is blissful. After that, Luze swept the ground. The two were no longer here. They probably went to cultivate or stayed in Lu Li's room. Luze went back upstairs to cultivate again. He was still learning wind god art. He used the wind crystal balls, one after another. Soon, Luze noticed that his wind god art learnings reached a bottleneck. Clearly, the wind god art of the huge green wolf was only at this level. Because Luze didn't have the confidence to kill red fire lions these few days, he didn't use the fire crystal balls. His usage of the strength god art, wind god art, and spirit force had all reached the limit. Now, Luze was ready to improve his spirit force cultivation level and his body. He had a large number of red orbs from the huge green wolves. These were enough for a few days. After using the red orb, Luze cultivated the Chi attraction chant. At night, Luze was beaten up again. He went back to his room speechlessly. That shameless dude knew that the original power wasn't enough to beat him up. So, he shamelessly used the excuse of giving him more pressure to increase his power. Thus, Luze was beaten up in all directions again. Shameless. Sitting on the bed, Luze closed his eyes. In the pocket hunting dimension, Luze felt the familiar chi and smiled. Ever since he became strong, his waist was no longer sore while his legs didn't hurt anymore in the pocket hunting dimension. He wasn't even scared of death. After all, other than some extreme situations, it was really hard for him to die in this region. Using the wind god art, Luze found a few rabbit holes and harvested a wave of small red orbs from the cute rabbits. These were for Lu Li and Alice. Then, Luze's eyes focused. Today, he was going to something significant. He was going to prove that he was now a mature hunter who could be cold and merciless. One that's right, he was going to hunt the evil forces of this plane, the red lions. These lions have smashed him with fireballs countless times. They were too evil. Using the wind god art, Luze started to search for his prey. Moments later, Luze saw a red lion that was over 2 meters tall not far away. It had a strong, sleek figure. Its red fur seemed to be burning with flames. Of course, most importantly, it was alone. Luze extended his wind god art and ensured that it had no friends within a 2-kilometer radius. Thus, Luze's smile grew evil. Crystal color flashed, green wind circulated, and then, the light receded. Instantly, Luze opened a triple increase in power. This was his current strongest power. It was abstruse martial state level 8. The red lion sensed Luze's force. Its hair jumped up as it looked vigilantly at Luze. It bared its teeth and slightly lowered its body, positioning itself in an offensive mode. Chapter 114, Feeling a Little Confident. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Somewhere on a vast and enormous grassland, a human and a lion had a standoff. Ferocious tides of force erupted from the two, pressing down dozens of meters of the surrounding grass. Roar! The red lion roared. Within its mouth, searing red flames gathered, growing into a fireball with the size of a bucket. The fireball kept spinning. The power inside seemed like a dormant volcano that could erupt at any time. The lion spat, and the fireball shot at Luze. The grass along the way was instantly burned to dust. At the same time, the ground turned black, and the air suddenly rose in temperature. The attack was really fierce. A green light flashed on Luze's right hand as a spinning wind appeared. The whirlwind grew bigger and bigger as its power grew stronger. Everywhere it went, grass tore apart and earth flipped. Rumble! The fireball and wind clashed. Terrifying power shot everywhere as a thunderous explosion came. Fire waves and wind blades slashed in all directions. The wind around Luze blocked the fire waves and wind blades. His eyes went cold as he bent his knees. Rumble! The ground was trampled, cracking as a huge ditch appeared below Luze's feet. His body used the repulsion force as well as wind god art to almost instantly appear above the head of the red lion. Die! Luze's eyes were hideous. He stepped down with his right leg. The swirling wind spun around it, tearing the air apart. This was Luze's full-powered attack. Roar! The hurricane even sliced off some fur from the lion. The lion bared its teeth again, showing its frosty fangs. The red spirit light around it suddenly burst. It was as if the fire was submitting to it. It burned vigorously before condensing into a flame armor. Thud! Luze kicked on the flame armor. The armor cracked and turned into flames that shot off. However, the armor blocked Luze's attack for an instant, and the red lion got away. Rumble! The kick landed where the red lion was, and a huge ditch formed. Luze's eyes flashed, his legs kicked the ground again, chasing after the red lion. He found that the red lion was extremely strong, but its speed seemed slower than him. The lion roared furiously as its flames suddenly burned a few meters high and turned the surrounding 10 meters of grass to ash. Then, it charged at Luze. The searing flames burned Luze's crystal body, making it shine even brighter. His right fist clenched tight and smashed at the lion. The lion raised its right claw and formed an even bigger flame claw slapping at Luze. The claw and fist clashed. Fire waves and whirlwinds swept in all directions again. The two paused for an instant and disappeared. They reappeared a few hundred meters away. Then, there was another clash. Rumble! Rumble! In a few minutes, Luze clashed tens of times with the lion. The surrounding kilometers of grass turned to scorched earth covered with ditches. Some of them smelled like cooked meat. Which unlucky animal was roasted? After another clash, Luze and the lion stopped with a few hundred meters in between each other. They stared deadly at each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Luze gulped some saliva as his cold eyes moved. It smells really good. He wanted to eat. Quite some fur was cracked open on the red lion. Blood trickled down, making sizzling sounds on the scorched earth. Luze grinned. Even if he didn't use fire god art to interfere with the red lion's fire god art, he could still suppress it. If he kept fighting, he could kill the red lion before his body collapsed from the overuse of strength god art. The current him was pretty much the top hunter of this region. The lion sensed Luze's ridicule and opened its hideous mouth, making a low roar again. The flames on his body surged, rising nearly 10 meters high and twisting the surrounding air. Luze licked his lips as the wind circulating him sped up into a hurricane. The two clashed again. Rumble! 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 Moments later, there was a wail. Luze's right palm turned into a blade. A vibrant green wind blade with a length of 100 meters tore open the lion's red flames and sliced hard on its body. Its red fur, tough muscles, strong bones, and scorching blood splashed in the air as the lion fell heavily to the ground. Luze instantly appeared next to the lion that was struggling to stand up. The wind blade sliced, and its huge head fell to the ground. This powerful lion finally lost its life force. Luze looked at the lion that slowly turned to dust and breathed easy. Then, he raised his lips and showed a smile. I, Luze, am mature. I'm strong. Very invincible. Not too good. I feel a little confident. Luze felt very happy. At least currently, the red lion was the strongest animal here except for those passing by masters. Yet, the strongest animal had fallen to his wind blades. He, Luze, was the big boss of this grassy plain. Luze picked up the fire crystal balls, red orbs, and purple orbs. He was full of ambition. The question now was, should he keep hunting huge green wolves or red lions? Luze was distressed for a while. At this moment, a few heavy growls sounded. Luze instantly tensed up and looked around nervously. He saw 5 red lions looking at him with bad intentions. Luze's mouth spasmed. He was too excited before that he didn't even realize he was surrounded now. He took a deep breath and calmed down his aching body that had been sore due to the use of tripled power for too long. Don't worry. The problem isn't big. Luze felt he could still save himself. At least, he didn't use his fire god art. Chapter 115, Causing Extreme Discomfort. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. 5 pillars of flame rose up in the grassy plains. Luze, who was surrounded in the middle, sweated. It was really hot. Red flames burned in the bottom of his eyes. Then, the 5 flame pillars eased up a little. But even so, Luze still frowned. It wasn't easy trying to interfere with 5 red lions at the same time. Luze's eyes narrowed as a crystal color shone. A green light flashed, and thrice the power was opened, entering his strongest state in an instant. Due to frequent use of the strength god art, the pain in his body was becoming more noticeable. Every part was painful. But since he was surrounded by 5 evils, he couldn't give up. He would charge first. If he couldn't beat them, then he would run. Sensing terrifying power coming from Luze's skinny body, the 5 lions became cautious. Roar! The flames from the lions turned into fireballs and shot at Luze. A green light flashed, and Luze instantly charged into the sky, dodging the fireball strikes. 10 terrifying explosions sounded behind him. When Luze turned around, there was nearly 100-meter large crater at where he was. Oh my! The 5 fireball jutsu was this terrifying. Quantity changes resulted in qualitative changes. Before Luze finished sighing, 5 flame claws struck down at him. Luze's eyes went cold. His body sunk, and he instantly appeared on the ground. Facing these lions, who had extremely powerful long-range attacks, he might as well stay on the ground and run if he couldn't fly extremely high. But if he did fly high, Luze couldn't resist thinking about the green wolf that was picked up like a bug by the huge golden eagle. 1 never mind, staying alive was more important. If he really encountered the golden eagle, he wouldn't even be able to run. The instant Luze landed, red flames flashed in Luze's eyes, and the flame pillar of the lion nearest to him shook. It became unstable. It was hard to interfere with 5 at once, but just interfering one was clearly effective. Luze tapped on the ground as his body turned into the wind, disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he was at the left stomach of a red lion. He clenched his right fist into a punch and just planned to punch out when he felt this scorching heat from his own left. He glanced and found that the nearest lion to this one had appeared next to him. It slapped at him with a huge flame claw. Feeling the terrifying power from the claw, Luze's mouth spasmed. Fuck! This teamwork was over the line. His attack was clearly surprising, but the lions knew such tactics. That wasn't it. He felt that the farther lions were coming over rapidly. In less than an instant, he would be surrounded again. Luze resolutely gave up attacking. He wasn't confident he could beat this lion to submission with one punch, but the claw from the other lion was enough to heavily injure him. If he was heavily injured, he would be surrounded and toyed. No. He was a mature hunter now. He wouldn't make such mistakes. Luze disappeared and once again broke free from their gang. The only advantage Luze had now was that he was faster than the lions. As soon as he got away, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes as thousands of green wind blades appeared. With the press of his palm, a few hundred struck at the other 4 lions while the remaining 1,000 attacked the lion which was furthest away from the rest. At the same time, the fire burned in Luze's green light. The flame pillar of the main target became unstable. Sensing the huge threat, the main lion roared in worry. The other 4 lions roared and used all their power trying to smash away the wind blades to help their trapped friend. But this was just the setup. Luze resisted the power vacuum of just using his full power explosively and burst out again. His muscles were shaking. Blood seeped out from his body. Luze was using every ounce of power he had. Rumble. His body followed the 1,000 wind blades and charged at the focused lion. Crystal color burst around his body. The green light flashed around Luze's right hand as he punched. The green fist force struck on the red lion. There was the sound of bones cracking. The lion wailed as his body was carried in the air, by the huge force forming an arc, and fell heavily tens of meters away. Luze coughed. His eyes flashed with hideousness as he once again appeared next to the heavily injured lion. Vibrant green wind blade flashed, and the red lion lost its life. In a short instant, Luze burst his power relentlessly and killed another red lion. At this moment, the other lions finally broke free from the wind blades. Seeing their pal killed, they roared ferociously and charged at Luze. Seeing this, Luze felt bitter. One limit-breaking burst already made him feel depleted. He quickly picked up all the light orbs and dashed. Find a rabbit hole first. As soon as Luze ran a few hundred meters, a terrifying pressure rushed toward his direction. Luze's already heavily injured body spat blood from this pressure. At this moment, a vibrant red flame landed a few hundred meters in front of Luze. Then, the flame slowly disappeared and a nearly 4-meter-tall, huge red lion appeared from the flames. Its beast eyes contained flames. It had a powerful and sturdy body, as well as dense flame-like fur. There was a blood jade-like 30 centimeters horn on the top of its head. It looked very ferocious. Looking at this lion, Luze's hairs jumped up. Countless battles have trained his senses, and they told him this lion was extremely strong. The 4 ferocious lions, who chased Luze, saw this red-horned lion. They immediately ran to the horned lion tamely and rubbed themselves against the lion. Luze. He blinked his eyes looking at the tame lions in disbelief. Oh shit! Were these really the lions that tried to kill him? Subsequently, Luze's complexion changed. He glanced at the horned lion that had a thick mane. He then shifted his eyes to the 4 small lions that had no mane. Oh my! Could this be a male lion and female lionesses? One Luze looked at the domineering male lion, and his mouth spasmed. One cough, it had quite the harem. This must be the dream of countless men. Suddenly, a bright red flame instantly ignited from his body. Then, Luze sunk into darkness. When he regained his vision, he was in his room again. Luze was sweating, and his body was convulsing with pain. This flame was so much stronger than the flames of the female lions. Even with his current body, he died on the spot. This hatred, he will remember it. Moments later, Luze recovered slowly. He breathed, sat down, and began his cultivation. Chapter 116, Kid, I'm here. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the early morning, the chirping sounds of some unknown birds can be heard from outside the window. A warm ray of sunlight and a light breeze entered the room. The sun shone softly on Luze's handsome face, making him frown. The spirit chi in the void was dragged into his body non-stop, eventually filling his body up. Every cell was filled with the waves of spirit force. Then, Luze opened his eyes. The green light flashed, and flames burned at the bottom of his eyes. He slowly exhaled. His breath carried some scorching chi, as though containing some sparks. He clenched his hands and felt the power circulating in his body. Luze smiled. He opened his hands. Flames burned on the left hand while the wind circulated on the right hand. Then, the flames from the left hand turned into a red flowing light and fused with the wind in his right hand. The fusion process was very natural. Then, the flame grew bigger with the breeze of the wind. Gradually, it enveloped Luze's entire hand. The wind and the fire seemed to be entwined. They relied on each other and empowered each other. It had been 20 days since he was burned to ash by that horned lion. Now, Luze had improved in all aspects, whether it was the body, spirit force, mental force, god art, or technique. He didn't leave anything behind. At this moment, his combat power had reached core martial state level 2. That didn't count his explosive power when he fused wind and fire god art. A month ago, Luze's combat power was only abstruse martial state level 2. A month later, his combat power improved a whole big state. Although Luze was a spirit body now, this improvement was still a bit absurd. The flame disintegrated, and the wind dispersed. Luze got up and stretched his back. He looked at the clear sky and raised his lips. There was some anticipation in his eyes. Today, Nangongjing was coming to pick him up. He was about to head to the battlefield. There definitely was anxiety. That was the battlefield. There would be bodies everywhere. Lives meant nothing, and if one weren't strong enough, it would be a place of no return. But Luze still had some anticipation. According to what Merlin said, he could become a second lieutenant with his current power as long as he had the military merit to back it up. Of course, being a student, he would only have a position with no authority. According to Merlin, students usually went to regions that weren't too intense. Usually, there wouldn't be planetary states. Plus, he was just a new uni student, his missions would definitely be rather easy. With his power, it should be pretty easy to stay alive if he stayed cautious. Luze went to the bathroom, cleaned himself, and proceeded downstairs. Downstairs, Lu Wen, Fuxia, and Lu Li were already waiting for him. The food was ready on the table. Fuxia looked at him in a complicated manner. "Good boy, you've really made up your mind." Fuxia and Lu Wen knew that Luze was going to the battlefield, wherein there was always death. Fuxia was worried. But her boy had grown up. He made his own decision, and she decided to respect that. Luze grinned. Don't worry, mother. Your son is a man who can come and go as he pleases in the insectoid's tide. The small battlefield is nothing." Lu Wen sneered, "Although I heard your power is quite strong, don't get cocky. The fastest to die on the battlefield are those ignorant new recruits like you." Before Lu Wen even finished, Fuxia instantly subjugated him. "My good boy is leaving, can't you say something nice?" Lu Wen's mouth spasmed. He was clearly reminding Luze. Could he be blamed? Seeing his dad feeling wronged, Luze felt happy. 3his dad always had a thing against him. Now, karma got him. But, he nodded genuinely towards his dad's teachings. "I know. I will be careful." Seeing Luze nod, Lu Wen breathed easy. Although he didn't show it, it didn't mean he wasn't worried. Lu Li also looked worriedly at him. "Luze, you must be careful. Luze hesitated slowly and looked at Lu Li. He smiled and nodded, don't worry. Okay, have your breakfast. Your teacher is coming in the morning, right? See if you have left anything behind. Pack your things, don't let your teacher wait. Fuxia said as everyone began eating. After breakfast, Fuxia started checking Luze's belongings. Half an hour later, Fuxia nodded happily after ensuring nothing was left behind. At this moment, Merlin and Alice came in. Alice came to Luze and smiled. Senior schoolmate, the battlefield is dangerous. You must be careful. With a smile, Luze replied, don't worry. Merlin said, kid, as long as you don't get too cocky on the battlefield, you'll be fine with your power. Luze nodded and looked seriously at Merlin. Thank you for your teaching, uncle. Without Merlin's teaching, he would never progress that fast. Seeing how serious Luze was, Merlin was stunned. He didn't expect that the unreliable Luze still had a serious side to him. Then, he nodded and smiled, you're a prodigy of the human race. I should teach you. Plus. Merlin didn't say it, but the rest of them knew, except Lu Wen and Fuxia. The two were too weak. It was no good letting them know. Merlin looked at Luze. Don't weaken the honor of the human race at the battlefield. Luze grinned. Don't worry, I'll give those aliens an eye-opener. Merlin nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Luze's phone rung. Luze took it out and saw it was a message from Iron Fist Judgment, kid, I'm here. Luze was surprised and looked around but found no ship landing in the yard. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the sky into the yard. Seeing this, everyone came to the yard. It was Nangang Jing. She had the same exquisite face from the video call. A slightly raised eyebrow, tall figure, long black hair, and brown casuals with an ordinary pair of jeans. She still looked a little tipsy. Chapter 117, Gifts. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When the crowd walked out of the gate, Nangang Jing looked over tipsily. However, when she saw the golden-haired Merlin, she blinked her eyes in a daze. Then, Alice smiled and waved her hand, Sister Jing, long time no see. Nangang Jing looked over and saw Alice's familiar smile and blue hair. She was suddenly excited and immediately woke up from her tipsy state. She scratched her head with some embarrassment and nodded at Merlin and Alice. Uncle Merlin, Alice, what are you guys doing here? Long time no see. Merlin nodded. It's been 5 years, right? I didn't expect to see you here today. Jing, you haven't changed at all. Alice smiled too. Did Sister Jing just finish drinking? Nangang Jing's mouth spasmed. Her awkwardness grew deeper. 1 as a high-level spirit chef, of course, Merlin stored quite some beautiful wine. Before, she even tried to get Alice to steal some precious wines from Merlin, so she could taste them. But at that time, Alice was only 11 years old, so she ran to Merlin to directly ask him. She still remembered how Merlin looked at her after her plan failed. Lu Wen and Fuxia saw that Merlin and Alice seemed to know Nangang Jing and blinked their eyes. With a smile, Lu Wen asked, Brother Merlin, you guys know each other? Merlin nodded. Our two families are very close. The family relations at the top of the human race were usually very close. After all, their main target was for the human race to get stronger and survive better in the universe. Although there might be some competition in resources, everyone helped each other all in all. When the source flame of Alice backlashed, the powerful beings of several other families helped. Nangang family helped the most. Then, Nangang Jing glanced at Luze and then looked at Merlin. She pointed her finger at Luze in shock. Uncle Merlin, this kid is your disciple. Merlin spoke, No, I just taught him for a few days. My disciples are Alice and Lu Li. Merlin then pointed at Alice and Lu Li. It was best that Luze stayed as far away from him as possible. Luze. He was beaten up so many times, and now, he was just abandoned like that? But Merlin still said, "Be careful when you guys go to the battlefield." Even prodigies needed to go to the battlefield. How could one grow to a real powerhouse without experiencing interstellar warfare? Without experiencing war, how could one understand the harshness of the universe and protect the human race? The prodigies prepared by the schools aren't for show. They need to be responsible for the future of the human race. Therefore, people needed to serve the military after graduating the university. Most human race prodigies chose to join the military or become adventurers to explore the vast outposts of the Milky Way galaxy. Some choose to join other departments. Of course, there are some who choose to join corporations or become the protectorate of a family after military service. But once the situation became serious for the human race, all of the powerful beings needed to enter the battlefield unconditionally. If one died during the war, the human race had the best welfare system to look after such a person's family. Nangongjing nodded. "I will look after him." On the battlefield, prodigies had no special treatment. Everything was done in terms of military merit. Even a planetary state would have no commanding authority if he was a new recruit. Otherwise, one mistake and countless soldiers would die. They were students, and this was their entrance test, so it was better. The danger was very low. With Nangongjing's promise, Merlin nodded. The atmosphere fell silent. Lu Wen, Fuxia, Lu Li, and Alice looked at Luze with some worry. Feeling this, Luze scratched his head and smiled. "I'm going. Don't worry, I will call back." With the current technology level, quantum communication was enough to provide coverage in the entire galaxy. Some higher-level civilizations even had the method to communicate throughout the entire universe, but that wasn't something the human race could understand. One Lu Wen nodded and didn't speak. Fuxia's eyes were teary. This was the first time her child was leaving alone, and it was the battlefield. No mother could feel rest assured. She nodded and touched Luze's face. "Good boy, you must stay safe." Luze nodded and grinned. "Don't worry, I promise I'll come back safe." Lu Li flicked her long hair and said, "Luze." Luze looked over with confusion. Her eyes flashed as she looked away with embarrassment. She then took out a cute doll. The doll was round like a ball. It was black and white and looked quite cute. Luze looked at the familiar shape, and his mouth spasmed. "Oh my! It was a panda." Luze glanced at Lu Li with a strange look. "This is..." Lu Li blushed from Luze's gaze before eventually saying with annoyance, "Apparently, this is the national treasure of a country called China during the Earth era. It can bring good luck. Don't you think it's cute?" This was her most treasured doll. What was his look? Luze's mouth spasmed. Sensing Lu Li's annoyance, he quickly nodded. "It's cute, very cute." He just didn't expect a girl like Lu Li would like dolls. Lu Li handed the panda doll over and looked up at Luze. "I hope this can bring you good luck." Seeing her genuine look, Luze took it and nodded. "I will look after it." Lu Li nodded and spoke very softly, "MHM, have a safe trip, brother." "MHM, don't worry." Then, Alice took out a blue storage ring and gave it to Luze. She smiled and said, "Senior schoolmate, this is my gift." Luze. Was she that wealthy? Giving storage rings? And, giving a ring felt strange. It wasn't just Luze. Everyone else looked strangely at Alice. Merlin especially, his face changed. He felt his precious daughter was getting further and further away from him. Alice smiled. "Senior schoolmate likes good food. It's my spirit food. You can take it out and eat." Hearing this, Luze's eyes lit up. Feeling touched, he looked at Alice as he took the storage ring. "Thank you, Alice." Indeed, Alice was very caring. Seeing how touched Luze was when he heard spirit food, everyone was speechless. Even Nangongjing was speechless. From the broadcast during the graduation trial, she knew this kid was a foodie. She just didn't expect it to be this absurd. Luze smiled. "I'm going then." Everything was packed. Luze also gave all the energy balls of the rabbits and green wolves to Lu and Alice. It was enough for quite a while. The next time he came back would be a few months later. He would bring them more light orbs. Everyone nodded and stopped talking. Then, Luze looked at Nangongjing, who stood there waiting with her hands in her pockets. "Ms. Nangong, let's go." "Where's the flying ship?" Nangongjing smiled. "You can fly, right? Keep up." Then, a gleam of golden light flashed across her body, and she flew up. Luze also flew up with her. Seeing the two leave, everyone fell silent for a while before going back to their own things. Chapter 118, Don't act too cocky and you can live long. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze flew in the sky with Nangongjing for about 2 kilometers high and passed through the thick layer of clouds. Then, he saw a spaceship stationed in the air. It was more than 50 meters long and shaped like a water drop. It was completely dark and had complicated golden prints inscribed on it. It seemed very luxurious. Nangongjing took Luze to the spaceship, and the doors opened itself. Then, Nangongjing said, "Come in." Luze nodded and followed. As soon as he did, Luze looked around with curiosity. A private spaceship. This was similar to a top luxury car back on the Earth era. Nangongjing saw this and grinned with a bit of pride. "What do you think? Not bad, right? My private spaceship? The attack and defense systems can reach planetary state. Its speed is very high too. From here to the Shar system battlefield, we're going to only take 6 days." Luze didn't know how far the battlefield was, but just the attack and defense systems reaching planetary state scared him a bit. This was a private spaceship, not a warship. Nangongjing kept introducing as she took Luze down the corridor. At the end of the hallway, a door opened, revealing a 100 square meter room. It was decorated like a living room. There was a couch, as well as a tea table, screen, bar, and gaming console. As a young duke, she was secretly playing games? At this moment, there was already someone sitting on the couch. She was playing a popular galactic warfare game. She seemed quite excited right now. Luze looked at the short hair and rather gender-neutral exquisite face. It was Lin Ling, whom he hadn't seen for a month. Seeing how excited she was playing games, Luze's mouth spasmed. Why were these people all playing games? This was not okay? At least, bring him one. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have heard the door. She pressed the pause button and looked over. When she saw Nangongjing and Luze, her bright eyes lit up as she smiled. "Luze, long time no see." Luze smiled and nodded. "Indeed." Then, he walked in with Nangongjing. Nangongjing took out a bottle of wine from the bar and turned on autopilot before putting her jacket down, revealing a black tight jumper. Then, she threw herself on the couch. She snuggled and found a comfortable spot before filling her mouth with wine. Gulping down, she gasped in satisfaction. Her actions were so smooth that she seemed like a single old man who came home from work. Lin Ling was clearly used to this. She smiled at Luze. "Luze, have you been cultivating a lot? Let's spar in the virtual reality." Luze was slightly surprised. "There's a virtual reality pod here." At this moment, the slightly red-faced Nangongjing said with pride, "Of course. I spent a lot of effort decorating the golden whirl. How can it not have something like virtual reality?" Then, she smiled. By the way, last time, I seem to have told you to reach some state? Abstruse martial state level 8, right? Luze. Oh my, so she was planning this back then. At that time, she said high-level abstruse martial state. Level 7 and above were considered high-level, but right now, she just said abstruse martial state level 8. She planned this already. Luckily, he was very strong right now. He had reached core martial state level 2. Otherwise, he would really be a bit worried. Nangongjing looked at Luze and smiled with evil intent. This guy spoke the title of Iron Fist Duke in front of all those people. He's probably ready to get beaten up, right? She immediately jumped up and said with anticipation, "Let's go to the virtual reality room. I'm going to check your cultivation progress." Lin Ling also got up. "Let's go. I also want to spar with you." She was very prideful. Although she lost to Luze last time, it didn't mean she admitted defeat. She had improved a lot during this period. Although she probably was still no match for Luze, the difference wouldn't be as huge as last time. Since two girls invited him to spar, he wasn't going to retreat as he was a man. It was just sparring. Luze didn't mind. The three came to a small room on the side. There were 4 virtual reality pods inside. They entered one of them separately and went into an established training ground. It was a vast space of several kilometers. The 3 appeared simultaneously. Nangongjing grinned at Luze. "Come, don't be scared. I'll be gentle." Luze. Just looking at her eyes, Luze knew that he would be hanged and whipped. Luze scratched his head and smiled. "Teacher Nangong, you said you wanted to test if my power reached abstruse martial state level 8, right? Then, you must set a rule, right? Otherwise, I'm going to get beaten up by you for a long time." After hearing him, Nangongjing was a little surprised. She felt quite satisfied in her heart. This kid knew well. He already knew he couldn't escape getting beaten up. She nodded. "Okay, in that case, I'll use abstruse martial state level 8 power. How about it?" Hearing this, Luze's smile grew very amicable. Teacher Nangong is really a fair and nice teacher. Under the same grade of power, even Merlin, a star state being, couldn't take advantage of Luze, much less Nangongjing. Seeing the smile on Luze's face, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then, she looked at Luze in disbelief. Did this guy improve more than her? Nangongjing called again impatiently. I agreed. Can we begin? Luze nodded. Come. Then, crystal color flashed around his body while green wind circulated around him. He just used abstruse martial state level 8 power too. He was scared that he acted too cocky and made Nangongjing annoyed. Then, she would use full power to give him a beating. This had happened many times the past month while he sparred with Merlin. From all those beatings, he learned a life lesson. Don't act too cocky, and one can live long. 2. Chapter 119, Teacher Nangong is indeed a magnificent woman. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After feeling the pressure from Luze's body, Nangongjing's eyes widened slightly. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She thought it was already impressive that Luze could reach abstruse martial state level 7, but he actually reached abstruse martial state level 8. Such talent was almost on par with her. Her talent can be ranked at the very top even amongst the young dukes. This meant that Luze's talent was top amongst young dukes. However, this wasn't going to stop her determination in beating this kid up. She would let this kid know. Some things were extremely important for a young girl who was 18 years and 142 months old. 8she raised a brow as a strand of golden color circulated. Then, a terrifying power burst out, shaking the surrounding space. Seeing this, Luze was slightly stunned. He thought his power was volatile, but compared to Nangongjing, he was a little brother. There seemed to be this golden war beast contained in the golden light. Sensing their terrifying power, Lin Ling's pretty face went pale. She retreated a few hundred meters before her heavy chest felt normal. She stared at the two without blinking. There were shock and disbelief in her eyes. Although she seemed very jovial now, she had spent her month on the battlefield. She had multiple near-death experiences just because she didn't want to lose. Even so, she was only abstruse martial state level 2. From 1 month, she went from spirit martial state level 4 to abstruse martial state level 2. This was monstrous to others, but after knowing what she went through, it felt reasonable. One MANY military officers invited her to stay in the military on multiple occasions, and her cultivation resources would be supplied by the military. However, she still rejected it. After all, Luze jumping down from the skies and killing tides of insectoids with a wave of a palm was too shocking. Her current target was to surpass Luze. But even so, her progress compared to Luze was little. Nangongjing's eyes went cold as she grinned. "Kid, I'm attacking." She stepped on the ground and an explosion sounded. Nangongjing's figure turned into a blur and instantly appeared next to Luze. Bright golden light flashed on her fist, and a terrifying power came down. Luze's hairs stood up. Oh shit! This person! Even at the same level of power, her close combat skills were definitely stronger than Uncle Merlin. At least, Merlin, at the same level of power, didn't give Luze that much pressure. If this pink and soft-looking fist came down on him, he would probably explode on the spot. Luze's eyes went cold. His hands turned into palms that stopped before Nangongjing's small fists. Thud! The fist and palm clashed. There was just a sliver of a thud. The disruptions in the air were very subtle. It seemed like the two were just playing around. But Luze felt the most pain. Oh my! What was with her power? It didn't spill a single bit. All of her power was used on the edge of the blade. Just this punch tore open Luze's defenses mercilessly as its force entered his body. A crystal color flashed across Luze's body. The spirit force contained in every cell rushed and annihilated the faint golden fist force that Nangongjing shot into his body. At the same time, Luze used her power to draw back. He waved his hands, and his mouth spasmed in pain. 1SHE was very strong. It had almost been 2 months since he first fought Nangongjing. At that time, Nangongjing was only a 12-year-old little girl. He was almost killed on the spot by those little fists. Yet this time, using the same level of power, he still didn't seem to be able to beat her. At the same time, Nangongjing's shock was not lower than Luze's. Although they were both using abstruse martial state level 8 power, their understanding of power was definitely not the same. Otherwise, how could she agree to Luze's request? Her goal was to beat Luze up. But, she didn't expect that her full-powered punch, which used her power to the extreme not wasting a single ounce, only pushed back Luze. She originally wanted to subjugate Luze with one punch and then beat him up. This didn't go according to her plan. Clearly, both sides felt the other was very strong. Their eyes focused again. Luze thought, should he secretly increase his power? Otherwise, he might really get beaten up. But with Nangongjing's power, she could definitely sense it if he used more power. Wait! He never said that he was abstruse martial state level 8. So what if he used more power? That was reasonable. Thinking about this, Luze wasn't worried. Since abstruse martial state level 8 wasn't enough, he would add his learnings of wind god art. If he could run fast, he might not need to get bashed. At this moment, Nangongjing's eyes flashed too. She had tried her best under the restrictions and still couldn't beat him up. That didn't feel good. Should she add some power? If she did, the kid probably couldn't tell, right? Thinking about this, Nangongjing wasn't worried too. The two finished thinking and smiled at each other with confidence. Then Luze smiled. Teacher Nangong is so strong. You're indeed one of the two beautiful prodigies of the human race. You're pretty, kind, and strong. You're really a magnificent woman. Although he already had a plan, Luze felt that if he complimented her she might let him go. Nangongjing was surprised at his words, and then, she smiled and said, Luze, you're pretty good too. I believe you can survive under my fists. Now you remember complimenting me? Eat my iron fist judgment first. Luze. Tactical failure. Didn't people say girls liked compliments? This alcoholic is probably a fake girl, right? Chapter 120, This person has no hopes. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Just when Luze felt sad that his compliment tactic had failed, Nangongjing disappeared again. The next moment, that small fist with golden light appeared before Luze. It looked just like an ordinary fist with no terrifying pressure, but the dangerous chi contained inside made Luze sweat cold. His eyes narrowed as his entire body tensed. Oh shit! She didn't use full power? Did she add more power because he didn't get beaten up? She just said she would only use abstruse martial state level 8 power. This battle power was a bit over the line. Luze didn't have time to think. Barely dodging Nangongjing's fist, a green light flowed in his eyes as he turned into the wind and disappeared. The fist struck air, and the power finally exploded. Rumble. It was like the roar of a dragon. The small fist exerted a force that pushed the air away and rushed through more than a few hundred meters. This force was terrifying that it made Luze's heartbeat stop. Oh my! If that fist came down on him, he would probably be over. Yet, Nangongjing raised a brow. She was a bit shocked. This kid's wind god art grew stronger? Did that mean he didn't use full power before? This speed. It's like a running rabbit. Nangongjing's eyes flashed. She was hesitating. If Luze had such speed, she might really not be able to hit Luze. Should she add some more power? She was the young duke of the human race. She didn't expect to not have taken care of this kid even after cheating. She felt a bit embarrassed. But, it wasn't so easy to dodge her iron fist judgment. At this moment, Luze looked at Nangongjing. Suddenly, her force rose again. She shot off the ground with an explosion. Then, her speed increased quite a bit. Luze's mouth spasmed. 10H shit. She sped up again? This was over the top. Feeling that terrifying pressure, Luze increased his wind god art once again. Thus, on the open martial arts ground, Nangongjing chased Luze. Their figures flashed. Each time they appeared, one could see Nangongjing punch, and then Luze would burst in speed to dodge the punch. The punch would create an air tunnel of a few hundred meters. This terrifying force made Lin Ling open her eyes very wide in disbelief. Before, when they were just at abstruse martial state speed, she could still see it, but now, she had to use her god art to see the battle. This is at least core martial state speed, right? Luze was that strong? Lin Ling bit her lips. They had the same time, but he was this much stronger. Luze was sweating cold. He found that he had used his wind god art to the extreme, but Nangongjing could still keep up with him. This wasn't right. Was Nangongjing really that strong? Meanwhile, Nangongjing was quite stunned. She had used power far surpassing abstruse martial state level 8. It was almost at her abstruse martial state peak stage power. She could chase after ordinary core martial states with this speed. Yet, she still couldn't catch Luze. With his speed, even core martial state level 1 wouldn't be able to chase after him. Should she use some god art? Did she care about her face? At this moment, Luze suddenly yelled, "Teacher Nangong, are you cheating? Nangongjing stiffened and then stopped. She scratched her head and looked away before shouting unhappily, how can I cheat? You're joking. Luze. Did she not know how to lie? He looked speechlessly at the awkward Nangongjing. Luze said, Teacher Nangong, my power has reached your requirements, right? He wasn't going to fight anymore. If they kept fighting, she would definitely increase her power. He didn't want to be chased around. Hearing this, Nangongjing wanted to argue, but she couldn't find an excuse. After all, he did reach her requirements and even surpassed it. She couldn't break her words. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over. She grinned at Luze. Luze, you're so much stronger. Your power is probably at core martial state, right? Luze smiled. My god art improved quite a lot. If it's spirit force cultivation level, I'm probably not as good as you. If it was just spirit force cultivation level, Luze was only at low abstruse martial state level. His main strengths were his crystal body and his knowledge of the wind god art and strength god art. All these combined gave him a combat power of around core martial state level 2. Just then, he was forced to use everything except strength god art. As for wind and fire fusion god art, it wouldn't last long, so it couldn't be counted as his regular power. Lin Ling smiled. It seems the difference between us is still huge. I won't spar with you for now. When I'm confident I can beat you, I'll spar with you. Luze looked at Lin Ling in shock. Her goal was huge. She wanted to beat him. However, Luze felt that she probably wouldn't be able to do so her entire life. But since she had such goals, of course, Luze wasn't going to crush her. He nodded. You can fight me whenever you want. Just don't cry when you lose. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. I'm not a weak girl. Then, Nangongjing said, in that case, let's go out. They returned to the living room. Nangongjing studied Luze curiously. Her glance made Luze quite embarrassed. He looked at Nangongjing speechlessly and said, why are you looking at me like this? Nangongjing laid on the couch and drank some wine before smiling. Your talent should be probably ranked at the top, even amongst young dukes. You progressed this much in such a short time. Luze smiled. How about it? Don't you feel you're lucky to get an excellent student like me? Nangongjing smiled and got up. I still remember you calling my title. I'm wrong. Please let me go, Teacher Nangong. I'm your good student that was lost for 18 years. Luze surrendered immediately. He dodged the bullet today, but it didn't mean he could dodge it every time. Cowering to the end was the best. Seeing this, Nangongjing and Lin Ling's mouth spasmed. This person was a lost cause. At this moment, Lin Ling said, Sister Jing, how do I beat the campaign at Blood Roof System? Nangongjing looked at the screen in shock. You're already at Blood Roof System. Luze looked over curiously. The screen showed a dark universe with countless spaceships floating. Some were the familiar human race ships. Some were pitch black with hideously sharp corners and spikes. There seemed to be a red magma glowing in the center. He didn't know which race these ships belonged to. The ships of the two sides spat terrifying energy cannons. Every moment, ships were being destroyed, turning into waste in the space. Chapter 121, Our Path of Conquest is the Stars and Seas. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Although this was just shown on the screen, the scene was still extremely shocking. The game was very immersive. At this moment, Lin Ling did something, and a small figure flew out from a huge ship of the human race. Luze looked at the figure with shock. That was a vacuum space. Although he knew planetary states and above could fly in space, this was the first time he saw it. Living beings, as long as they were strong enough, could survive in any environment in the universe just with their body. Humans were the same. When this figure appeared, an even shocking scene appeared. On the screen, the figure was enlarged. It was a 3D outlined man, resembling a real person. He held a faint purple long sword. The man twisted his wrist, and a few kilometer long, terrifying sword ray flashed and sliced an enemy ship in half. Luze looked at this in a daze. This person was too strong. He casually destroyed a ship. After an attack, the man's eyes went cold. It seemed he was determined to kill. His body disappeared. Luze couldn't capture his movements at all. Then, ships exploded one by one. Instantly, tens of ships had turned to dust. Luze's heart skipped fast after seeing this. It was no wonder that powerful beings were the supporting pillars of civilization. Even if there were destructive weapons, it would still be difficult to target the powerful being. And, his destructive power was too terrifying. He was more agile than spaceships and had stronger attacks. After breaking more than 100 ships, 2 more figures appeared in the space. These 2 figures were different from humans. They were completely black while burning with flames. Such flames didn't quench even in the vacuum of space. When these 2 appeared, Lin Ling tried to use the spaceships to stall one of them and let the man kill one first. However, the spaceships were too slow. The 2 figures disappeared at the same time and so did the man. Then, terrifying power ravaged in space. The nearby ships were caught in the ripples. Some lost their power and some exploded. The battle lasted a long time. Lin Ling kept trying to use her ships to do something, but they were too slow for planetary state martial artists. The screen showed that one day had passed in the game. During this day, the enemy ships became defensive while the human ships took the offensive. But when the battle between the 3 planetary states stopped, only the 2 aliens remained. One only had a broken arm, and the other was completely unharmed. Clearly, the man had been killed. Then, with the help of 2 planetary states, the human ships were quickly crippled. Lin Ling sighed and groaned. Sister Jing, the human race only has one powerful being, and the battleships are the most ordinary ones. They don't even have weapons against planetary states. This campaign is impossible. She felt that she had participated in quite a few small-scale wars this month, but this war had no hopes of victory. Nangongjing looked at the defeat screen with complicated eyes before drinking more. After she was satisfied she said, "Yeah, impossible." Then, she continued, "This planetary state is Lieutenant General Liangchenj from 1,300 years ago. At that time, the human race didn't have that many planetary states like now. If we encounter a fleet with 2 planetary states, we're pretty much over unless we have a prodigy who can do a 1v2, 1 versus 2. Our ships were very technologically behind. If you want to win such a campaign..." Nangongjing's eyes flashed with coldness. "Perhaps, there is hope if all ships went up and self-destructed." Luze and Lin Ling looked at Nangongjing speechlessly. Then, Nangongjing smiled. "At that time, the human race was still weak, and that's why we were like that. The Black Flame race in the campaign has been beaten to the ground by us in real life." Luze looked at the 2 speechlessly and said, "This isn't a game." He thought it was a fictional game. Lin Ling smiled. "It is, but it's a real campaign from before. You can train your commanding skills." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Her target was to be the first female marshal of the Federation. This required a deep understanding of commanding warfare. Luze nodded. Oh. As a pure fighter, he knew nothing of schemes. If he was strong to the point that he could subjugate the entire cosmos with one hand, who would dare to touch the human race? Instead of wasting your brains on that, you might as well cultivate. One after all, his pocket hunting dimension was so strong. It would be a waste not to focus on cultivation. Seeing Luze wasn't interested, Lin Ling bared her lips and kept playing while Nangongjing drank wine. In a short while, she finished 6 bottles. Luze's mouth spasmed. Sensing Luze's gaze, she handed the bottle over. Do you want some? Luze answered. You can have it. He speechlessly packed up the wine bottles and came to the window. The ship was rather fast, he couldn't see planet Lanjiang at all now. Luze looked out into the vast mesmerizing cosmos. He was nervous and yet excited. Our path of conquest is the planet and seas. This was the 12th line he wanted to say the most when he was immature. Luze felt this was very in line with the atmosphere now. At this moment, Nangongjing came over with her wine bottle and stood next to Luze. She drank some more first. She smiled at Luze. How is it? The universe is very big, right? Luze nodded. Nangongjing patted Luze's shoulder. This is only the Milky Way galaxy. The entire universe is much bigger than imagined. Then, her eyes seemed full of hope. When I break through to planetary state, I'm going to leave the Milky Way galaxy and go on an adventure. I will become very strong and then come back. Then, Nangongjing threw the wine bottle and pointed out at the cosmos and smiled. Our path of conquest is the planet and seas. Luze. Oh my! Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Even Luze didn't say such things now. Chapter 122, Fire Tree and Flame. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze saw the aspiration in Nangongjing's eyes and asked curiously, Teacher Nangong, what level are you now? Nangongjing replied with a smile, still mortal evolution state. When all the cells in my body contain planet seeds, I can enter planetary state. Luze. He felt it was best that he didn't tell her he had reached a complete spirit body. However, he didn't have planetary seeds in his cells as his spirit force cultivation level was too low. Nangongjing grinned. What? You're asking about my level? Do you want to catch up to me? With a smile, Luze said, doesn't Teacher Nangong believe it? You said my talent is quite good. Perhaps, I can really catch up to you. Nangongjing looked outside at the distant stars and said, if you really can catch up to me, then that's good. I will be happy for you. Luze widened his eyes. Those words were much more mature than before. Soon, the ship went into warp drive flight. The three went to their own rooms and started cultivation. They could rest, but they must not leave behind cultivation. Luze closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension again. It was still the grassy plains. 20 days ago, Luze thought he was invincible in the grass, and then, he realized he was too naive. The tall red-horned lion taught him a lesson. After that, Luze had thought about hunting new beasts in other regions. When he ran for an entire day, he finally encountered some different animals. One was a 3-meter-tall leopard. It was covered in black armor with a hideous horn on its head. Luze called this strange beast a black-scaled leopard. When they saw Luze, they charged at him with red eyes as though he had candy. At that time, Luze was just an abstruse martial state and was beaten up helplessly. He was instantly killed by the 4 black-scaled leopards. When he came out of the pocket hunting dimension, he realized that those leopards probably had at least core martial state power. After that, Luze could only launch sneak attacks toward the red female lions. However, after he killed a few, the male lion would appear, and Luze would die in his resistance. He even suspected if this male lion was the main character amongst lions, the type that had hacks. No matter how far he went to hunt, why could this guy still come to him? However, as Luze got stronger and stronger, it was getting harder and harder for the lion to kill Luze. Last night, Luze could even fight with the lion for a while. It was just that he didn't have the same stamina, thus, he died from the flames that were spat out. He believed that in just a few days, he could definitely kill the male lion. But today, Luze didn't want to sit and wait. He started to run toward the direction of the male lion. He wanted to see how the male lion knew he was hunting female lions. He was very curious. After running a few hours, Luze widened his eyes. He saw a huge tree over 50 meters tall. The huge tree didn't have leaves. It only had a ray of red flames burning. However, the tree trunk wasn't burnt to ash. This was a fire tree. Then, Luze saw a red-horned male lion sleeping under the tree. There were also 6 female lions resting next to him obediently. Luze glanced at that fire tree. At the very top, there seemed to be a flame that was different from the rest of the flames. It was especially bright. With every sway of the flame, the male lion would flash red. Luze watched silently, and his smile gradually lost morality. This was probably a treasure. Would he be able to use it? At this moment, the flame suddenly shivered, and the male lion got up. It looked coldly at Luze. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere was rather awkward. Luze couldn't resist blushing. He was secretly scheming for the male lion's treasure. This shouldn't be so. It should be overt. At this moment, the male lion growled and charged at Luze. Luze focused his glance. He clashed once with the lion and then charged at the fire tree. At this moment, a furious roar sounded behind him. Luze could feel the heat behind him. A green light flashed under his eyes as he instantly shifted a few meters to the left, dodging the fireball. Then, he kept moving towards the fire tree. His combat power might not be as strong as the male lion, but his speed was faster than the lion. At this moment, the 6 female lions under the tree roared at Luze. Luze's eyes went cold. Red and green lights flashed in his eyes. A burning whirlwind appeared on his right hand. When the wind spun, the flames grew even bigger. This was Luze's wind and fire fusion god art. Flame whirlwind. Luze waved his right hand. The sharp cutting wind and fire flew towards the male lion behind him. He would stop the strong one behind him first. While flying, the small whirlwind grew to a big flame whirlwind. The male lion roared in fury. Vibrant red flames ignited on his body. He slapped out, and a huge flame claw was shot on the whirlwind. Rumble. Terrifying energy waves appeared. Luze used this pushing power to go even faster, instantly turning into a blur and using 6 punches to kill the 6 female lions. He was no longer the noob hunter that would be burned to ashes by a fireball. He was very strong now. Luze didn't stop. In the roar of the lion, he happily came before that wavering flame. He ignited in flames as he used his fire god art to grab at this flame. Immediately, there was a huge pain, and along with it, came all sorts of secrets to the fire god art. Surprise and joy flashed in Luze's eyes. It was useful. But before he could be happy, his vision sunk into darkness. Chapter 123, Put down your fist, life needs calmness. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When he could see again, Luze was back in his room. His brows were locked in a frown. He was resisting a severe pain all over his body, but his eyes were happy. Pain and happiness. That was a wave of fat. Although it was only a moment, that little flame input the secrets of the flame into his mind. He couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. It contained many more secrets than the fire crystal balls of the red lion. He quickly used a purple orb to clear up his mind, and then, he began learning the secrets. Gradually, flames started to burn on the surface of Luze's body. Then, his figure blurred for an instant. He seemed to have fused with the fire. He was the fire, and the fire was him. With every breath, the flames were jumping. They were being intimate with him. One that feeling of being surrounded by flames was very warm. It made Luze mesmerized. It was very comfortable and warm. Luze's brows expanded, but his eyes remained shut. He showed a happy smile, seemingly very euphoric. He just innately immersed himself in the flames. The air in the room started to heat up. The temperatures went up by tens of degrees. At this moment, a sharp siren sounded, scaring the shit out of Luze. He opened his eyes, and he was dumbfounded. Luze looked around and suddenly found that the room Nangongjing prepared for him was burning. The blankets and stuff were completely turned to dust. Now, he was burning some furniture made with advanced materials. These things were very resistant to fire. Luze was so scared that his face got pale. Oh my! He just seemed to have survived a disaster. But now, he burned the precious ship of that violent alcoholic. Was there still salvation for him? Luze felt very anxious. Before he could think about how to survive, his door was kicked open. Nangongjing rushed in while still wearing her pajamas, and so did Lin Ling, who was also wearing pajamas. Clearly, the siren woke the two up. When they charged in, it seemed like a fire disaster. Then, Nangongjing and Lin Ling looked at the embarrassed Luze. The atmosphere became very awkward. Moments later, Nangongjing raised her lips and gritted her teeth. Oh, Luze, so you weren't burned to death. Seeing her smile, Luze's mouth spasmed. Even the hot hair couldn't stop Luze's sweat that was dripping like crazy. Her smile contained the urge to beat people up. Quickly surrender. Not, be philosophical. He got up nervously. Teacher Nangong, calm down. Put down your fist, life requires calmness. Then, he waved his right hand, and the flames in the room seemed to have been ordered and sucked into Luze's hand. He didn't want this flame to keep burning. This was her precious private ship. Although the mainframes wouldn't be burned, the decorations would. By then, Nangongjing would hang him and whip him. Although Nangongjing already seemed to have such intentions, Luze still wanted to struggle a bit. Seeing this, Nangongjing and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. They looked at Luze in disbelief. Their brains were full of question marks. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Didn't Luze use the wind element? Why was he so good at playing with fire? Up until now, they didn't know Luze also knew fire god art. After quenching the flames, Luze looked at the trashed room, and his mouth spasmed. It's over. He pretty much burned all that could be burned. Would he be over too? He wanted to cry. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't indulge himself in the flames. It felt good, but he was on the border of suicide. Luze looked up and saw the two looking at him in disbelief. What's wrong? Did they finally realize how handsome he was? In that case, would teacher Nangong let him go on account of how handsome he was? Luze suddenly had ignited hope for the future. Luze was embarrassed to speak since the two didn't talk. The atmosphere fell silent for a while before Nangongjing suddenly said with surprise, Luze, you also know fire god art. Hearing this, Luze just realized that he didn't tell them he knew fire god art. But Luze didn't intentionally hide this. However, he was a little disappointed. He thought they were shocked due to his handsome looks. Pfft, it was just because of the fire god art? Luze nodded and smiled. I just awoke it not long ago. It has not been a month yet. Lin Ling's eyes widened. She asked in shock, how come you awoke another god art? She thought she already knew the limit of Luze, but now she realized what she saw was fake. Hearing this, Luze scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Perhaps, because my passion is like fire? As a hot-blooded youth, it seems reasonable to awaken the fire god art, right? Then, he nodded as though very satisfied with his explanation. Nangongjing. Lin Ling. The two nearly clenched their fists after seeing Luze's face. What passion like fire? If that was the case, there would be fire god arts everywhere. Their glances started to show the impulse of beating people up. Luze smiled awkwardly. I don't know. I guess I'm the legendary prodigy. The two glanced at each other. They were completely speechless about how shameless Luze was. But there were myriads of ways to awaken God art. Even the entire universe couldn't completely understand it. They didn't know it too. They just wanted to beat this guy since he looked so satisfied. Then, the two stopped fussing about this problem. Looking at the room, Nangongjing's mouth spasmed. Her exquisite cute face showed a hideous smile. Meanwhile, Linling took a step back and showed Luze a pitiful glance. Luze couldn't resist taking a step back as he said awkwardly, "Teacher, put down your fists, you will become a Buddha." Nangongjing clenched her fists and grinned. "You're very right, but I'm not going to listen. But I'm your personal student that was lost for 18 years. Can you really do that? Our teacher-student relationship ends today. Eat my iron fist judgment." Thus, in a certain room of the spaceship, all sorts of discordant voices could be heard. Chapter 124, The Smell of Powerful Beings? Is it good? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Half an hour later, Luze sat on the dust-covered bed and pressed on the huge lump on his head. His mouth spasmed, and he almost dropped tears of pain. 1 PFFT, this violent alcoholic. She hit ruthlessly. He was going to remember this. Seeing Luze's state, Linling couldn't resist laughing. She blinked her eyes and said, "Luze, you're the first to receive such a beating and not faint." Luze's body stiffened. He glanced at Nangongjing, who painfully looked at the room and suddenly felt he was rather lucky. There were people who were knocked out? It was that terrifying. He was shaking with fear. As though sensing Luze's eyes, Nangongjing turned around and laughed at him. "How about it? I'm very experienced in controlling my power. I won't leave any internal injuries." Luze couldn't speak for a long time. So she had experience in beating people? Should he compliment her? Then, Nangongjing smiled and said, "You don't need to compensate me this time." Luze was stunned, and his complaints immediately disappeared. He even felt a little touched. All of Nangongjing's things looked pretty luxurious. They wouldn't be cheap. If she really wanted him to compensate for the damage, he would probably go broke. Yet, she was this generous and didn't seek compensation from him. Did he misunderstand her? Was she actually a good person? Just when Luze felt touched, Nangongjing sighed with satisfaction. "I didn't expect beating you felt so good. It's easy to get addicted. I hope there are a few more chances." Luze. What just made him go blind, misleading him to feel that this violent woman was a little gentle? She still wanted to beat him a few more times? Impossible. He was definitely not going to give her a chance. Then, Nangongjing arranged a new room for Luze. The three began to cultivate again. 5 days later, Luze opened his eyes slowly. There were red flames burning at the bottom of his eyes. During these 5 days, Luze would go find the male lion and touch the flame every day he went to the pocket hunting dimension. But, it seemed that each time he touched it, the flame grew smaller. Thus, every time the male lion saw him, it immediately charged over immediately. The male lion wasn't too happy, but Luze was very happy. After all, his fire god art was getting stronger and stronger. It had even surpassed his wind god art. Luze opened his hands and flames rose up. They turned into flowers, birds, or seemingly live animals. After playing for a moment, Luze annihilated the flames and got up. He cleansed himself and left the room. Nangongjing and Linling were already in the living room. Nangongjing was still laying on the couch while drinking. Her face was already red. Meanwhile, Linling was still playing games of past war campaigns. Luze walked over and sat on the couch. At this moment, Nangongjing burped and said slowly, "We're about to leave warp drive cruising. It's about 1 day until we reach the Xiao'er system." Luze and Lin Ling were both a little surprised. The two glanced at each other. They were both excited and nervous. During these few days, Nangongjing also told them about the battlefield. Xiao'er system was located at the borders of the human race and Blade Demon race. The land rights were uncertain, but there were quite some resources here that both races needed. Thus, both sides proclaimed the system to be theirs and sent their armies in to excavate. Both sides were evenly matched in power, and these resources weren't considered extremely rare, so they were preventing a large-scale war from happening. However, small-scale conflicts were incessant. At least, if a new resource site was found, they would fight over it first. Then, the surviving side gets the right to excavate it. Luze side. Most wars in the universe started due to resources. Without resources, one couldn't progress. If you didn't progress, it meant you would fall behind and that would mean getting beaten. Only those naturally near invincible races didn't need such things. Now, they were almost about to arrive on the battlefield. Their hearts were beating fast. At this moment, Luze took out the food Alice prepared for him. With a smile, he offered, "Let's eat first. This is made by my cute junior schoolmate. You guys are lucky." Nangongjing smelled this, and immediately, her eyes lit up. She gulped down her saliva and said, "Alice made it. I've long eaten it before you." After all, she knew Alice since they were little. When Alice first began cooking, it was big brothers and sisters like her who tasted it first. Luze glanced at her. "Then, you don't want to have it?" "I do." "What a joke." Alice learned from Uncle Merlin. "No, she must take out some good wine." Thinking about this, Nangongjing took out a bottle from her storage ring. The liquid was gold in color. It emitted an intense aroma. She happily swung it a few times before starting to drink. Lin Ling's eyes lit up too. "Luze, you had such good things, and you didn't take it out earlier." "That's not good enough." Luze smiled. "She made it just for me, okay? I'm seeing that we're going to the battlefield now, so that's why I took it out. Otherwise, I'm not giving it to you guys." He couldn't have enough for himself. Food wasn't going to spoil in the storage ring. When taken out, it would taste exactly the same as when it was placed inside. The three ate happily while the scene outside changed from a dark twisted tunnel into the cosmic space. At this moment, Nangongjing raised a brow. Her eyes went cold as she grinned. "I smell the scent of a powerful being." Lin Ling's eyes focused. Looking at Nangongjing's face, it could only be enemies. Luze asked, "The scent of powerful beings? Is it fragrant?" Nangongjing. Lin Ling. The atmosphere fell silent. Looking at how Luze kept eating, veins popped out on their heads. Did this guy leave his brain behind on the way? Seeing the two look at him, Luze realized what happened. It was Nangongjing's fault. After all, he was just enjoying Alice's beautiful food. He scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought it was some food. Don't look at me like this. I will feel embarrassed." Lin Ling smiled. "Oh, you're really humble. You would feel embarrassed." Nangongjing didn't even want to talk to Luze. Luze laughed drily and said, "What should we do? Find a planet to land." They weren't planetary states yet. Chapter 125, Super Sujing. 2. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Nangongjing narrowed her eyes as she said coldly, "They are here. It's an ambush." She didn't expect the enemies to ambush them here. But it didn't seem too extraordinary. As a prodigy of the human race, it wasn't hard for spies to find her tracks. But it's pretty much impossible for planetary states to sneak inside the human race domain. They didn't have a planetary state, and, yet they dared to ambush her, Nangongjing? Who gave them the courage? Then, 3 small warships, which was less than 100 meters long, appeared from the planet belt not far away. They were closing in quickly. Nangongjing stepped on the ground and disappeared. Then, the ship started to accelerate. It turned into a flash of light and dodged the surrounding of the 3 small ships. It charged out from the side, leaving behind the 3 small ships. Clearly, Nangongjing went into the cockpit to pilot. The 3 warships didn't expect that the rabbits, whom they waited for, would jump quite fast. They immediately revved their engines and sped up. At the same time, the warships started shooting out red energy beams at their ship. Luze and Lin Ling stood at the window while looking at this. They weren't planetary state and couldn't survive in space. If the flying ship exploded, they would probably die on the spot. But Nangongjing's ship was indeed fast. There was a reason why she was proud of her ship. Seeing the 3 ships slowly dragging behind, Luze couldn't resist breathing a sigh of relief. Indeed, if your speed was fast enough, nothing could catch you. The people inside those ships were probably very dazed right now. Luze felt happy. But Luze still gave approval for their persistent efforts in chasing. Just at this moment, the flying ship suddenly slowed down. The distant ships slowly caught up. Luze? He asked speechlessly, did the oil tanks leak? Lin Ling rolled her eyes. This is a spirit force-powered ship, how can the oil tanks be leaking? Luze's mouth spasmed. Then, what's going on? Is Teacher Nangong collapsing from fatigue? Should I fill her with some spirit force? Lin Ling's eyes rolled as she smiled. She's baiting them. She knows what to do. Luze heard this and realized. He narrowed his eyes. So, there's going to be a battle. Lin Ling raised her lips. Are you worried? A bit, are you? I suddenly stopped panicking after seeing you. Luze, die for me. She wanted to beat this guy up, but remembering how she was no match for him, she placed her hand down with annoyance. She said, you need to be careful. I've been at the battlefield this past month, I know this situation much better than you. Luze smiled. He couldn't say that he died almost every night, right? Soon, the ship sped up again, keeping a certain distance with the other 3 ships. Then, Nangongjing appeared in the living room. She grinned. Let's go to the planet ahead. Put on your battle armor. Lin Ling nodded. Okay. Luze. Battle armor? What battle armor? He didn't seem to have one. He watched dazedly as Nangongjing and Lin Ling took off their jackets and showed their tight clothes. Luze found that these 2 wore slim-fitting outfits that didn't really affect their movement. Then, the 2 took out a metal case and pressed on the case. A battle armor appeared and attached to them automatically. Seeing this, Luze's mouth spasmed. He felt like this was some transformation similar to those in movies. Soon, the 2 were completely covered by their battle armor. Nangongjing had a black set of armor with luxurious golden runes. With her cold pretty face, she seemed like a war goddess. Lin Ling had a black and white runed armor. It seemed less dominant compared to Nangongjing but more agile. Seeing Luze still looking at them dazedly, they asked, where is your spirit-powered battle armor, Luze? Luze? I don't even have one, okay. Where would he get one? Plus, why did even Lin Ling have one? Didn't Uncle Merlin and Elder Lin tell him to go to uni and find someone to make it? Nangongjing. Lin Ling. For some reason, Luze felt their glances seemed strange. He didn't know if he felt wrong. At this moment, Nangongjing coughed awkwardly and said, it's fine. The armor will be given at the base. I've checked the 3 ships behind. It's fine even if you don't have any armor. After all, I'm taking on the strong ones. Nangang Jing's face was full of battle will when she said this. Even faint golden light appeared across her body. The flying ship kept going forward and landed on a rather green planet. Luze looked at this planet and asked, "Is this planet really suitable for breathing? Would I die from poisoning?" Luze felt Nangang Jing didn't seem too reliable. Was her brain just full of muscle? All she wanted to do was fight. He felt her title of Iron Fist Young Duke wasn't wrong at all. Of course, he only dared to think about this. Nangang Jing smiled. "Don't worry, I have a star map on my ship. This planet is an uncivilized planet. The civilization in here hasn't even reached the Stone Ages. The air here is fine for us carbon-based beings. After all, they were rather strong martial artists. Places ordinary people couldn't live were habitable for them." Soon, the flying ship crossed the atmosphere and landed on a barren plain. The three got off. Nangang Jing's eyes flashed as she laughed. "I'll shoot those 3 ships down first." She couldn't survive in space, but on the planet, she could use her power without concern. Then, the scene that shocked Luze appeared. Golden light burst out of Nangang Jing. Her dark hair instantly became golden. It was fluttering as if the wind was blowing on it. Not only her hair but even her eyebrows, her eyelashes, and her pupil became golden. Then, a golden light emitted from her body. It contained terrifying power that pushed the surrounding air away. The ground almost seemed to be unable to handle her power. Web-like cracks appeared from under her feet and stretched out a few hundred meters. The ground was trembling and moaning. Luze ignored the pressure he felt on his chest and opened his mouth in disbelief. Super Sujing. Sure enough, I went to the wrong scene. Chapter 126, So, I was looked down on? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. When Nangang Jing turned golden, even her temperament became more dominant. Her golden pupils flashed with battle will. Hearing Luze exclaim, Nangang Jing turned around and grinned. She patted his shoulder and said, "Luze, you really know, don't you? My god art looks like a Super Saiyan transformation, doesn't it? I've studied the ancient mangas of the past." To Luze nodded, it was indeed very similar. He heard Uncle Merlin say that Nangang Jing had golden battle blood god art. So this was it. It looked very strong. But, he didn't expect she would study that. How bored was she? At this moment, the 3 ships had charged into the atmosphere. 3 black spots appeared in the clear blue sky. Nangang Jing's eyes flashed as she smiled. "I'm going up first." Then, she turned into a golden beam and flew towards the 3 battleships. In the air, Nangang Jing punched, bringing out a golden fist force. The fist force powered through the sky, crushing the clouds, and struck heavily on one ship. A faint black energy barrier appeared. It intended to block the incoming fist force. But, it only lasted a brief moment before being shattered. Rumble! The warship exploded, turning into black fire sparks in the air. The remnant pieces flew away in all directions, crushing a battleship with just one punch. This human young duke was indeed extremely powerful. On the ground watching were Luze and Lin Ling. Luze felt quite excited. He believed that it wouldn't take him long to reach this level. 2 black figures scurried out of the explosion. Then, another 2 figures appeared from each of the other 2 ships. 6 figures pressed toward Nangang Jing. Luze looked at this, and his eyes flashed. He had an impression of this style of aliens. A height of nearly 3 meters, completely black scale-like skin, blood-red eyes flashing fiercely, and slight bulges on their arms containing a retractable bone blade. This was the Blade Demon race. Luze had encountered them in the virtual reality before. However, these ones were different from the previous ones. They also wore spirit-powered armors. They just had a different style from what humans wore. Nangongjing glanced at the six and punched twice towards the other two ships. The other two ships were prepared and ended in better states than the first one. The first force took a portion of the ship. Then, wobbling in black smoke, they were forced to land. The leader of the six demons wore a blood-red armor. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a sliver of surprise. The power Nangongjing showed was much stronger than the intel they have acquired. But it was fine. In order to prevent an accident, they sent 6 mortal evolution state level 5 equivalent warriors. Otherwise, it might really be dangerous. Even so, they were prepared for a few sacrifices. How could one not pay a price to assassinate a young duke of the human race? Nangongjing grinned. Do you think I'm a little stronger than imagined? Young dukes were public figures. How could they completely expose all their cards? If that was the case, they would be dead if powerful beings from other races ambushed them. The leader demon spoke broken human language with its hideous mouth. It's no use if you're a bit stronger, you're still going to die. Then, he glanced at Luze and Lin Ling. Those two young humans are prodigies, right? I didn't expect to have this surprise gift. Other than them, the pilots of the ships were level 2 warriors, and there were even 2 level 3s. That was equivalent to a core martial state. These many warriors were enough for those two young prodigies. At least, he could feel that both their spirit force waves had not reached level 3. They were both just level 2. Nangongjing said nothing. Luze's spirit force cultivation level wasn't high, but his god art and body were strong. What demon prodigy could be driving their ship? Nangongjing wasn't worried at all. At this moment, Luze and Lin Ling looked away from Nangongjing and shifted their gaze toward the 32 blade demons that landed. They were approaching from a distance and attempting to surround them while exhibiting fierce expressions. Luze looked at them, and the danger awareness he cultivated in the pocket hunting dimension didn't tell him there was much danger. Only 2 were slightly stronger. Meanwhile, Lin Ling acted as though there were serious enemies. Almost all of them gave her some sense of danger. A white long sword appeared in her hand. She said seriously, Luze, if I use full power I can, at most, hold up 5. How many can you take on? She was only abstruse martial state level 2. Even including her god art, her power was no higher than abstruse martial state level 5. But if it was just holding them up, she had her spirit eye god art that allowed her to say she could hold up 5. But there were 32 here. There were a few that seemed very strong and gave her the feeling of death. Sister Jing wouldn't be this unreliable, right? Lin Ling felt worried. Luze scratched his head. Seeing how serious Lin Ling looked, he didn't say he could take them all. If he said that, would it upset her will to work hard? Seeing how serious she was, he needed to let her display her existence. Luze felt he should give the opportunity to act cool to others. As a cold, mature, and merciless hunter, he didn't need to act cool to prove his existence. He thought for a moment and said, I can hold up 27? No, no. 28? No, no. 29. Since she could hold up 5, if he left her 3, then perhaps, she would be able to kill them? That should satisfy her, right? He was really an empathetic angel. Lin Ling. She turned her head silently and looked at Luze, who had a somewhat happy expression. Lin Ling gritted her teeth and said angrily, just how many do you want? Couldn't he be more serious in such a situation? He was too immature. 29. Luze said seriously. She glanced at Luze and breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Don't force it. If you can't hold up, we'll run first. After Sister Jing deals with the 6 blade demons, she'll help us. Luze raised his thumb and smiled. No problem. I'll hold up 29. You can go against the last 3 with full power. His smile right now must be very shiny. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was stunned at this, and her mouth spasmed. This retard! At this moment, the 32 demons had charged up to them. Luze looked at their spirit-powered armor and then at his casual outfit, and his mouth spasmed. 1He was a prodigy at least, but he had less equipment than a low-level alien soldier. Luze felt sad. At this moment, 2 leader-like demons stood out. Luze only felt some threat from them. Their power was probably abstruse martial state level 1, right? During these 5 days, Luze kept touching the flame on the tree, and his mastery of the fire god art increased substantially. If Luze used fire god art, his power would reach abstruse martial state level 4. If he used wind-fire fusion, he wouldn't even know how strong that would be. 1The2 glanced around. Moments later, they set their gaze on the casually dressed Luze. One said with a hoarse voice, "Astampaskf number *2. 1The, the other blade demons started laughing. 1 Luze. Why did he feel ill will? Meanwhile, Lin Ling wanted to laugh. He looked at her and said, "You can understand them? This isn't a human language, right?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "This is the universal common language. All galactic civilizations need to learn it. It will be taught at the university. I've started learning a long time ago." Luze. Oh my! He still needs to study a foreign language? Luze once again thought of the terror of learning English. But Luze shook his head and cast the thoughts away. He asked curiously, "What are they saying?" Lin Ling's eyes blinked. With a smile, she said, "They're saying you don't even have a spirit-powered armor. You're definitely a noob. They would beat you up first." Luze. The atmosphere became awkward. He froze, then pointed at himself. "So, I was looked down on." Lin Ling rolled her eyes and nodded. "Do I have to be that clear?" Luze. His mouth spasmed. He fell silent as he looked at the laughing blade demons. 1His eyes went cold, and then, he kicked the ground with his right leg and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was above the 2 leaders' heads. 2 hands with flashing crystal color and spinning green wind pressed on their heads. They only just reacted now. Their eyes were wide open. Clearly, they didn't expect Luze to be this strong. Just when they were planning to resist, Luze grinned. "Is it funny?" Then, he pressed down, and their heads were pressed into the hard ground. Their body poked up, and their 2 legs dangled in the air. The laughing stopped. The atmosphere became very silent. All the blade demons were tense as they looked at Luze vigilantly. Clearly, they didn't expect the little rabbit Luze to turn into a ferocious tiger. Even Lin Ling's eyes bulged in disbelief. Although she knew Luze's power was at core martial state, she didn't expect it was at this level. Luze was still a bit angry. "Who gave you the balls to laugh?" "Hey! It's not like he didn't want a spirit-powered armor. Was he to blame? How dare they laugh at him? He was just a kid." Black rays shook on the 2 demons. They wanted to resist. It was all too easy for level 3 warriors to break stones with their heads. So Luze's attack didn't do much damage. "You still dare to resist?" Luze's eyes went cold. "I'll burn your brains, and let you wake up." Then, red flames appeared out of thin air and surged into the ground. It instantly annihilated their spirit force and went in through their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, burning their brain. Luze had very fluent control of flames right now. When he said burn their brains, he only burned their brains, nothing else. A strange smell came out after the flames went in their head. Luze's mouth spasmed, and he quickly quenched the flame. "Oh my! This smelled bad. I want to vomit." The 2 demons laid lifelessly on the ground. The air fell silent. Only a strange smell permeated. All the blade demons were dazed. Why? Why did it become like this? Didn't the two leaders say this guy was a noob? What was this? Chapter 127, Planted Neatly. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. As the atmosphere fell silent, Luze recovered from his angry state. Luze glanced at the two blade demons who were both level 3. They were planted next to each other. Then, he shifted his gaze toward the stiff level 2 blade demons who were panicking and at Lin Ling whose mouth was slightly open. With some awkwardness, he smiled at her and scratched his head. Sorry. I didn't notice. You can't blame me. They cursed me first. I was forced. Luze felt embarrassed. He wanted to let Lin Ling show off her talents, but then he acted cool. He should be a man of his words. He must let Lin Ling show her power today. Thinking about this, Luze smiled to her. There are still 30 enemies remaining. I'll hold up 27, and you can deal with the remaining 3. Just use brute force. Lin Ling. Seeing Luze's smile, her 360 chest started aching. 3Was this retard's brain messed up? 2HOLD up 27? She actually thought this guy could only just hold them back. Now that she thought about it, she was too naive. Why didn't he say he was that strong? She almost thought she was going to die. Luze looked at the grumpy Lin Ling and laughed. Or should I deal with them all? Lin Ling's mouth spasmed, and she answered, leave me 3. 1 after all, it didn't seem too good if she did nothing. Luze nodded and looked at the nervous blade demons. Their battleship was heavily damaged. It would take some time to repair it before they could use it. Clearly, they didn't have that time now. These two humans probably wouldn't let them go. Thinking about this, they glanced amongst each other, and their eyes became fierce once again. Being cruel and bloodthirsty were in their nature. When they had no retreat, they would attack viciously. Seeing this, Luze's eyes became cold once again. A green light flashed in his eyes as the green wind circulated around the 27 blade demons, trapping them within. He left the 3 blade demons that had similar spirit force waves to Lin Ling. The 3 saw they weren't trapped. They thought that Luze was at his limit, so they immediately charged at Luze. All the blade demons automatically ignored Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling darted off the ground and pierced through a blade demon. Then, she stopped the remaining 3 blade demons. Luze observed Lin Ling's battle while keeping watch on the 27 struggling blade demons. He touched his chin and pondered. A trapping method that only traps and does not kill would make it easy for someone to turn the tables. Luze felt he shouldn't learn from those cute antagonists. He should send them to the next world first. At this moment, Luze looked at the 2 blade demons whose heads were planted in the ground. His eyes lit up. He had an interesting idea. He came to the nearest blade demon with an amicable smile. The blade demon roared at Luze. Luze flew up in the air with about the same height as the blade demon. He punched calmly. His fists carried a crystal glow which smashed onto the head of the roaring blade demon. Roar! The blade demon could only howl before losing its life. Then, he waved his hand, and the wind circulating around the body of the blade demon brought him to his 2 leaders. Subsequently, the blade demon's head was struck down. Immediately, 3 blade demons were planted in the ground head first. Seeing this, Luze nodded in satisfaction. Since he begun this, he would do this for all of them. The roaring blade demons immediately fell silent. Was this person a demon? Was he planning to plant them all? At this moment, Lin Ling was using her god art while fighting a heated battle with 3 blade demons. Blade demons usually had stronger bodies than humans. Their spirit force cultivation level was also higher than Lin Ling. However, her god art could see the weakness in the attacks and bodies of the enemies. Thus, there was a stalemate. Roar! At this moment, an unique howl sounded, making these 3 pause. The sound came from their race. They stayed vigilant of their surroundings, and this howl made them instinctively glance in the direction. When they saw what happened, their bodies shivered. That terrifying man happily took a dead pal of theirs and planted him head first in the ground, next to their leaders. Was this human male a demon? However, Lin Ling wasn't distracted. She knew Luze was on the side, and this retard definitely did something strange. Although she was curious, she wasn't going to get distracted during a battle. Immediately, the even battle tipped towards Lin Ling. Roar! Roar roar! Roar roar roar! Every once in a while, there would be a howl. Each time the howl sounded, the three demons couldn't resist shivering. Their bodies were covered in sword marks. Lin Ling wasn't weak. She was very good at finding opportunities. Although the three demons only glanced once the first time, every howl charged at their mental state. This gave Lin Ling too many opportunities. Moments later, Luze nodded happily at the blade demons planted in the ground. 4 rows of 5. It looked very orderly. He was really a prodigy. He pressed like for himself. 2He looked at the remaining 7 blade demons and showed a warm smile. The ferocious blade demons immediately shivered looking at Luze's smile. Ying ying ying! Luze! He looked at the remaining blade demons in disbelief. Were they related to that barren earth monkey on planet Nanfan? Luze suddenly felt a little sick in his stomach. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was baffled. Just what did Luze, that retard, do to make the blade demons make such sounds? Lin Ling was very curious, but she had to fight. So annoying. The 3 blade demons fighting Lin Ling heard their companions make such embarrassing sound. And their hearts almost stopped. In the distant sky, Nangongjing stood in the air with her golden hair dancing around. Golden battle rays surged, pushing all the nearby white clouds away. She was like an invincible war goddess. The remaining 5 blade demons were covered in injuries. One even lost his right hand. They looked at the unscathed Nangongjing in disbelief. How is it possible? How are you so strong? Nangongjing laughed and said with great confidence, I want to ask too. Without a planetary state, how dare you come to assassinate me? Nangongjing's words made them speechless. Nangongjing wasn't bluffing. With her power, no one could kill her without a planetary state. The leading blade demon said while glancing at Luze and Lin Ling, we didn't fail completely, at least, you're 2 young prodigies, oh shit. When he saw the scene on the ground, his body shook, and black blood sprayed out. What was going on there? He saw 20 of his men planted in the earth head first. The man was standing on the side while nodding in satisfaction. The rest of the blade demons and Nangongjing looked over in curiosity. Then, all sorts of exclamations could be heard. What was going on? Nangongjing saw this and got dazed before laughing. Ha 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 ha, how about it? Are my students very creative? Nangongjing looked at the orderly planted blade demons and smiled. How come I didn't think of such interesting arrangements? No, I must learn too. Then, she turned to look at the 6 blade demons. The 6 blade demons glanced at each other. There was killing intent in their eyes. It was impossible to kill Nangongjing, and their spaceship couldn't fly. They had to try killing the 2 prodigies below. That young man was probably another Nangongjing level once he matured. Thinking about this, 5 of the demons stopped Nangongjing while the other one flew down towards Lin Ling and Luze. Nangongjing smiled. Didn't I tell you? You underestimate me too much. Roar. The golden light beamed more intensely. Then, her body disappeared. She appeared before the blade demon who wanted to kill Luze and Lin Ling. I'm a teacher. You dare to kill my students in front of me? Die! Golden fist rays pierced the heavens. Luze glanced up at Nangongjing and then smiled at the 7 blade demons. It seems to be over soon. I'll position you guys well. Then, he gave each one a punch. Then, the 7 blade demons flew up at the same time and was planted down. It immediately became 4 rows and 7 columns, with 1 extra. Luze looked over at Lin Ling. There were 3 demons there. Feeling Luze's evil eyes, the 3 heavily injured blade demons stiffened. Lin Ling caught her opportunity. She held her white long sword, which turned into a white beam, bringing out 3 sharp sword kais that pierced into the 3 blade demons. Immediately, the 3 blade demons died. Seeing this, Luze used his wind to bring up the 3 blade demons and shift them towards the formation. Luze saw the blade demons were dripping in blood and said speechlessly, "Lin Ling, your technique is too low. So many wounds, it affects the aesthetics." Lin Ling was quite happy after killing the 3 blade demons. Her lips were raised a little. However, when she heard Luze's words, immediately, her face stiffened. She turned to Luze and rebuked, "You don't need aesthetics for killing enemies, pft, ha 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 ha." Lin Ling just finished half a sentence when she bent over with laughter. She stared at Luze with a red face. Can you not be so retarded? Chapter 128, Level 2 Soldier Luze. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze planted the 3 of the last blade demons. A total of 4 rows and 8 columns perfect. He looked at this and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Lin Ling crumbling with laughter and said, "Don't you think this looks very interesting?" Lin Ling. She didn't want to talk to this retard and rolled her eyes. At this moment, a howl could be heard in the air. A blade demon was killed with 1 punch from Nangongjing and fell from the air. Upon hitting the ground, a ditch was created. Then, 3 more howls were heard. Subsequently, 3 more figures fell. Luze and Lin Ling looked up. Nangongjing, who was shining with golden light, was chasing the 2 remaining blade demons. Their black spirit light flickered as though they were about to be annihilated at any time. At this moment, a white flying ship stopped in the air. The 2 blade demons saw this and immediately flew toward it. If they robbed this ship, perhaps they could save themselves. At this moment, the shuttle opened, and a man with white long hair that reached his shoulders but was extremely handsome looking came out. His face was slightly cold, and he wore white long robes. Seeing the 2 blade demons, his blue eyes flashed. Then, the air froze, quickly trapping the 2 blade demons who did not have the time to slow down. Following such, 2 blade demon ice statues fell from the sky. As the statues hit the ground, they were immediately smashed into pieces. This person is so strong. He's the same level as the violent girl. It's him. Lin Ling's eyes widened as she looked at the white-haired man in shock. Luze asked in confusion, "Lin Ling, who is he?" This man was so handsome, barely as handsome as him. Lin Ling smiled. He is said to be the dream of billions of young girls in the Federation. Some people say he's the most handsome man in the Federation, Ice Qing Young Duke, Luo Bingqing. What? Do you feel he's more handsome than you? Luze's mouth spasmed, and he smiled pridefully. What a joke! At most, he's on par with me. He was, at most, someone as handsome as him in this world. More handsome than him? That doesn't exist. So in that case, he was actually the most handsome in the Federation? He suddenly felt great. Shameless. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Nangongjing saw this and said with discontent, "Old Luo, you shattered those 2. How am I going to plant them?" Luo Bingqing. His cold face flashed with a sliver of confusion as he looked at Nangongjing. Plant what? Did he hear it incorrectly? Seeing this, Nangongjing shook her head speechlessly and said, "Never mind, let's go down first." Then, she flew towards Luze and Lin Ling. Luo Bingqing followed indifferently. The 2 landed, and Nangang Jing's golden colors receded. Her hair, pupil, brows, and eyelashes became black once again. Her dominant temperament receded too, and she turned back to that lanky alcoholic. She stretched her back and said, "That was a really satisfying fight." Luze's mouth spasmed. 2she was indeed a violent maniac. He couldn't mess with her. Then, Nangang Jing looked at the neatly planted blade demon and laughed. She patted Luze's shoulder. "You're my student indeed. Very creative." Then, Nangang Jing's eyes flashed with excitement. "Oh yeah, there's 4 more here. Quickly plant them together." 4Luze's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Sure. She knew very well. Luze found he might have misunderstood her. Although she was violent, alcoholic, and lanky, perhaps she was a good girl. Then, Luze used Wind God Art to move the 4 level 5 blade demon and plant them again. 4 rows and 9 columns, 36 blade demons, neat and tidy. Luze and Nangang Jing looked at this and nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Luo Bingqing was already a bit dazed when he saw this. Now, his mouth spasmed, and he looked at Luze strangely. 3this man's brain seemed different compared to ordinary people. Then, Luo Bingqing said calmly, "Nangang, these 2 are students of the elite class." Nangang Jing patted her head. "Luze, Lin Ling, let me introduce you." She pointed at Luo Bingqing. "This is Luo Bingqing, a young duke too. Although he's cold-faced, he's quite a nice guy. He's also an honorary lecturer of the elite class." Luze and Lin Ling quickly nodded. "Hello, Teacher Luo." Nangang Jing said to Luo Bingqing, "Old Luo, these 2 are Luze and Lin Ling. Lin Ling is Lin Kuang's little sister, Luze is, a retard and a foodie. They're both quite talented." 3 Luze. Wait. How did this violent woman introduce him? Retard plus foodie? He could accept being a foodie, but calling him a retard was the biggest undermining in human history. He was clearly very smart. And he just thought she was a nice girl. He was too naive. Luze opened his mouth, planning to rebuke. "I feel." Before Luze even finished, he saw Nangang Jing rubbing her fists and smiling at him. "I feel Teacher Nangang is very right." 2 Lin Ling. Luo Bingqing. Lin Ling was used to Luze being shameless. She just threw a contemptuous glance. But Luo Bingqing was dazed for quite a while before nodding. "Luze, Lin Ling, hello." Then, Nangang Jing looked at Luo Bingqing in confusion. "Old Luo, how come you're here?" Luo Bingqing said plainly, "At the base, the energy detector radar detected your spirit force wave, as well as the blade demons. Consequently, they sent me over." Nangang Jing nodded and then laughed. "It's fine with me here. Let's go to the base first." Luo Bingqing nodded. Then, Luo Bingqing went on his private ship. Meanwhile, Nangang Jing, Luze, and Lin Ling went on Nangang Jing's private ship again. The 2 ships flew towards Xiagar system. Half a day later, the 2 ships neared the base. The base was a man-made planet outside the Xiagar system. Battleships traversed and excavation mining resource ships flew in and out. It was very prosperous. 2 ships stopped at a space station, and then Luze and Lin Ling followed Nangang Jing off the ship. Nangang Jing put her flying ship in her storage ring and met up with Luo Bingqing. When the guards saw the 2, they immediately saluted to the 2 with reverence. "Major General Nangang and Luo, welcome back." Luze's mouth spasmed. He looked at Nangang Jing, Luo Bingqing, and even Lin Ling, who acted as though this was very normal. He was embarrassed. Oh shit! That violent young girl was a major general? These soldiers seemed to admire her a lot. Nangang Jing nodded to the soldier and said, "Register this kid." She pointed at Luze. Luze blinked his eyes and looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Doesn't Lin Ling need to be registered? Lin Ling smiled. My military identity has long been registered since a month ago. I've also gained quite some military merit. I'm an honorary level 3 sergeant major. You need to call me officer, level 2 soldier Luze. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. Luze, this retard, had to call her officer? This was quite exciting. She finally won for once. Luze heard this and glanced at Nangongjing. He asked dryly, is this for real? Nangongjing nodded. Yes, level 2 soldier Luze. Luze. Bullshit, he had to call Lin Ling officer? So annoying. He followed the guard lifelessly to register. The process was very simple: record the DNA and confirm the identity. Then, Luze got a military identity card showing his title, level 2 soldier Luze. It was very simple. According to the person, all those who registered for the first time were level 2 soldiers. When they had enough military merit and their cultivation level fulfilled the requirement, then they could be promoted. As for the military ranking system, Luze asked about it too. The federal marshals have a star state cultivation level while the admirals and lieutenant generals have planetary state. Major general and brigadiers are mortal evolution state. Field grade officers are aperture opening state. Company grade officers are corps martial state. Then, level 1, 2, and 3 sergeant majors are abstruse martial state. Staff sergeant, sergeant, and corporals are spirit martial state. Advanced soldiers, level 1 soldiers, and level 2 soldiers are martial warrior state. Luze was the noob level 2 soldier. Of course, the cultivation level here was just the state. There would be differences in battle power. There are cases of low-level martial artists becoming higher-level officers. Luze returned to the terminal after the registration. Nangongjing and Lin Ling were still waiting for him, but that cold teacher Luo was gone. Nangongjing smiled. Let's go, old Luo went to report back. I'll take you to the dorms of the elite class. Our dorms are different from the official soldier dorms, so we're not with them. To be specific, we're more like special forces. Lin Ling smiled. Luze, quickly show your dog tag. Luze. He turned around. Lin Ling took out her card and passed it to Luze, showing off, look at mine, it is a level 3 sergeant major. Luze glanced at it. It was a silver star with Lin Ling's name. His mouth spasmed and he said, so what if you have a higher rank? You can't beat me. Lin Ling smiled. Beating a higher officer will bring you to military court. At this moment, Nangongjing coughed. The Major General is here. Luze just remembered she was a Major General. He asked in confusion, Teacher Nangong, you're already a Major General. Why are you still a teacher? Nangongjing smiled. I'm just an honorary Major General. I don't have the authority to mobilize troops except in special times. Every person who reaches mortal evolution state and has enough military merit will become an honorary Major General. Chapter 129, It must be due to the wrong way of opening the door. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After hearing Nangongjing's explanation, Luze realized something. No wonder Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing were both major generals. They were young dukes who have reached mortal evolution state. Certainly, they must have quite some military merit. It was no wonder they had such an honorary title. Thinking about this, Luze's eyes lit up and he said, doesn't that mean if I have military merit, I can get promoted quickly? Lin Ling still dared to be on top of him? 1 PFFT, naive. Nangongjing nodded, The base was enormous, and there were all sorts of autopilot vehicles on the road. Other than a few rare places, you could get to most places with your identity card. There weren't just soldiers in the base, there were also mine owners, merchants, and other professions. So, there were also entertainment facilities. During their holiday, soldiers could also go there too. A few hours later, the three came to a yard. There were two 5-story high aluminum buildings. Nangongjing said, "This is the dorms of the elite class of Federal University. Other than some fourth-year students on some missions, all the 4-year levels of elite students are here. This year, the entrance test of the Federal University is on Xiager system. It's not in the same solar system as the Emperor Capital Academy. This is great. Otherwise, she would have to see that fox demon. It would be really troublesome." Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other. Both smiled and did not speak. Clearly, they knew what Nangongjing thought. Then, Nangongjing pointed to the dormitory on the left. "This is the female dorms, and the right is the male dorms." She looked at Luze and said, "Luze, your room is probably 204. We won't come over." Luze nodded. "Okay." Then, Luze bid Nangongjing and Lin Ling farewell and headed to the male dorms. The entire building seemed very quiet right now. Luze was confused. Did they all go out? He came to the second floor, and looked at the door sign, and then found 204. He took out his card and touched the sensor. Beep. The door was unlocked, and Luze opened the door. The moment Luze stepped in and looked up, he froze on the spot. The room seemed to be a living room. There were a simple couch and table. Everything looked very simple, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that in the living room, there was a figure, who was only wearing pants, with his back towards him. One feeling the movement, the figure turned around. Faint purple short hair, big and purple eyes, soft and delicate side face. There was a slightly pink color to the person's exquisite face. The person had a very white back and thin hands. This person didn't look like a guy. Luze. The two glanced at each other, and the atmosphere was very awkward. After a while, Luze silently closed the door under the gaze of these big purple eyes. He looked at the number plate again and rubbed his face, taking a deep breath. It must be because he opened the door in the wrong manner. This is the male dorms, right? Since his card could open this door, it should be right, yet? Nangongjing wouldn't trick him, right? That half-naked girl with purple hair must be a hallucination, right? Luze rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening the door again. Thus, Luze met those big purple eyes again. Luze? Oh shit! Why is the illusion still there? Not right. Why were there girls in the male dorms? Luze's mouth spasmed, and he apologized, "Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong room." Luze quickly closed the door again. He looked up at the room number again. After checking he was right, Luze was dazed. Did he go to the wrong room or was that girl in the wrong room? At this moment, Luze's eyes lit up. He had a bold guess. Usually, when the main character entered the academy, the one sharing the room with him is a cute girl dressed up as a guy. She would definitely be white, pretty, and rich. Luze felt since he was this handsome, he was usually the main character. Was his spring finally here? Luze was a little excited. He planned to open the door and greet the girl inside like a gentleman to create a good impression. At this moment, two voices came from the corridor. "Brother, are you 204 as well? Brother, are you really 204 as well?" Luze turned around. One of them was over 2 meters tall and had a square face, robust build, and slightly darker skin. He looked very honest. The other one wore white robes and had long white hair. He was very handsome, just a little bit below him. His face was calm, but his mouth carried a playful grin. Luze looked at this person and got dazed. Did he see this style somewhere before? But he still nodded. "Hello, I'm from 204, but there seems to be a problem inside. He thought of the girl inside and then looked at these two who seemed to be his roommates. He was dumbfounded. Wait, it was 4 people per room? Was he still the main character or not? At this moment, that purple-haired girl came out wearing clothes. He looked at the 3 and eventually at Luze before smiling and speaking in a neutral tone. I'm not a girl. Don't misunderstand, and look at my throat. His explanation was very fluent. Clearly, this was done frequently. Luze didn't feel so good. This person was really a man? Why did he look like a girl? The other 2 glanced at each other and had this look of reminiscence. Then, the white-haired man spoke, "Don't mind it, Ian looks like this. When we came here yesterday, we thought he was a girl too." The honest man scratched his head and said, "Yeah." Yemu was very excited and wanted to ask for Ian's contact details. Ian's face was scared twisted. Yemu's face stiffened, and then, he looked at the honest man. Fuck. Xavier, I still need to save face. You can't tell this to others. Xavier was slightly surprised after hearing Yemu. He then nodded. Oh, okay. Ian's face was red. Luze looked at this, and his mouth spasmed. 10 my. He could bend someone. Even Yemu and Xavier looked away awkwardly when Ian blushed. Then, the 4 went back inside. The entrance was the living room, and there were 4 small single rooms and a bath. Ian was planning to shower, and since Xavier and Yemu weren't here, he took off his clothes in the living room. Yet, Luze just happened to come in. The 4 sat on the couch. The other 3 were here yesterday, so they already got to know each other. Now that Luze came, they had to reintroduce themselves. Yemu said calmly, "I am Yemu. My god art is prenatal sword body. I will definitely be a young duke in the future. So, I've already thought of my title, Amorous Young Duke. By the way, my idol is young Duke Bingqing. I will become the future dream of billions of young girls." Then, Yemu's indifference disappeared. He started laughing. His laughter was indescribable. Luze was speechless. He finally realized why this style seemed familiar. It was very similar to Teacher Luo, but his face was slightly uglier. As for Xavier and Ian, they clearly knew about this and nodded speechlessly. Then, Xavier said, "I'm Xavier Lorenz. My god art is dark grey body. I can take hits. If there's a fight, I can be at the front." Ian glanced at Luze and said with embarrassment, "I'm Ian Harrison. My god art is mental interference. I hope we can get along well in the future." Luze smiled and nodded. He felt he should stay away from this guy. He was a straight male. But mental force god art was quite rare. It was Luze's turn. He smiled and said, "I'm Luze. My god art is, wind god art and strength god art, please take care of me." 1The3 looked at Luze in shock. Dual god art. Chapter 130, Chain of Martial Artists Contempt. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze looked at the 3 people. He was puzzled, so he asked, "Isn't this normal? Teacher Nangong has at least 2 god art." According to what he knew, Nangong Jing had strength god art when she was only 12 years old. Now, she had golden battle blood. That was at least 2 god art. Normal. Yemu's voice was shaky, his eyes were a little green. Ian shrugged his neck and said, "You're talking about Teacher Nangong Jing. She's a young duke." Even Xavier nodded. Usually, those who had 2 god arts with a good level of mastery of the god arts weren't bad. They had a 90% chance of reaching the young duke level. That means, Luze, you have more chance of becoming a young duke than Yemu. Young dukes didn't necessarily have many god arts, but those who did were usually young dukes. Xavier's words pierced deeply into Yemu's heart. Yemu said with despair, according to what I know, out of all the students in all the year levels of the elite class, there are no more than 5 people who have 2 or more god art. In our first year, you seem to be the only one. After all, Federal University was one of the best universities in the Federation. There clearly wouldn't be more people with dual god arts in the Emperor Capital Academy. Other schools might not even have one. Luze heard this and was stunned for a moment. He was compared with the strongest batch of people in the young generation like Nangongjing. Of course, he felt it was normal. Ordinary people don't even have a god art. Those who had a god art could pretty much all enter the elite class of the Federal University as long as their cultivation talent wasn't too bad. Luze felt great as he smiled. Ahaha, so I'm that strong. The 3. This was adding salt to wounds. Then, Ian smiled. In that case, Luze should be able to shine brightly in the military drill tomorrow. Luze was surprised. Military drill. Nangongjing didn't tell him about this. Ian explained, because the military doesn't know much about our combat power, they need to confirm our power before they assign us missions. Otherwise, if they assign tasks beyond our capabilities, it might cause mass injuries and death. Yemo also added, another reason is due to the frequent conflict between the practical party and the academic party. Practical party? Academic party. Luze realized that he really was a noob and knew nothing. The 3 glanced at Luze speechlessly, and then, Ian explained, other than the university, the military also has a prodigy barracks. They're different from us. They did not graduate to perform military service. They start here. They grow in slaughtering enemies, so they always feel that we who come from academies are soft and are insufficient in real battles. Luze was suddenly dazed. Chain of contempt? Luze asked in confusion, but what does the drill have to do with the 2 parties? Ian blinked and said, the drill is the competition between the elite class and the prodigy barracks. There would be one annually. It's quite competitive. Xavier added, it's said a prodigy, who is just 18 years old, came this time. He had awoken 3 god arts, and his cultivation level is abstruse martial state level 5. It's said his combat power might have reached core martial state. He's killed countless enemies on the battlefield, and his military title is First Lieutenant. The 3 fell silent here. 18 years old, the same age as them. 3 god arts, abstruse martial state with a level 5 cultivation, and core martial state combat power. Such prodigy made it hard for them to breathe. Too strong. Even in the elite class, the cultivation level of the first years was only a high spirit martial state or low abstruse martial state. Most students only had 1 god art. Some didn't even have one. This new person was quite terrifying. Luze scratched his head. That person seemed quite strong. Luze wanted to compete. He felt he was getting a bit cocky. Someone needed to poke him a bit. 2:00, the 4 left and came to the entertainment facilities to eat. In the meantime, Yemu kept staring at pretty girls. The horny wolf-like gaze made Luze and Ian quite embarrassed as they pretended not to know him. Only Xavier smiled and didn't mind. The group ate and chatted. Nangongjing, Luze, and Linling were the latest to arrive, so today was the last break. They would gather tomorrow morning and listen to the instructions of the teachers and officers, so they could conduct the drill in the afternoon. Although it was competitive, it was just the fire of youth. The higher UPS loved seeing young people compete. It's said that quite some military high levels will be coming to watch. All 3 of them took this drill seriously. Ian's face was bursting red. Luze saw this, and his mouth spasmed as he looked away. One THIS person didn't feel too right. After dinner, they returned to the dorms and saw the other new students. They didn't know each other well, so they just greeted each other. It was nighttime when they went back to their rooms. The room only had one table and chair, as well as a single bed. Luze laid on the bed and took out his phone. There were too many unread messages. Most of them were from Alice and Lu. Some were from his parents, as well as Merlin, who was asking how he was. He only saw these now. Luze reported to his parents and Merlin that he was safe and then looked at the tens of notifications from Lu and Alice. This many? Luze's mouth spasmed. Just how worried were they for him? He wasn't a kid anymore. And seeing this many messages, it was troublesome to reply. Luze's eyes flashed. He thought of an easy way. He made a group and added Lu and Alice. The name was Luze's wartime broadcast. 1 Luze, Lee, Alice, I've arrived at the battlefield. I'm safe. Then, he told them about Ian and his 3 roommates. As Luze was happily typing, it was already 10 p.m. on planet Lanjiang. Lu and Alice just finished training and returned to their rooms. Hearing their phones, the 2 young girls in different rooms immediately took out their phones and looked at it hopefully. Lu's mouth spasmed when she saw Luze's group and the name of the members. She angrily threw the phone on the bed. A few seconds later, she bit her lips and picked up her phone. When Alice saw the group, she was a little surprised. She bit her lips. Her complexion was a bit strange as she looked at the content. When they saw what Luze said, they couldn't resist laughing. A girl-like guy? A big dumb guy? And a flirty boy? Lu, brother, don't be influenced by that Yemu. Alice, senior schoolmate, don't learn from that Yemu. Luze saw this and scratched his head before replying, I'm an honest person. I would definitely not. Then, the 3 talked about the military drill. 10 minutes later, Lu replied, brother, you're starting tomorrow. Have a good rest, be careful on the battlefield. Alice also replied, Lee is right, good luck senior schoolmate. If you have the time, tell us you're safe. Luze, okay. He put his phone away and stretched his back before sitting down happily and entered the pocket hunting dimension. Just when he closed his eyes, Luze opened his eyes again. At the same time, his body shook with rhythm. He touched the flame, and it felt too satisfying. Moments later, the pain dissipated. He found that perhaps he felt too much pain. The pain wasn't as unbearable as before. At least, he could still think. Luze breathed slowly. He felt in just a few days, he would be able to kill that male lion. Now, he should work on cultivation for the drill tomorrow. Luze closed his eyes slowly and studied the new secrets to the flame god art. Chapter 131, Who Doesn't Have a First Time? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. 3 hours later, Luze slowly opened his eyes, and a red light flashed in his eyes. He opened his hands and watched the flame flow and change. It became very tame, but it contained violent chi. He smiled with satisfaction. His fire god art improved quite a little. Perhaps, his mastery of the fire god art was growing deeper and deeper. His learning duration was also becoming shorter and shorter. The first time, he spent almost an entire night. Now, he finished in 3 hours. He rubbed his head and did some planning. He couldn't improve his wind god art for now since he just finished learning the fire god art. His strength god art is currently quadrupled. That's pretty much the limit his body could handle. Luze pondered for a while. Then, he started using red orbs to increase his spirit force cultivation and improve his body. Although Luze was a spirit body now, it was just an attribute of the mortal evolution state. It didn't mean his spirit force cultivation level was at mortal evolution state. He didn't really know his spirit force cultivation level as it wasn't the same as ordinary martial artists anymore. It should be at the early stages of abstruse martial state. Using the red orbs would still strengthen his body. Luze's body had a definite advantage over martial artists of the same cultivation level who hadn't practiced the body refinement cultivation method. The stronger his body, the stronger his crystal form. The crystal body had pretty much become a god art. It had huge potential. The red orbs dropped by the red lions contained terrifying power that flowed through Luze's body. It strengthened him. Luze used Qi attraction chant and pulled spirit Qi from the void into his body. When Luze opened his eyes again, the star's light had passed through the atmosphere and shone on Luze's body. Luze got up and stretched. His bones cracked, and he felt great. He got out of his room and entered the bathroom, taking out his things from his storage ring to clean himself. After that, Luze sat in the living room and took out Alice's food to eat. At this moment, the door opened and Ian came out. Seeing Luze, he smiled. "Good morning, Ze." Luze smiled. "Morning, Ian." Ian glanced at the food and smelled the aroma. "I didn't expect Ze to be a spirit chef. It looks very good." Luze smiled. "Come, let's eat together." Ian's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you, Ze." He turned quickly into the bathroom to clean himself. The other two doors opened too. Yemu and Xavier came out. Soon, their eyes lit up too when they saw the food on the table. They immediately charged over. Luze's mouth spasmed. Green beams flashed in his eyes as he trapped the two on the spot. "Go clean yourselves first." What a joke! How could he let them eat Alice's food like this? As prodigies, Yemu and Xavier clearly felt unsatisfied with being trapped like this. They started to release their power. Sword Qi surged around Yemu's body. It was extremely sharp. Xavier's already dark skin turned completely black. It flashed with a metallic color. The two struggled. Qi waves spread out from their release of power. Luze smiled and used a green barrier to cover the two. All the waves were stopped by the wind and didn't do damage to the surroundings. After struggling for a while, they looked at Luze with shock. Yemu opened his mouth and said, "Oh shit! Is Ze some new breed of maniac? How is he that strong?" Xavier nodded his head fiercely. Although they knew Luze was dual god art, was dual god art this strong? The wind that trapped them seemed gentle, but it didn't let them break free at all. Plus, this guy had the power to stop the remaining waves? What power was this? Yemu was abstruse martial state level 2 power while Xavier was abstruse martial state level 1. With their god arts, Yemu's combat power should be abstruse martial state level 4. That was already the top of the class. Yet, Luze stopped them easily. He would probably be, at least, abstruse martial state level 7? The two were shocked. Abstruse martial state level 7 was definitely the very top of the first year. Luze was this strong? At this moment, Ian came out of the bathroom and saw the scene in the living room. He was shocked for a moment and shyly said, "Stop fighting, aren't we friends?" Yemu. Xavier. When did this guy see that they were fighting? It was clearly Luze abusing them. Seeing Ian come out, Luze released the wind god art and smiled at the two. "Hurry up and brush your teeth. Otherwise, I'm going to finish it with Ian. Don't ask for more." Yemu and Xavier glanced at each other and rushed to the toilet. Spirit food was welcomed everywhere. With that, who would want to eat ordinary food? Plus, it was beneficial for cultivation. The two finished up quickly and charged out to eat. Yemu's eyes lit up immediately as soon as he ate. He said with envy, "Luze, you're too absurd. You're strong and even the spirit food you cook is this good." The other two nodded in agreement. Luze smiled. "This is made just for me by my cute junior schoolmate. I'll be honest, I only know how to eat." The three. Seeing how prideful Luze was, the three wondered if they should clap for him since they were eating his food. Then, Yemu's body stiffened. He looked at Luze in contempt. You actually have a junior schoolmate to cook spirit food for you. Why don't you explode? Then, he robbed half a piece of meat from Xavier. The four finished breakfast and left the dorms, coming outside. There were already some people gathered there. Most of them were chatting in groups of four. As soon as Luze came down, he heard a crisp voice, "Ze, here." The four turned around and saw a short-haired cute girl waving at Luze. She had 3 cute girls standing next to her. One must admit that training martial arts had clear benefits. Guys and girls wouldn't be fat. Their figure was very good and so was their skin. The girls pretty much all didn't look ugly. When Yemu saw Linling, his eyes lit up, and then, he smiled to Luze, "Didn't you say junior schoolmate? She's clearly the same year? Such a good-looking girl, PFT, I'm not jealous at all." Luze answered, "This isn't that junior schoolmate of mine." Clearly, Yemu thought Linling was Alice. Yemu's smile froze. He looked at Luze with eerie eyes. "Luze, what do you think of me? Do I look good?" Luze glanced at Yemu with confusion and said, "You know your talent without needing me to tell you? It's not bad." Yemu shook his head and said seriously, "I mean, how are my hooking up talents? Teach me how to get girls, master." Luze, piss off. He was still single, how could he teach people to get girls? Luze led the 3 over. Linling glanced at the 3 next to Luze. Her eyes stopped on Ian's shy face briefly. Then, she poked out her tongue at Luze and said with embarrassment, "Ze, I forgot to tell you there was a drill today." Luze smiled. "It's fine, it's just fighting. It's no big deal." Linling thought of how those poor blade demons were planted in the ground, and she couldn't resist nodding. To him, it didn't seem like a big deal indeed. Then, Linling started to introduce her roommates to Luze. The female dormitory also had 4 people per room. The small and timid golden-haired girl was called Jessica. A rather extroverted sexy-looking girl with an even better body than Linling was called Tianyuan Kyunhua. A cold-faced girl was called Xianyuki. All 3 girls were good-looking. At least, Yemu secretly showed wolf-like eyes. Clearly, the 3 girls were more interested in the girl-like and shy Ian than Yemu. Especially Xianyuki, she looked at Yemu with vigilance, but when she looked at Ian, her glance softened. Yemu was in despair. Ian didn't know what to do and blushed even more when the 3 girls flirted with him. Only Xavier laughed dumbly. As a tough guy, he wasn't interested in girls. As for Luze, he didn't know why the girls didn't talk to him. He felt he was quite handsome. He didn't understand girls. But Luze wasn't a wolf like Yemu. More and more people stood in the yard. The few hundred square meter yard was filled with people, from 1st to the 4th years. At this moment, 1 golden and white light landed. It was Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing. As soon as the 2 landed, everyone looked straight at them. Nangongjing said, "Old students know the rules. There's a drill every year, and you've been through it. Whether you get beaten or you beat people are up to you. New students." Nangongjing looked at everyone and eventually stopped at Luze. "Most people will probably get beat up, but that's fine. Who doesn't have a first time?" Luze. Luze was speechless at Nangongjing's way of comforting. At least, the new students felt more nervous. At least in the current stage, the academic party was like rabbits, and the practical party was like wolves. Nangongjing didn't mind their reactions. She was here to bring them to the battlefield, not to become their nanny. "Okay, let's go. We'll go to the number 1 training ground." Chapter 132, Just this level of skill? The number 1 training ground wasn't too close to the dorms. The students sat on the autopilot ship for nearly an hour before arriving at the destination. The place looked like a gymnasium. The group crossed the big doors and arrived at a few hundred meters of length and width stage, which had an open roof. The surrounding was filled with seats. Nangongjing, Luo Bingqing took these few hundred elite class students in and then went on the high stand. There were quite some people with rather high military badges sitting there. It was an annual drill. Those who didn't have missions would usually come. It was the battle of the young generation. They already bought their snacks just to watch this show. Luze found that these people started discussing amongst themselves. Meanwhile, a few hundred young people were on the other side of the stage. There were both guys and girls. However, they didn't wear casual clothes. They wore their military outfits and looked very cool. These young people glanced at them with scorn and contempt. Lin Ling glanced at them and said to Luze, "Those are the prodigies of the prodigy barrack." Lin Ling had a complicated expression on her face when she looked at the people on the opposite side. A month ago, the prodigy barrack invited her to join. But, she rejected them. After all, she owed Luze half a life. Yemu said, "Pfft, the eyes of those people are really annoying." A higher year student looked at Yemu after overhearing him and grinned. "You don't feel good, yet? Go beat them later." Everyone was used to the annual fight. At this moment, a voice that sounded scornful from the prodigy barracks was heard. "Yo, the rabbits have come to the other side. We'll be gentle with you later, don't worry." Then, laughter erupted. "Oh shit! The rabbit bastards on the other side. If I don't beat you to the point of crying this year, I'll write my name backward. Remember, my name is Kaka." The reaction was vehement, especially the second-year students. They probably got beat up hard last year. Luze wasn't interested in this mouth battle. He preferred to fight. A serious-looking middle-aged man sitting at the top also wore a black and red-rimmed military outfit. His badge showed a golden sword and a star. He was a major general. He was the highest commanding officer of this base, Major General Barry. Unlike honorary major generals like Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing, he was the commanding officer of the base. Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing sat to the left of Barry. Another young man and woman sat on the right of Barry. They also wore military outfits showing major general badges. More than 10 high-level officers sat behind the 5. They were all brigadier generals. Barry looked at the arguing youth and smiled. "They're very like you guys back in the days? Very lively." Barry's words made Nangongjing and the young man wearing military uniform quite embarrassed. The two were even more talkative back in the days. They caused quite some trouble. The handsome military suit man grinned and looked at Nangongjing with pride. "Nangong, you're probably going to lose this time. I have a very good little guy on my team. No one is a match for him this time." Nangongjing reclined on the chair and took out a bottle and drank before laughing. "Lin Kuang, you've never beaten me in a fight. Do you believe that your soldier is still no match for my student?" Lin Kuang heard this, and his mouth spasmed. Nangongjing was 1 year younger and a part of the academic party at that time. He was then part of the practical party. The two were the strongest of the parties back then, but in every drill, he lost to Nangongjing. He felt very annoyed. Nangongjing's words made him more annoyed. He said, "With just Ling alone? She's very weak. I told her to stay with me, but she chose you." Lin Kuang's heart spasmed when he spoke of this. When she wanted to come to the battlefield, she was very obedient, but she ended up following this alcoholic. His own little sister didn't follow him and went to Federal University instead. Yet, she used her great-grandpa to suppress him. She was probably a fake sister, right? Nangongjing laughed. "You will know." Seeing Nangongjing's confident look, Lin Kuang was confused, but since she said nothing more, he could only look at the expressionless Luo Bingqing. "Old Luo, is Nangong right?" Luo Bingqing's eyes flashed, and he thought of the formation of blade demons. His mouth spasmed, and he said plainly, "You will see." Seeing this, Lin Kuang was even more confused. Was there really a prodigy like that in the first years? Even the exquisite-looking golden-haired girl in uniform glanced over at the elite class with curiosity. At this moment, Barry smiled. "It is almost time. I'll speak first." He got up and spoke, "Quiet down, I'll speak about the things to watch out for in this entrance test." Barry's voice wasn't high, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone quietened down as they looked at the middle-aged man. Then, Barry began talking about mission distribution and things. An hour or so later, Barry said, "That's all. Now, I'll be talking about the drill. The purpose of the drill is to understand the power of the new students and the improvement of the old students. The old students didn't do their entrance test at Xiao'er system, so we need to know your battle power to arrange suitable missions for you. This time, the drill is aimed at the prodigies of the Prodigy Barrack. It's a free challenge. The Federal University students need to go on stage once. Each battle will last for 3 minutes. You must cause lethal or debilitating injuries. If you sustain injuries, we have the best medical equipment, so don't worry. That's all, do well." The Federal University students agreed in unison, "Yes, sir." The battle power was a part of the entrance test. It would determine what special treatment you got once you got back to university. Lin Kuang got up. He disappeared from the stand and appeared on the stage. He glanced at the Federal University before stopping at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling poked her tongue out at him, making his heart ache even more. He looked away and said, "Okay, the drill will commence based on student number, starting from the 4th year. The others go back to your seats." As soon as Lin Kuang said this, the practical party students sat down in unison. Then, Luze and the others sat down. Only a mature senior schoolmate stood. Then, he kicked and jumped onto the stage. The senior schoolmate looked calmly at the prodigies from the practical party and said, "Liang Zongguang, Aperture Opening State Primary Stage. Who will come up?" "Aperture Opening State?" Luze's eyes narrowed. "This strong?" Aperture Opening State was the strongest in Telun system. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. She saw Luze's shock and smiled. Most of the senior schoolmates in 4th year are Aperture Opening State. Why are they that strong? Luze asked in shock. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Even the ordinary students of our school are at least the very top prodigy of a planet or even a solar system, all right? Plus, we're the elite class. Mortal evolution state breaking through to planetary state is the hardest thing. Luze felt she was right. Just like him, he used 2 months to reach core martial state power from the martial warrior state. That way, he seemed more absurd. So he was that strong? At this moment, a handsome clean-looking man got up from the practical party and drifted to the stage. The man grinned with a sliver of bloodthirst. "Yubo, Aperture Opening State Primary Stage, hee, I'm here to beat you up." Liang Zongguang raised a brow and sneered, "So cocky." Lin Kuang smiled. "Begin." Then, he left the stage. Liang Zongguang's eyes flashed. Strands of yellow light flashed over his body. A set of yellow armor attached to this body. It seemed to be his god art. Yu Bo licked his lips and didn't do anything, but Liang Zongguang stepped on the ground. Rumble. An explosion sounded, and his body disappeared in yellow light. The high-strength alloy ground was unscathed but drops of blood remained. Yemu and the others bulged their eyes. What did this person do? It seems to be strings. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a glow. Yu Bo was so much stronger than her. She could only vaguely see a faint trace of lines. Luze nodded. They are indeed strings. Oh my! Is it you? Spy Day Man? He could see translucent stings shooting out from Yu Bo's fingers at an extreme speed toward Liang Zongguang. Perhaps, Liang Zhongguang wasn't too serious and only reacted when the strings were near him. Thus, he was injured. Luze wondered if it was poisonous. Meanwhile, Liang Zhongguang felt the blood on his face, and his eyes became serious. These god arts were rare. They were insidious and dangerous. He often did missions to earn points, and thus, wouldn't be noobs like the new students. That's why new students were more likely to get beaten up, but the older students were better. Liang Zhongguang wasn't going to fall for it easily again. Cheers sounded even from the audience. For the soldiers, they were happier that their prodigies could win. Yu Bo glanced at the wound on Liang Zhongguang's face and sneered, "Just this level of skill. You will soon know." Yellow spirit light spurred from Liang Zhongguang. A long spear appeared. The tip pointed and shot at Yu Bo. Yu Bo's eyes went cold. Killing chi spilled out. This was a sign of killing several aliens on the battlefield. He opened his hands and made his 10 long fingers dance. The two clashed like this. The spear ray struck through the air, and the invisible lines severed the air, making sharp howls. Their bodies disappeared from the stage. High-level spirit martial state and even low-level abstruse martial state couldn't even keep up with their movements. Yemu and the others were almost blind. Lin Ling's eyes glowed, but her white forehead dripped with sweat. Only Luze could see their movements rather easily. Yemu and the others looked at Lin Ling and Luze with admiration. Chapter 133, Is there anything special about this kid? 3 minutes passed quickly. Lin Kuang opened his hand and blood spirit force poured out. The two people who were fighting were pulled away from each other. Both of them had injuries. A trace of blood was dripping on the corner of Yu Bo's lips. On the other hand, Liang Zhongguang's condition was rather worse. His entire body was covered in dense wounds due to being cut by the strings. Some of the wounds were shallow, but some were visibly deep to the bone. If it weren't for the sufficient advancement of the medical skills in the current galactic era and the adequate amount of life force possessed by martial artists, they would probably die from their injuries. Although it is hard to tell who won in the end, Yu Bo clearly had the upper hand up until now. Yu Bo stopped for a moment and then sneered, "You're already a senior, but I don't see you being strong. It's quite a shame, haha." His words were brimming with disdain. Liang Zhongguang's eyes went cold, but he only gritted his teeth and remained silent. He was weaker, so there was nothing he could say. Then, Lin Kuang smiled and said, "Okay, both of you performed well. Go receive treatment first." The victory of the practical party made Lin Kuang quite happy. After the two left, the second fourth-year student went to the arena. His opponent soon followed. The elite class of the Federal University only had one class for each grade. One class had around 50 students. Many students in the fourth year did missions, so only 20 or so came in the senior year. It took almost an hour for these people to finish the test. During this time, there were wins and losses on both sides. With respect to the fourth-year students, a difference in battle experience existed, however, such gap was limited. After all, as long as they were not special battle prodigies, the upper limit was there, and the difference would only grow smaller. Luze, who was watching the battles, found them quite enjoyable. He had always been fighting beasts in the pocket hunting dimension. He didn't have much experience fighting humans. Now that he saw more than 20 battles, his experience was growing. He even sneakily used a faint purple orb to increase his enlightenment. He would also discuss with Lin Ling some specifics of the battle. But as time went on, it was pretty much Luze explaining and Lin Ling listening. Although Yemu and the others were blinded, Luze's talks still opened their eyes. It was too useful for them. They looked at Luze like he was some rare animal. This kind of progress was terrifying. What ghastly insight did he have? Everyone was shocked. Luze didn't hide it. He just discussed ordinarily with Lin Ling, but this made the second and third year students throw strange glances at them. This little junior schoolmate was quite significant. The final battle of the fourth-year students was finished. Following this, a 20-minute rest was given. Luze stretched his back and smiled. He benefited quite a lot from this. Luze found that his battle experience increased quite a bit after watching his fellow prodigy senior schoolmates fight. Although he crushed many battles, what if he encountered a prodigy who was equal to his level? Sometimes, using the way to fight beasts isn't the best way. Today, I grew up again. Today, I grew stronger again. Luze was very satisfied. At this moment, a handsome man sitting on the side said to Luze, "Junior schoolmate, I'm Baniao Ching Kong, a third year." "Thank you. With what you just said, I'm more confident about later. What's your name? If there's something you need in the future, just let me know." "And me? I'm Ludwiger. Second year, if you need me come find me." "And me?" Although this junior schoolmate's explanation was not directed to them, they still expressed their gratitude. After hearing their words, Luze replied with a warm and open smile, "I'm Luze, if I really do need help, I won't be too polite." Luze's roommates saw this and had the expression, "Oh shit." So they weren't just the only ones who learned from this. Even these senior schoolmates learned? Why was this guy so excellent when they were all new students? Even Lin Ling's roommates looked at Luze with flashy eyes as though he was very excellent. One beautiful senior schoolmate looked at Luze and smiled. "By the way, junior schoolmate, I have something I want to ask you." "What is it?" The senior schoolmate's eyes flashed with dangerous rays. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Luze. "Oh shit, were girls so daring now?" He was still a child. Lin Ling looked strangely at this senior schoolmate. Yemu's body stiffened. He looked at this beautiful senior schoolmate in disbelief. Why wasn't she interested in him? His goal was to become an amorous young duke. Come find him. Was Luze a magnet? Why did all the girls go to him? Luze showed a polite smile and answered, "Sorry, senior schoolmate. I already have someone I like." Hearing this, the senior schoolmate's eyes flashed with a sliver of disappointment. Then, she smiled. "Is that so? Okay." After everyone thanked Luze, they left behind their contact details telling him that if Luze needed help he could come to them. Luze took it. He was a noob. Who knows when he would be able to use it? After the senior schoolmates left, Yemu jabbed Luze's waist with envy. "Luze, I despise you. She was so good looking. You actually rejected her." Luze rolled his eyes. There were so many good-looking girls, how could he deal with them all? Even Lin Ling's roommates were looking at Yemu in contempt as though he was some trash. Lin Ling patted Luze's shoulder. "Luze, you actually have someone you like. Who is it?" Luze was stunned. He then looked at Lin Ling with a grin. "I'm not telling you." He didn't know himself too. Pfft. Soon, the drill began once again. This time, it was the third-year students. Their cultivation levels were usually at core martial state middle or high level. Only a few exceptional people broke through to aperture opening state. Even Yemu and the others could see the majority of these battles, so they watched very closely. After listening to Luze's explanations and then witnessing the third-year battles, Lin Ling felt her battle power could increase again. After all, her god art was one of the god arts that was the most suited for battle. Luze used another faint purple orb to check everything he learned and find the weaknesses. After another 30 or so battles, Luze slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Their battles were only so-so to him now. He saw that Lin Ling was frowning in contemplation. She probably didn't want to disturb him. He smiled and began explaining again. His roommates, Lin Ling's roommates, and the other second-year senior schoolmates started to listen as well. There were around 50 senior schoolmates in the third year. It took another 2 hours to finish. There were wins and losses in the third year, but it was mostly losses. Those senior schoolmates who listened to Luze all did quite well and frequently made some flashy moves. This shocked the higher levels and the prodigies of the practical party. Then, it was the drill of second-year students. This time even more people lost. The practical party started talking shit again after seeing this. Guys, be gentle. Don't beat them to the point of crying. They're so cute. The difference in their real-life battle experience was huge. There were very few people who could win. However, that long sword-wielding second-year girl won easily. Her god art seemed to be speed-related. After listening to Luze, her improvements seemed huge. She winked at Luze on the stage. This made everyone look over at Luze. Luze felt quite awkward. Lin Ling patted his shoulder again, making him feel even more awkward. Now, it was the turn of the first-year students. Their battle experience and mental state were the worst. Feeling the timidness of the new students, the practical party immediately showed their fangs. They sneered, "Your senior schoolmates could at least put up a fight. You're way too weak. Brothers on the other side, how about I just use one hand? How about we'll do 2 vs 1? Hey, don't be like that. You're making them lose face. I respect them. I'll let you attack 10 times first, not one more. If it's a pretty lady, I'll be gentle." Lin Kuang said plainly, "Okay, let's start based on the student number, no one." Lin Kuang felt very unhappy. His little sister was chatting happily with a guy? What was this? He glanced a few times and didn't understand what was special about that kid. He wanted to beat the kid up. Chapter 134, The Feeling of Being Left Behind by the Times. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Number 1 was a tall, handsome-looking youth. He stood up and proceeded to glide onto the stage. First year, Ji Zhengtian, Abstruse Martial State Level 4, please enlighten me. He looked at the practical party as he spoke, his eyes were somewhat proud. He was very calm and confident in himself. Abstruse Martial State Level 4. The practical party froze for a moment. The few people sitting at the very front glanced at each other and shook their heads, not wanting to go on. Don't look at me, I'm not interested in fighting such little rabbits. I'm not going up. At this moment, a bulky man grinned. If you guys don't want to go up, then I'll go. He jumped heavily onto the stage and said, William, Abstruse Martial State Level 3. Abstruse Martial State Level 3 against Abstruse Martial State Level 4? Several freshmen at Federal University frowned slightly. The other side was looking down on them, right? At least in the previous years, the opponents were of equal cultivation level. Lin Kuang smiled faintly without saying anything. Begin. Ji Zhengtian used a long sword while William used his fists. Both had god arts. Although William's cultivation level was lower than Ji Zhengtian, the battle was actually even. Even the new students gasped in disbelief. But those older students didn't show much surprise. They've been through it already. Everyone was talented, but the difference was that the practical party had dense killing chi. Their attacks were more violent than new students. Plus, they fought battles all the time. Their battle experience was many levels higher. Ji Zhengtian's face looked bad. He kept releasing his power, but he couldn't make an effective attack against William. His attacks were clearly stronger, but he couldn't grasp a good opportunity. Instead, he was shocked by William's fighting spirit. For a prodigy like him, this was an insult. However, those higher UPS seemed a little interested now. Compared to the students from the higher year, these new students, who were not yet sculpted, were the most interesting. Looking at the competition between Ji Zhengtian and William, Barry smiled slightly. It's quite good that a new student could have such level. He seems to have gone through quite some battles. This meant real-life battle, not virtual reality battles. On the other hand, Nangang Jing kept on drinking. She glanced at the stage and lost interest. Only so-so. Nothing new, nothing interesting. Luo Bingqing kept looking coldly without saying anything. That other golden-haired woman smiled. Nangang, you are asking too much. I feel it's not that bad. Nangang Jing stretched out in a lazy manner. Ordinary level, I didn't say it was bad. Luze and the others watched silently. Lin Ling smiled and said, that Ji Zhengtian's cultivation level is clearly higher than William, but his mentality and control of the battle are much weaker than William. He doesn't have much practical experience. Ian nodded and glanced at Luze shyly. What Luze said was really helpful. Xavier scratched his head. I think I can do better than that Ji Zhengtian. Even Lin Ling's roommates nodded in agreement. They looked at Luze with glimmering eyes. This guy was quite nice. Luze's mouth spasmed. Stop complimenting me. I'll get too cocky. Lin Ling patted Luze's hand and pointed at the opposition. They're not wrong. But Zi, do you see that dead-faced guy? Luze looked in the direction and saw a cold-faced handsome youth. He nodded. What's wrong? That guy is called Francis, he's the new recruit of the Prodigy Barrack. He entered the army at 15 years old, and he's 18 now. His battle power is already core martial state. He had killed countless blade demons. Although his cultivation level is only abstruse martial state level 5, he was promoted to first lieutenant. Luze glanced strangely at Lin Ling. How do you know so well? Yemu and the others mentioned this guy, but they didn't know nearly as much. Lin Ling smiled. I stayed on the battlefield for a month, didn't I? I saw him there when I saw my brother. He's really annoying. That person just only saw her for the first time, but he said, I fell in love with you at first sight. You can only be mine. What the fuck? Your brother. Lin Ling pointed at Lin Kuang. That guy. Luze turned around and saw the handsome fierce-looking Lin Kuang. That person is your brother. That guy looks very strong. Luze even felt he was not far from Nangang Jing. Lin Ling's brother was that strong? Lin Ling smiled. Yes, my brother is a young duke too. He's called Crazy Sword Young Duke. He has a natural sword soul and bloodthirst god art. His power is on par with Sister Jing. He has been serving in the military. Furthermore, he is one of the instructors of the Prodigy Barrack. Luze. Oh my! He couldn't mess with him. Other people looked at Lin Ling in shock. You're the sister of Crazy Sword Young Duke. Seeing everyone's glances, Lin Ling was a little unhappy. So what if he's a young duke? I am me, he's himself. She hated when people mentioned she was the sister of the Crazy Sword Young Duke. As though feeling Lin Ling and Luze's glance, Lin Kuang looked over. Luze felt cold for some reason when he saw Lin Kuang's eyes. He was speechless. Does your brother have a problem against me? Lin Kuang looked at him in the same manner that the alcoholic Nangang Jing does. It showed the desire to beat someone up. He was a good kid, he didn't mess with anyone. Lin Ling thought for a while and then smiled. Oh, by the way, my brother told me to go to the Prodigy Barrack. I rejected, and my reason was because I sold myself. Luze. She was setting him up. Lin Ling, I feel we're on quite good terms, right? Why set me up? Lin Ling smiled even brighter and said, I was kidding. My brother told me to go, but I said I wanted to study with Sister Jing. It has nothing to do with you, so don't worry. He probably doesn't have anything against you. Luze glanced at Lin Ling silently and felt relieved. He was scared of these young dukes the most now. That alcoholic was after him, and Kaiuyahesha might have something against him. If he messed with another Crazy Sword Young Duke. Oh my! As a noob, he managed to provoke 3 young dukes at once. Luze felt his brain was shaking. At this moment, the battle ended. Ji Zhengtian's face was bad. His cultivation level was higher, but he still couldn't take out William. It ended in a draw. William smiled. Hehe, abstruse martial state level 4. You're probably the strongest amongst the new students. In my year, there are 6 stronger than me. They don't want to fight noobs like you, so I had to do it. William's words made Ji Zhengtian's face worsen. He glanced over, and there were indeed a few young people who didn't even look at him. The new students heard this too, and their faces looked bad. They were so condescending. Ji Zhengtian got off with an ugly expression on his face. Lin Kuang smiled and continued, no too. A few of the new students couldn't even release their original power when they were charged by the killing chi of the practical side prodigies. They were beaten up in all directions. Barry smiled on the stand. Let Lin Kuang control them. Don't deter the will of the new students. Nangongjing scratched her long hair and said, no need. If they can't take even this little setback, then how can they improve? You must accept reality first before you can change it. Luo Bingqing nodded. Nangongjing is right. Every new student went through this. Otherwise, they would all think they're the strongest. The battle of new students wasn't as intense as the old students. The difference was huge, and the new students resisted in fancy ways. The practical side prodigies crushed them. After more than 10 battles, there were more than a dozen students with swollen and blue faces. Next, no 15, Lin Kuang said. It's my turn. Lin Ling, who was chatting with Luze, got up and smiled. Go Lin Ling. You just watch. Lin Ling appeared on the stage. With a smile on her face, Lin Ling said, Lin Ling, abstruse martial state level 2, please enlighten me. Quite some people looked at Lin Ling with flashing eyes. They knew about her due to the practice she did on the battlefield for 1 month and how she was Lin Kuang's little sister. Then, many people turned to look at Francis. This guy publicly proclaimed that he fell in love with Lin Ling at first sight. However, the result was not very good. Lin Ling ignored him. Francis said calmly, she's an opponent now, whoever wants to go up can go up. At this moment, a sweet and busta-looking girl raised her lips. I'll go. She got on the stage and smiled. Lin Ling, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you went to the burrow of little white rabbits. Lin Ling looked at the girl in shock. Lily, it's you. Then, Lin Ling, with a twinkle in her eyes, smiled. What? You want to beat me and show that you're better than me to the person you like? Lily's face changed, but she didn't answer. Lily, abstruse martial state level 2, please enlighten me. A long sword appeared in her hand, and she turned into a blur, aiming to pierce Lin Ling. Sword chi shrouded the sword and tore through the air, making a sharp howl. Lin Ling moved to the side. The long sword passed next to her. The terrifying sword chi stirred the air, blowing Lin Ling's short hair around. Clearly, Lily had a sword-related god art. Lily didn't expect Lin Ling could dodge her attack so easily. However, she was worried. She flicked her wrist and planned to strike back. However, Lin Ling's sword suddenly appeared at Lily's snow-white neck. You lost. Lin Ling said plainly. Lily's eyes bulged. Her whole body was in a state of distraction. Everyone including the higher UPS looked at Lin Ling with shock. The scene was silent. The dodge and counter-attack were perfectly timed. Impossible, how can you improve so much? Lily screamed in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled. Because I have a very strong friend. She didn't completely digest what Luze said, but with just a small amount of knowledge, her battle power increased. Friend. Lily showed a face of disbelief. What does that have to do with you? Even everyone else looked at Lin Ling with speechlessness. The higher UPS glanced amongst each other. Even if someone was strong, it wasn't easy to teach someone else. One could only teach if one knew the knowledge deeply. Even they might not necessarily be able to teach like that. Lin Ling seemed to mean this person was a new student. Were young people this terrifying now? They suddenly felt they were being left behind by the times. Chapter 135, I'm about to die. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The atmosphere was quiet. Major General Barry looked at the drunk, red-faced Nanggong Jing, and smiled. Nanggong, the friend that Lin Kuang's sister talked about is your new student, right? These words made all the higher UPS look at the tipsy Nanggong Jing. As long as they had a good shovel, they could dig anything away. Who didn't need prodigies? Even if he didn't enter the prodigy barrack, they could pull him to the xia or military during military service. Burp, you will know that soon. Nanggong Jing sipped her drink and laughed. Seeing this, they looked at Luo Bingqing and then looked away. This ice block wouldn't talk. There was no use asking. Lin Kuang, who was worried that his sister might get hurt, had his eyes bulging right now. Oh shit! Is this really my sister? My sister couldn't be this strong. Although he approved of her talent, she grew up with great-grandpa. Her personality was wild. It was already beyond everyone's expectation when she suddenly cultivated like crazy. However, she improved again. Lin Kuang thought about what she said and seemed to have noticed something. He looked at the smiling Luze and raised a brow. This kid? He looked quite dumb, it didn't seem like it. Lin Kuang smiled. Okay, Lin Ling is the victor. Go down. Lily bit her lips and stared at Lin Ling. But she still turned and got off the stage. A defeat was a defeat. As prodigies of the prodigy barrack, they've been taught to face failure the right way. She glanced at Francis and saw all his attention was focused on Lin Ling. She bit her lips. Next time, she must win. Meanwhile, the Federal University side cheered during Lin Ling's return, especially the new students. They cheered loudly as they were abused too hard before. Lin Ling sat next to Luze and asked, "How is it? Am I very strong?" Seeing how prideful Lin Ling was, he remembered what Elder Lin said. He needed to keep her ego in check. That's because I taught you well. Lin Ling heard this and wanted to rebuke, but she realized Luze was right. She turned around in annoyance. The drill continued. The newly raised morale of the freshmen was quickly annihilated. Not everyone was Lin Ling. The atmosphere fell silent again. Lin Ling glanced at Luze and asked, "What student number are you?" Luze sighed. 50. I'm the last. He really wanted to finish early, so he could rest. Lin Ling laughed. Piss off. The last to enter the scene is the main character. Then, Yemu and the others went up. They all had some sort of progress, so they showed some quite nice performance. Ian looked very weak, but he was abstruse martial state level 2, and his god art was the rare mental god art. Every time he used interference, his opponent would show a brief pause. Eventually, he achieved a hard-earned victory. "Ze, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I really might lose." Ian wiped some blood from his mouth. His exquisite neutral face had some redness. He looked at Luze with glimmering eyes. Luze was getting goosebumps from this. Oh my god! This guy was too similar to a girl. Luze smiled. It's fine. Although Yemu and Xavier lost, they struggled for quite a while and almost ended up with a draw. Yemu held his bruised face and said, "That girl is so cruel. I just asked for her contacts, and she hit me in the face." Everyone looked at him speechlessly. His opponent was a beautiful young girl. The first thing he did was recite a poem and then show his love and ask to exchange contacts. Thus, his opponent chased after him and beat him up. 50. Lin Kuang said plainly as he glanced at Luze. Almost all the well-performing new students were related to him. It was almost certain. He is that mysterious person. Ze beat them up. If it's a girl, be gentle. Yemu yelled. Everyone cheered for Luze. They didn't know what cultivation level Luze was at, or what level his battle power was at, but it shouldn't be low. The other practical side prodigies heard this and couldn't resist laughing. Beat them up? With what? I'm going up. He tapped the ground, turned into a wind, and disappeared. He then quickly reappeared at the stage. Luze, abstruse martial state level 3, please enlighten me. I'll go. A youth sitting at the front row wanted to go. At this moment, Lin Kuang said, Isla, sit down, and let Billy go. That youth looked at Lin Kuang with dissatisfaction and confusion. He was abstruse martial state level 3, and his battle power could reach abstruse martial state level 7. He felt he was enough. Yet, Lin Kuang wanted to send Billy? Billy was the strongest in their year other than Francis. He was abstruse martial state level 5, and his battle power could reach abstruse martial state level 9. Did they need to take Luze so seriously? He just looked a little handsome. However, Isla didn't dare to disobey his commander and could only sit down. Meanwhile, the tall-built Billy got up. He was full of questions too. That little rabbit Luze already said he was abstruse martial state level 3, did he need to fight? Just in terms of cultivation level, he was 2 levels higher than this little rabbit. He jumped onto the stage, and the stage shook a little. He smiled at Luze. Billy, abstruse martial state level 5. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Luze scratched his head. No need. Do your best. He needed to show some power. This concerned his entrance test. The nervous crowd became more nervous after hearing Luze tell Billy to use full force. Only Lin Ling kept a smile. Yemu and others looked speechlessly at Lin Ling. Ze's opponent is abstruse martial state level 5. Aren't you worried at all? Lin Ling smiled. Ze said it, didn't he? He told Billy to go full force. Everyone. What was this? Barry smiled as he watched Luze. Isn't this new student a bit too confident? Nangang Jing smiled. Why is he confident? He's getting too cocky. I'll go beat him up later. The seniors were speechless. You don't need to be that cruel to your student even if he got a little cocky. Only Luo Bingking's mouth spasmed. Billy's smile disappeared slowly as he overheard the conversation. This little rabbit didn't want his gentleness. Even Lin Kuang glanced strangely at Luze. But he guessed this kid was the mysterious person, so he didn't underestimate Luze. He glanced at Billy and said, Billy, use full force. Hearing this, Billy looked a little stunned and then nodded. Okay. Begin. Lin Kuang flew into the air. Billy and Luze stood tens of meters apart. Both sides were silent. Billy clutched his fists as all his power surged. A golden glow flashed as he grinned hideously. My strength god art can double the power. I also have metal god art. The two combined makes the power of my punch reached abstruse martial state level 9. With this punch, you might die. Luze listened silently and nodded. With some encouragement, he said, Go you. Billy reminded him. What a nice person. Luze felt he should compliment him. Billy's smile froze. He wanted to ask Luze again if he really wanted him to use full power. But then he thought about it. Since instructor Lin Kuang said it, he would definitely save Luze. Thus, Billy hesitated no more and punched. Rumble. Abstruse martial state level 9 power. No freshman from the Federal University can reach this level. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Yemu and the others looked nervously at Luze. This punch was too powerful. If it was them, they would die. The fist force tore through the air while turning into a golden pillar striking at Luze. Luze's hair blew in the air. He was a bit speechless. This didn't seem as strong as Billy said. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes. It formed a vibrant green veil surrounding Luze. The golden fist force struck the green barrier and made a little sound. It was like a pebble that had been thrown into a lake. There was a light ripple. And nothing else. Billy. Federal University students. Practical Party prodigies. Military high-ranking officials. Audience. Lin Kuang. The scene was very silent and awkward. Luze looked at Billy, who lost his smile and looked around at the shocked audience. He suddenly remembered what Billy said. With this punch, you might die. Luze felt he overdid it. This guy reminded him out of goodwill. What if he crushed this guy's confidence? Luze blinked his eyes and went to lie on the ground, stirring up dust. Luze felt it wasn't enough, so he yelled, "Ah! I'm about to die." He quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be heavily injured. He had already completed the script. He would say his recovery was great, and he got over it with his iron will. He can still fight another 300 rounds. In the end, he would have had beaten Billy with a slight edge, winning the battle. End of story. Everyone looked at Luze. You blocked all the fist force. Can you tell me how you got injured? Chapter 136, Keep Acting Tough. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The atmosphere was very awkward. Everyone looked at Luze, who was on the ground speechlessly. Just how retarded was this guy? One Barry's mouth spasmed, and he looked at the dazed Nangang Jing. Major General Nangang, your student is quite interesting. Nangang Jing's pretty face stiffened as she roared, "Bastard, I'll count to 5. If you keep lying on the ground, I'll let you lie on the bed for a month." Luze, who was going to pretend that he was slowly recovering from an injury, heard this and stiffened. 1. As soon as Nangang Jing counted to 1, Luze got up. He smiled awkwardly at Nangang Jing. My injuries have recovered. Everyone. Who doesn't know that you never got injured? Billy's face went green and red. He said coldly, "Are you insulting me?" Luze was stunned and scratched his head. I just feel you're a good person. That blow to your mind was a bit too big, so I wanted to cooperate with you." Luze glanced at Billy with confusion. He then asked, "Didn't I act very well?" Luze felt his show was quite nice. Billy. He held his chest. This guy was acting with him just to thank him? He was so angry, but he couldn't show his anger. Yemu and the others held their forehead and asked Lin Ling. "Is this guy always like this?" One Lin Ling. She was so tired, and she didn't want to talk. She should consider ending her friendship with Luze. One Billy said coldly, "If you're not insulting me, then use your full power." He finally realized how strong Luze was now. No wonder instructor Lin Kuang told him to use full power. Yet, he actually felt he could kill Luze with one punch. He was too cocky. Luze was so strong that he saw no hopes of winning. At this moment, Lin Kuang said, "Luze won this drill, Billy go down." Billy was dazed. His eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, but he still nodded. After all, he used a full-powered strike, and it couldn't even get near Luze. He didn't have the right to fight. Luze froze for a moment. He didn't expect this. Didn't they need to keep fighting? Did he know he was friends with Lin Ling, so he made things easy for him? This felt good. At this moment, Lin Kuang's voice sounded again, "The purpose of the drill is to understand the power of each student." The difference between Luze and Billy was a bit big. "Now, Francis will come up." The cold-faced Francis instantly appeared on the stage. Luze. He felt a little disappointed. He thought he had a backdoor. It was just switching an opponent. Looking at Francis with the dense killing chi, his eyes flashed. At this moment, Francis said coldly, "You're very close to Lin Ling." He was very unhappy after seeing Luze and Lin Ling talking and smiling. Luze was surprised. This person knew Lin Ling? She never told him. Were they friends? He said, "We're okay. We're friends." Francis' eyes flashed, and he said nothing. Luze looked dazedly at Francis. What did this mean? Just say it directly if you got something to say. These glances were very annoying. Was this person Lin Ling's enemy? Lin Kuang glanced strangely at Francis and then at Luze before smiling. Begin. As soon as Lin Kuang left the stage, a huge sword appeared in Francis' hand. Immediately, he was enveloped by a black and red spirit light as he charged at Luze. Luze frowned. What was he trying to do with all this killing chi? Luze lifted his right hand and a crystal color flashed. The green wind turned into an armor of wind and covered his palm. The huge sword brought a tidal wave of black and red spirit light as it sliced down. Luze calmly grabbed the huge sword. Rumble. The hand and huge sword clashed. Terrifying sound waves swept. Green and black-red spirit light covered the entire stage. The remaining waves made those weaker audiences unable to breathe. When the motion calmed down, the scene at the stage made everyone bulge their eyes. Luze's right hand was covered with the wind armor. It was flashing with a crystal color as it grabbed Francis' huge sword. Francis' face was hideous, but Luze was calm. Oh shit! Yemu couldn't even keep his cold persona anymore. That was Francis. Abstruse martial state level 5, 3 god arts, and a core martial state battle power prodigy. Yet, such an attack was easily stopped by Luze. Ze is so strong. Ian looked nervously at Luze. Even Francis widened his eyes and couldn't say anything. The new students also bulged their eyes at Luze. Who is this student? He seems to be called Luze. Go Luze! Invincible Luze! The little rabbits of practical side, do you see it? Is our boss strong? Even the old students widened their eyes. All of them had been through at least 2 drills. They had really never seen someone in the new students reach this level. That pretty girl who asked Luze if he had a girlfriend stared at him. Junior schoolmate is so amazing. I want to dig him away. The other senior schoolmates who were taught by Luze were also shocked. Luze's battle power is so terrifying. His insight is amazing too. The eyes of Lin Ling's roommate shined as she looked at Luze. Tian Yuan Qianhua whispered to Lin Ling, "Lin Ling, your boyfriend is so strong. So envious." Lin Ling was a bit surprised. Luze isn't my boyfriend. Hey! The 3 looked dazedly at Lin Ling. Weren't the 2 very close? Tian Yuan Qianhua immediately said excitedly, "Since he isn't yours, then I won't be polite." Lin Ling smiled. Did you hear it? He has someone he likes. The 3 just remembered that a senior schoolmate had already sacrificed on that path. The 3 glanced at each other and gave up their thoughts. The practical party didn't even have the mood to talk shit. Francis was publicly recognized as the one to succeed instructor Lin Kuang in the future and become a young duke. Yet, someone could take his hit so easily. How is that possible? Barry's eyes widened. Using abstruse martial state low-level spirit force cultivation level to reach core martial state level 1 or even level 2 battle power. Luze's wind god art is so strong. It has even turned to an armor. And, his body and mental cultivation definitely won't be weak. Otherwise, he can't use such powerful wind god art with just his spirit force. He looked at Nangong Jing. Major General Nangong, your student is quite amazing. Nangong Jing grinned. This kid is far from it. The high-ranking military officials held their chest. The teacher and student were the same. Cross-level battle and cross-state battle were completely different, okay? Luze crossed an entire state to fight, and you're still not happy? What else do you want? Francis looked at Luze in disbelief. How can you be this strong? I have 3 god arts, and my power can only reach core martial state level 1. Why are you so strong? This wasn't right? Didn't they say the more god arts you have, the stronger you are? At least now, Luze only used wind god art? Or perhaps he had strength god art? Luze just glanced at him plainly. He was a little angry with how ferocious this guy was. He didn't want to talk. He would beat him up first. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes. Green wind circulated onto Francis. Seeing this, Francis gritted his teeth and used full power. His veins on his hands burst as he wanted to pull his sword back. However, a terrifying power wave spread. The new students below the stage frowned. Even the aftermath made them feel uncomfortable. One could imagine how terrifying Francis was. Sensing that Francis wanting to pull his sword away, Luze clutched even tighter. The wind slowly wrapped around the sword, and the sword was stuck in Luze's hand. Feeling he couldn't pull his sword back, Francis gritted his teeth and chose to retreat. However, it was too late. The wind caught onto Francis. It spun rapidly, trapping Francis inside. The wind spun faster and faster. In just a few seconds, its diameter was more than 5 meters. Even the new students had to resist with all their strength to avoid the pulling force. Seeing this, Lin Kuang used a faint red veil to enclose the stage. Only then did the new students breathe easy. Then, they heard a terrifying howl. Arg! The howl sounded shaky. The audience looked at each other. There wouldn't be death, right? The higher levels had a strange look but didn't intervene. Then, a figure kept spinning as it rose into the sky. It turned into a black circle in the end for spinning too fast. Before hearing the howls, Lin Kuang was shocked due to Luze's god art. His mouth spasmed. He then said, Luze won. Luze, take away your god art. Luze smiled and took his wind god art away. Without the binding force of the wind, Francis was flung into the blood veil due to the centrifugal force. The howl stopped, and Francis slid down from the veil. Francis' leg was shaky. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but it was like he was drunk. He was shaking left and right like he was dancing. Everyone looked at the wobbly Francis and felt some pity. Luze felt great. Keep acting tough, how do you like it now? Chapter 137, That's Your Misperception. While Francis was dancing around, Lin Kuang waved his hand and a blood-red spirit force sent Francis back to the dazed group of youth in the prodigy barrack. He has no injuries. It's just that the speed was too fast for him to handle. He'll recover soon, Lin Kuang explained. Then, he looked at Luze and realized that he still didn't know where Luze's bottom line was. Should he find a prodigy from a year higher to test him? As a brother, Lin Kuang felt he should get to know his sister's friend better. That didn't seem wrong, isn't it? While Lin Kuang was looking at Luze, Luze suddenly felt a chill on his back. At this moment, Nangang Jing said, the drill should be over now, Lin Kuang. You're not thinking of finding a higher year student to compete with Luze, right? Lin Kuang's face stiffened in awkwardness, but then he quickly replied, how can that be? With Luze's current power, he should be able to easily handle the new students' missions. The missions given to students differ based on their year. The difference in power between years was quite big. Thus, the drill wouldn't allow students of a higher year to battle a student of a lower year. In that case, let's end now? It's very late. There will still be missions tomorrow, Nangang Jing said as she rubbed her hair. Lin Kuang glanced at Luze. He could only choose to give up testing this kid. In that case, the drill has ended. Lin Kuang announced the decision and went back to the stand. Luze went back to his seat too. Everyone at Federal University looked excitedly as Luze came back. Good job, junior schoolmate Luze. You brought honor to the Federal University. Luze looked at all the people cheering him on and smiled with some embarrassment. It's not too good. He thought he could cure his pride, but then Francis wasn't good enough. He didn't even release his second stage. He was thinking that if Wind God Art couldn't beat Francis, he would use Fire God Art to give Francis a fiery surprise. However, Francis only had Core Martial State Level 1 power. A bit weak. Thinking about what Francis said to him at the start, Luze wondered if Lin Ling had enmity with that guy. He returned to his spot, and Yemu and others looked excitedly at him. Ze, you're strong. You're probably going to be famous as soon as you return to school. Luze was stunned. He didn't feel it was enough. That would probably not benefit him in being famous. Yemu's eyes had a look of longing. After Ze is famous, there will be many cute girls coming to find him. Since Ze has someone he likes, then these resources can be mine. Everyone heard this and stayed silent, giving an awkward yet polite smile. Luze looked at the guilty-looking Lin Ling and asked, Lin Ling, do you have a conflict with Francis? Why did that guy bite me like crazy as soon as I said we were friends? Lin Ling got dazed. She didn't expect that Luze thought there was a conflict between the two. Her mouth spasmed as she glared at Luze. You're wrong. That person fell in love with me at first sight, and you know what happened afterward. But I don't like him. You helped me beat him up this time. I'll treat you to dinner. Luze heard this, and his eyes lit up immediately. I want a special meal. Lin Ling looked at Luze speechlessly. Sure. Luze felt great. He didn't expect beating someone up earned him a beautiful meal. When would Francis come for him again? At this moment, Major General Barry got up and announced the drill to be over. Then, he gave some information about the missions. He said that the military will assign missions to people based on the strength they showed today. At the same time, their performance will be recorded. Half an hour later, when everyone was nearly falling asleep, Barry finally let people off. Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing came off the stand and came to the students. Nangongjing smiled. The heavily injured students have been sent back to the dorms already. Let's go back too. She glanced at Luze. Luze did very well this time. He could beat the strongest of this year as a new student. He raised morale for the school. He is awarded 10,000 school credits. 10,000. Those senior schoolmates could not help but exclaim in shock. Then, they looked at Luze with green eyes, making Luze feel vigilant. Were these people going to eat him? If it was a female senior schoolmate, he could barely accept it, but if it was a male senior schoolmate, this wasn't too good. Was 10,000 school credits a lot? Okay, it's late now. Let's go back first. Nangongjing smiled. It was getting dark. Everyone walked out of the stadium and went on the vehicles back to their dorms. Then, everyone gathered in the garden and had a barbecue to celebrate. Even those heavily injured students couldn't resist coming up to drink after hearing the good news. The celebration lasted late into the night. Luze was being harassed by all sorts of girls the entire night. This made Luze happy and yet speechless. He was happy to find that his handsomeness was unstoppable. He was speechless that he clearly said he liked someone, but it still couldn't stop others. Thus in the end, Luze could only use Lin Ling as the shield. He was her shield before. Now, it was her turn. Lin Ling immediately felt envious looks from other girls. This made her feel quite bitter. Would she be ostracized? This retard was setting her up. This wasn't blocking a bullet. This was blocking an army. Later on, the celebration was finished. Luze and his roommates went back to their doom. They quickly went to their rooms after cleaning themselves. Luze stretched his back and took out his phone to recount the day in the group chat. He happily typed, "So many senior schoolmates like me. Did I get more handsome?" Lu, cold smile. Alice, senior schoolmate, this is your misperception. Luze. This conversation couldn't continue. Luze put away his phone helplessly and closed his eyes to enter the pocket hunting dimension. Chapter 138, Mission Assignment. Early the next morning, Luze opened his eyes. It was another night of learning fire god art and cultivation with red orbs. Luze's fire god art, spirit force cultivation, and body were all improving steadily. Luze sat in the living room and soon, Ian, Xavier, and Yemu came out one after another. The four went out to the yard. Today was the day when the military would assign missions to them. In the following month, they were going to leave their current base and enter the planets of the Syaar system to perform missions. Syaar was a solar system with 33 planets. Most of such planets had more practical resources. As a consequence, these planets had frequent small-scale wars between the human race and the Blade Demon race over these resources. Quite some students were in the yard already. Some of the students who were heavily injured needed some time to recover for a while longer before heading off. Luze glanced around. He saw Lin Ling and her roommates come out, so he walked over along with his group. Lin Ling saw Luze come over. Her mouth spasmed, and she looked away unhappily. Last night, this guy made her miserable by setting her up. Luze saw her expression, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong? What do you think? Last night you were having fun eating, and I had to deal with all those senior schoolmates by myself." Lin Ling glared at Luze. Luze heard her words and smiled awkwardly. "How about I treat you to Alice's food?" He had no choice. Those senior schoolmates didn't give up. He couldn't beat them up either. In such a situation, only Lin Ling could help. She did work quite hard. Thus, he would reward her with a meal. Lin Ling looked speechlessly at Luze. This guy. Does he only have food in his mind? Her heart was aching. At this moment, Nanggong Jing and Luo Bingqing arrived. Everyone became quiet after seeing the two. Nanggong Jing surveyed the crown and smiled. In the following month, everyone will be a soldier of the federal military. I've collected your military uniform and basic spirit-powered armor. Then, Nanggong Jing waved her hands, and a pile of boxes appeared, landing accurately in front of everyone. Luze looked at his box. On it, First Year 50, Luze was written. Luze happily took the box. He saw an outfit similar to the military uniforms of the prodigies yesterday. They seemed very cool. On the other hand, the spirit-powered armor was a pain in his heart. He was looked down on a few days ago by the Blade Demons for not having it. Now, he had one too. Most new students were very excited as not everyone could afford a spirit-powered armor. Although the armor was only very basic, it was still a very good thing for them. Of course, there were wealthy students who didn't react, such as Lin Ling. Seeing everyone take the box, Nanggong Jing said, "Okay, now we will assign missions to you." The task was directly determined by the military last night. It was up to Nanggong Jing to announce it. Fourth-year students mostly went to support planets that had heated battles. Some of the third-year students were going too. A portion of them went to help build a new base at a new resource point. Second-year and first-year students mostly went to guard existing bases. The difference was that first-year students went to planets with fewer resources. Thus, both sides had fewer forces there, making it safer. There were also missions assigned to sophomores, juniors, and seniors. At present, Nanggong Jing turned to look at those excited new students. She said slowly, "For most of you, this is your first time coming to the battlefield. Your missions are very easy, but despite so, there are new students who die every year. It's pretty much only new students who die in the entrance test as they don't take the battlefield seriously. Nangongjing's voice was magnetic and yet serious. Seeing the hopeful smiles disappear from the new students' faces, she continued, "Of course, as long as you're careful, the problem wouldn't be huge. And, it's the best opportunity for new students to earn school credits. You don't need me to say what to do specifically, right?" Since Nangongjing said this, the new students changed their mentalities. Nangongjing nodded happily. Then, she looked at Luze. Luze, you're the strongest, so you've been assigned to 25th planet. The strongest power there is core martial state. Do you have any objections? With a smile, Luze nodded. No objections. If the strongest power there was just core martial state, he would be fine if he was careful. Nangongjing heard him and nodded in satisfaction. There are 3 excavation bases on the planet. You will be responsible for guarding the bases. Of course, you might be sent to protect search teams to help find other resource points. Your specific mission will be appointed by the commander of the base there. Luze nodded. Okay. Then, Nangongjing looked at Yemu, Xavier, and Ian, as well as Linling and her roommates. She said, "Linling, you guys should follow Luze. The new student squad of the 25th planet will be U8. Luze is the captain." After hearing the words, Linling was stunned before nodding. Okay. Yemu and the others glanced at each other, showing excited smiles. The new students threw glances of envy at them. Who didn't know that Luze was the strongest? Even if they did nothing, their entrance test scores wouldn't be low. Then, Nangongjing assigned missions to others. After finishing, she announced, "Okay, go to the space station." Then, everyone left the dorms and boarded the flying cars to the space station. Luze turned to look at the space. There were many flying ships driving around like metal fishes in the dark sea. The students split off by year level. Luze and the others were led by troops to the transporter ship for the 25th planet. The ship was over 300 meters long. It was completely black and made of alloy. When the 8 entered the ship, there were already several people inside. They were all soldiers heading to the 25th planet. Luze glanced at the soldiers. They were of different ages. Some were younger than them while the others were already middle-aged. Everyone was wearing their uniform and chatting. They were of different ranks, but at least, now everyone was getting along very well. After all, no one knew if they could get back. After seeing the 8 people come in with casual uniforms, everyone couldn't resist looking over. A little curiosity and a mix of fear were present in their eyes. Those who could come in wearing casuals at this time were probably the huge prodigies of the Federal University. To them, these prodigies were on a completely different level, whether it was in terms of power, future, or fate. Luze and others felt a slight change in the atmosphere. They glanced amongst each other and said nothing. At this moment, the troop leader saluted them. "Just find a seat to sit down. The transporter ship is about to head off." Luze nodded and saluted back. "Thank you." The soldier left. Luze, along with his group, swept their eyes around and found a place to sit. Those soldiers, who were bluffing, clearly became more reserved after they sat. After all, it would be too embarrassing to bluff in front of these prodigies. Luze and his companions glanced at each other speechlessly. They weren't demons. They were good youths. Luze's eyes lit up, and he patted a not-so-old-looking soldier. "Hello, I want to ask if there's a changing room here." The soldier looked nervously at Luze and pointed at the corridor. "If you go there, there's a bathroom. You can change clothes inside there. Female soldiers have their own change room." Luze smiled. "Thank you." Then, Luze turned to look at everyone and said, "Let's go change into our uniforms." It's not too appropriate to wear casuals like this. Lin Ling and the others nodded in return. Subsequently, they went to change their clothes. As soon as they left, the soldiers started whispering amongst themselves. These are the prodigies of Federal University. Probably. I heard there's a super prodigy this year. He beat the strongest prodigy in the prodigy barracks. Really? That's insane. Of course, I heard my instructor say it. He was only 18, but he had core martial state power, my god. I can't compare. I can't compare at all. It's said that prodigy seems to have been assigned to our planet. Really? The people glanced at each other, and then, one of them asked, then, which one is it? The elite class was already enough for them to handle. If there was such a level of prodigy coming over, they felt they couldn't take it. At this moment, Luze and his group came out. Luze saw Lin Ling's military uniform, and his eyes lit up. He must admit that military uniform suited her. A fluttering short hair, a delicate and exquisite face, coupled with a slim figure. Lin Ling saw Luze's look. She smiled and joked, "Oh, you're looking at me like that? That's not like you, Luze." Luze rebuked, "I just looked at you for an extra 1 moment, and you're already happy? If I stare at you non-stop, what would happen?" Lin Ling was at a loss for words. When they crossed the corridor, they heard the people discuss Luze. Everyone looked strangely at the embarrassed Luze. Lin Ling jabbed Luze's waist. "Ze, these people are complimenting you? Are you happy?" Luze rolled his eyes. He didn't want to speak anymore. When they came out of the corridor, the soldiers stopped talking again. When they saw the military uniform, the soldiers couldn't resist looking at them. This uniform gave off a sense of intimacy to the soldiers. They weren't as nervous as before, and Luze started chatting with the soldiers near him. Seeing they weren't so hard to communicate with, the soldiers once again began bluffing, from killing cosmic beasts to hunting alien spies. A few hours later, a yellow planet with only a few small green patches appeared. This was the 25th planet. It was pretty much all made up of sand. Chapter 139, A Father Smacking His Son. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The 25th planet was very big, at least much bigger than planet Lanjiang. When the ship entered the atmosphere, they even saw the distant Blade Demon warships. However, as long as there was a warship of the Blade Demon race, there will be a warship of the human race nearby. After all, transporter ships were the main way for the human forces to send reinforcements. There would be heavy protection. Within half an hour of entering the atmosphere, Luze and his companions saw a few small-scale warship battles. Soon, the transporter ship landed in a huge metal city surrounded by sand. The city was a dozen kilometers away. It was covered with a light protective barrier. The buildings in the city weren't tall, only about tens of meters. However, they were completely forged by alloy and seemed very sturdy. The transporter ship landed in the space station. When the shuttle doors opened, the soldiers immediately turned serious. As long as they were on this planet, even the base wasn't necessarily completely safe. They had to stay alert at all times, or they might lose their lives. Luze and the others also became serious. They got off and waited for verification. After that, they would be sent to different departments. When Luze and his companions alighted, there were already soldiers waiting just for them. The young soldier saluted and then said, "Luze, welcome to our base. The commander has ordered me to take you to your dorms. Tomorrow, he will assign missions to you." Luze nodded. "Okay." Then, they followed the soldier and left the space station. They went on a flying car and crossed the city. Luze found this base was more like a war zone city. There were quite some merchants as well, other than soldiers. When these merchants found resources, they seemed to be required to pay some taxes before leaving. Half an hour later, they arrived at their dorms. It was similar to the dorms of the Syagar system. The inside arrangements were similar too. Then, the soldier left. Luze stretched his back. Let's rest today. Tomorrow, we need to do missions. Lin Ling smiled. I didn't expect Sister Jing would let a second-grade soldier like you be the captain. Luze heard her words and smiled. Then, if any problem arises, an old soldier like you need to give me pointers. This was his first time on the battlefield. He didn't know a lot of things, so he didn't want to be in control of everything. He was not only responsible for his own life but also for the lives of others. Lin Ling was surprised for a moment. She didn't expect Luze would say this. Then, she smiled and saluted, "Yes, Captain." Then, everyone went into their own rooms. After that, Yemu seemed very interested in the base and wanted to call everyone out to play. Luze wanted to cultivate for a while, so he rejected it. In such a place, power was everything. Ian rejected too. Eventually, only Yemu and Xavier left. Luze sat on the bed. Red orbs in his mental dimension disappeared one by one while his cultivation level and body grew stronger. This feeling of getting stronger mesmerized Luze. He could even see his cells becoming more lively under the nourishment of spirit force and crystal color. A few hours later, he opened his eyes, and a red light flashed in Luze's eyes. He got up and stretched. His spirit force power seemed to have increased by a level. Now, if he used his wind god art with full power, his power should be at core martial state level 3. If it was fire god art, his combat power would probably be stronger than core martial state level 4. Luze didn't know specifically how strong it was. But Luze touched his chin. He should be able to take on that male lion, right? Luze was excited. He wondered what surprise that lion would give him. He would wait until night and see. Luze looked outside. The star was nearing the horizon. The dusk light drew out long shadows. Outside the barrier of the base, the sandstorm raged. The environment looked extremely grim. Luze took out his phone, took a photo of himself in military uniform, and sent it to his group chat. Just when Luze was chatting with Lu Li and Alice, someone knocked at his door. Luze got up and opened the door to find Lin Ling standing there. Luze felt apprehensive of Lin Ling's smile and asked nervously, "What do you want?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes, seeing how nervous Luze was. "I came to eat with you. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to food?" Luze nodded. "Okay, come in." Lin Ling smiled and entered the room. She sat at the side of his bed and moved the desk over. It was almost as though she was in her own room. Luze moved the chair over and took out Alice's food. Immediately, the food's aroma spread everywhere. Lin Ling's eyes lit up a little more. As they were eating, Luze suddenly remembered something and asked, "Lin Ling, is there anything we need to watch out for on the battlefield?" Lin Ling thought about it and answered, "There are too many things. Our cultivation levels are still weak, so many high-technology weapons are quite damaging to us. There's also the environment of the planet, as well as the natives here." Then, Lin Ling started to give some examples. Luze listened intently. What Luze experienced was just a trial. It was just martial arts. On the battlefield, it wasn't just martial arts, but also high-tech weapons, as well as special products of other civilizations such as formation, magic scrolls, curses, and stuff. On the battlefield, the end goal was to kill the enemy. It didn't matter what means you used. Luze learned, and Lin Ling taught. Soon, it was dark. The sound of an opening door could be heard. Yemu and his companion were back. After dinner, Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction and waved her hands to Luze before leaving. Luze packed things up and sat on his bed again. He proceeded to enter the pocket hunting dimension. Luze came before the fire tree. The beautiful and dominating male lion was sitting under the fire tree, enjoying the massage of the flames. Luze's eyes went cold. Hunting mode activated. He was going to truly mature into a cold and merciless hunter. Crystal color flashed around his body. His body turned crystal, and then, vibrant red flames burned while the green wind slowly wrapped around the flames. The red flames and green wind fused together. Following such, the flames flowed faster and also became stronger. Eventually, the light receded, and a terrifying power was contained in Luze's body. 4 times the strength God art, wind God art, fire God art, crystal body and spirit force. Luze clutched his hand and felt the entire world was in his hands. Oh my! During the drill, his opponents were too weak. Luze didn't use his full power. At this moment, he truly used his full power. This terrifying power awoke the lion. Its body tensed, and its violent flaming eyes glared at Luze. Roar! It crouched, and the blood jade-like horn emitted a red light. Without hesitation, a hot red beam of light, tens of centimeters thick, shot out toward Luze. In every place it passed, the air became twisted, and the grass was instantly turned to ash. A terrifying heat. Luze raised his lips as the red light flashed in Luze's eyes. Then, the initial hot red beam of light showed signs of collapsing. Luze used his fire god art with full power to interfere with the lion's fire god art. Roar! Sensing this, the lion roared and forced the pillar to stabilize. However, more than half the power was already reduced. Luze reached out his hand and slapped down. Rumble! A red light flashed, and fire waves spread through the plains, turning hundreds of meters of land into burnt grounds. When the red light dissipated, Luze stood on the spot without moving. The beam of light just now was destroyed by him. Luze grinned and waved with his hand. Come! A few days ago, I was chased around by you. Today, I will smack you like how a father smacks his son. Roar! The red lion wasn't dumb. It sensed Luze's provocation and roared furiously. Its entire body suddenly rose up in flames. Then, it dashed towards Luze in red flowing light. Luze grinned and charged over too. Rumble! Red-green fist force shook away the air and smashed towards the lion. The male lion formed a huge spirit force flaw on its front claw and slapped towards the fist force. Rumble! The fist and claw clashed. A range of thousands of kilometers was enveloped in the scorching heat, sharp wind blades, as well as terrifying spirit force. The place was covered in ditches. One rumble. Again, terrifying waves exploded. Only the fighting sounds of the two could be heard. Everything else faded into the background. Red lions cowered on the ground, shivering. The green wolves had already been long gone. Those cute rabbits emitted tasty aromas after being lit up by fire sparks. Within 10 minutes, countless clashes sounded. Their battlefield extended out from the fire tree. Everywhere they went, burnt grounds formed and animals cowered in fear. Rumble! It was another clash, and Luze blocked the sharp claw with his left hand. He punched with his right hand onto the soft belly of the lion, but a red whip flashed in the air and struck Luze's waist. The man and lion both flew back, spitting blood in the air. There was a sound of bones cracking. The man and lion fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long while. Cough! Luze coughed, and his mouth spasmed. So painful. His ribs were definitely pretty much broken. He wondered if his spine was broken too. His entire body was in pain. Luze gritted his teeth and a green light flashed in Luze's eyes as the wind circulated around him. Then, his body was lifted up as he flew towards the spasming lion. Luze came above the wailing lion. Sensing Luze's approach, the lion roared and wanted to attack. Luze lifted his right hand with difficulty and sliced down with a green wind blade. The lion's spirit light was cut open. Its huge head was severed as blood splashed. Then, a huge head fell down. Chapter 140, Crushed. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After using all his power to maximize his god art again, Luze's body ached. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and even his vision was blurring. But Luze watched the lion turn to ash and smiled. He finally killed this lion. From today onwards, he was a true, cold, ruthless, and mature hunter. 2 The ashes were blown away by the wind. Following such, light orbs were left behind. There were 12 red orbs that emitted even brighter light than the red lions. There were also 12 brighter purple orbs. Furthermore, there was also a vibrant fiery red crystal orb that seemed to be filled with life. Lastly, there was a hazy white orb that Luze had never seen. Perhaps, this wasn't even considered an orb. It was just a strand of energy. Its shape kept changing, sometimes it turned into light orbs and sometimes into strands. Luze's eyes were getting blurrier. He didn't think too much and collected all the light orbs first. Afterward, he struggled to move toward the fire tree. He then proceeded to touch the flame. This time, Luze wasn't just burned to dust by the flame. Instead, it turned into a red light and entered Luze's mental dimension. After doing all this, Luze's eyes darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his dorm. He took a few deep breaths to ease his pains. Then, excitement flashed in his eyes. His current harvest was richer than before. 1 The was even energy that Luze had never seen before. Thinking about this, Luze's eyes lit up. He went into his mental dimension and observed. At this moment, there was a small flame and a strange strand of energy other than the orbs. The flame was waving and burning in the space. Luze felt that he was constantly learning about fire god art in his brain. That strand of energy only seemed distorted. Nothing else was special about it. Luze's eyes flashed as he sat down again. His mental force touched the energy, and he chose to digest this energy. As soon as it entered his body, Luze's body shivered. His face changed. This felt quite good. It was as if a small soft hand was massaging every inch of his muscle. Luze closed his eyes in comfort. He could clearly sense his body being filled with life force. Even his mental force was growing stronger. Although it was just one strand of energy, it gave Luze the feeling of the vast oceans. It washed Luze's body incessantly. Luze felt a fundamental change about him. This sliver of change was extremely profound. Luze didn't think much. His state now was too good. He was more enlightened than when he used faint purple orbs. Luze quickly used the fire crystal ball from the male lion. The small flame kept emitting god art runes. The fire god art of the male lion flowed through his body. The addition of the strand of strange energy improved his perception further. Luze felt his fire god art seemed to be accelerating extremely fast. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto Luze. Luze looked like an ordinary person right now. Not a strand of energy was seeping out from him. Luze slowly opened his crystal and dark eyes. They seemed to be containing starlight. He clutched his fist, and a heavy sound came from his palm. Ripples spread across. It was like a breeze blowing through the small space of the dormitory. At the same time, Luze scanned the area with his mental force. Previously, he could only use the combination of wind god art and his mental force to sense his surroundings, but now, his mental force alone could sense movements within a radius of 1 kilometer. His mental force increased like crazy. There was not a sliver of pain in his brain, just coolness. This meant that his physical body could perfectly handle his increased mental force. That meant, his body also improved a lot. And, his fire god art seemed to have skyrocketed too. Oh my! He didn't even know how strong he was anymore. Not too good. He was going to get even more prideful. Luze felt he was almost in the state, if the heavens defy me, I shall annihilate the heaven. Should he find an opportunity to have a fight with the alcoholic? 1no. He must not commit suicide. 1he took a few deep breaths and calmed down his mood. He got up and found that Yemu, Xavier, and Ian were all waiting in the living room. The instant they saw Luze, they showed a confused look. They stared at Luze so intently that Luze was embarrassed. At this moment, Yemu asked shakily. Ze, don't tell me you got stronger again. Luze scratched his head. A bit stronger, it's not much. The three breathed a sigh of relief. They were really scared that Luze had another breakthrough. If that was so, they would be crushed to death. After cleaning themselves, they left the dorms and came knocking on the female dorms. Lin Ling soon opened the door. She froze the moment she saw Luze. Her crystal eyes glared at Luze while the expression on her face kept changing. Eventually, Lin Ling silently closed the door, leaving the three outside. Meanwhile, the others saw Lin Ling close the door lifelessly and asked worriedly, "What happened, Lin Ling?" Lin Ling's mouth spasmed and she smiled. "Nothing, I'm in a complicated mood right now. I want to have some peace." Before, she could see some things about Luze, but now, even when she used her spirit eye god art with full power, all she saw was a mist. That mist contained power that made her tremble. That guy, it was just one night. Why did he become so much stronger? How could she catch up to him like this? Lin Ling wanted to cry. Beating Luze was her goal. 1NOW, this goal seemed even further than before. Crushed. At this moment, the knocking sound came again. Luze's voice could be heard, "Lin Ling, what happened?" Lin Ling opened the door again and glared at Luze. Nothing. Luze was confused. He could only conclude that it was her time of the month. Luze still decided to care for her. Thus, he smiled at her. "Remember to drink warm water." 1Lin Ling. Then, Luze walked inside the female dorms. The 8 people chatted about some tactics and soon, that young soldier from yesterday came over. Thus, they followed him to the military quarters. After some serious security checks, they were brought to the office of the head commander. Inside sat a stern-faced, middle-aged man. He was the commander of the base, Fulang. The 25th planet wasn't so rich in resources, so it didn't need a lot of manpower. Fulang was just a Corps Martial State Level 9 captain. Fulang glanced at them and said, "Second-grade soldier Luze." Luze went up and saluted, "Yes." Fulang was expressionless, but he was shocked inside. He actually felt threatened by this youth? What a joke! He was a Corps Martial State Level 9. How young was this person? 18? Even if he was the most talented, he was still just a new student. He actually felt some threat. He was a little dazed. The atmosphere fell silent. Just when Luze felt that the commander had something against him, the commander came back to his senses. His cold voice grew a little soft as he said, "You're students of Federal University. You're different from other soldiers, so during your time on this planet, I will be directly responsible for you." Fulang didn't really want to care about these Federal University soldiers. Prodigies were prideful and didn't really listen. They didn't understand the dangers of war. But since the Federal University entrance test was at the Xiao'er system, they had to manage this. However, Fulang didn't expect Luze to be this strong. This made him feel a little better. The stronger one was, the fewer the dangers. He didn't need to mind too much. Fulang said, "Since it's your first time at the battlefield, your first mission is to stay with other armies and gather experience." Luze nodded. Yes. If he could work with old soldiers, it would be very good. Fulang glanced at the mission panel and eventually stopped at one. He said slowly, "Perfect, I have an expedition team going to research a new resource point, you guys can go with the protection army." One Luze nodded. Yes. Chapter 141, Second Grade Soldier and Sergeant Major. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The young soldier led Luze and the others to a square in the military area. A convoy with 4 huge military transport vehicles and an expedition vehicle was present there. There were soldiers wearing basic black spirit-powered armor. They were about to ride the vehicle. The young soldier took Luze and his companions to a youthful soldier and saluted. "To ND Lieutenant Mickey, the commander has arranged a federal university squad to conduct the mission with you." Mickey frowned, and he glanced at Luze and his group. The protection mission wasn't simple. The soldiers here have participated in many wars. They were strong and experienced. If they were to bring a few new people with them, these people might be a hindrance at times of emergency. Pfft, what is that old man thinking? Increasing the difficulty for him? But since the mission was here, Mickey couldn't reject this. He walked to Luze and his group. Then, he glanced at Luze with confusion. He felt this student didn't seem too right. But Mickey didn't think much and said seriously, "Since Commander Fulang wants me to take you guys, then you must listen obediently. This mission isn't a game. I don't care how talented you are or what background you have. If you can't carry out the mission effectively, then don't blame me." Yes. Although his words didn't sound nice, their mission was like this. They could only comply. Subsequently, Lieutenant Mickey said, "We will depart after 10 minutes, so change into your armors." Luze and his group nodded. They took out spirit-powered armors from their storage ring and changed into it. Then, Luze found that in addition to Lin Ling, Yemu, Ian, Xianyuki, and Tianyuan Qunhua, everyone used his or her own spirit-powered armor. Luze's mouth spasmed. Were they all wealthy? Seeing them change, Mickey glanced a bit more at Lin Ling and the others before saying, "Get on first." Then, Luze followed Mickey onto the first vehicle. 10 minutes later, the expedition team came to the square. Everyone was ready to go. The vehicles floated in the air and left through the western city gates. At the city gates, Mickey showed his identification before the city guards opened the defense barrier. The convoy passed through and left the base. As soon as they left the base, a strong wind blew over. The yellow sand was everywhere. At the same time, the floating cars wobbled a little. Moreover, the temperature inside rose a few degrees instantly. Luze looked into the distant sand and sighed. Ordinary people couldn't survive here at all. Mickey slowly said, "The most dangerous element of the 25th planet isn't the blade demon soldiers, it's the harsh environment and the terrifying beasts. Just be careful everyone." Luze and the others nodded. The squad headed to the west. All that they saw was sand. The city behind them had already disappeared. Luze asked, "Commander, where is our destination?" Mickey glanced at Luze's second-grade soldier badge and felt contemptuous. He answered plainly, "New recruits just need to follow orders. They have no authority to ask." Luze. He seemed to have been looked down on. Luze was speechless. He was stronger than this guy. How annoying. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Commander, I believe I have the right to know." Glancing at Lin Ling's rank and then her exquisite face, Mickey was a little shocked. They were all new students, but she was the only one who wasn't a new recruit. Her ranking had reached level 3 Sergeant Major. This was a very high rank in their squad. Old soldiers couldn't be promoted even if they were strong enough if they didn't have enough military merit. Mickey was naturally shocked to see a level 3 Sergeant Major this young. Mickey's tone eased, "We're going to an oasis, 2,000 kilometers west. Civilian excavators have found a copper mine there. Lin Ling nodded and raised her brow at Luze, making him speechless. He had to hurry and get promoted. Lin Ling was more welcomed than him. How could he take this? Mickey then said, by the way, introduce yourselves and tell me your power, so I can make the arrangements. With how talented Federal University new students were and how they were assigned here, they would at least be in abstruse martial state, right? They could still be of some use. Their squad was mostly made up of high-level spirit martial state and ordinary abstruse martial states. Only a rare few had a high-level abstruse martial state. He was the only core martial state. You first, level 3 Sergeant Major. Lin Ling smiled, reporting, I'm Lin Ling. Cultivation level, abstruse martial state level 2. Mickey nodded and looked at Xian Yuki. Reporting, I'm Xian Yuki. Cultivation level is abstruse martial state level 2. Everyone said his or her cultivation level. Perhaps Luze asked a question and this made Mickey have a bad impression of him, so he looked at Luze last. Should he secretly beat this guy up when he left the planet? Second grade soldier, what is your cultivation level? Luze smiled. Reporting, I'm Luze. Cultivation level, abstruse martial state level 3. Hearing this, Mickey's face instantly stiffened. His mouth spasmed. You're Luze. 1 I felt very awkward. Although they couldn't go to the military drill, the news still came to them. Pretty much the entire Xiao'er system knew the name Luze. After all, he was the new student who had beaten the strongest prodigy in the prodigy barrack. He was just 18 and had a core martial state power. He really didn't know Luze was this second-grade soldier. Luze's power is probably stronger than his own? The atmosphere fell silent. Lin Ling held in her laugh. She found Mickey's expression quite interesting. The other people wanted to laugh too. Moments later, Mickey coughed and said, Okay, I understand your basic information. I'll make the arrangements for you. Then, silence surrounded the car. There was only the furious howl of the wind and sand being blown into the glass. Everyone was getting ready for any incoming threat. Luze used his wind god art and mental force to survey the surrounding. A few hours later, Luze suddenly opened his eyes and said to the speaker. Commander, there are beasts advancing near our location. Chapter 142, This beast's name isn't too friendly. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Mickey heard the message and his eyes narrowed. What beast is it? How many? There's a lot, quite some abstruse beasts and maybe even wild beasts. The voice of shocked soldiers sounded from the communicator. Mickey frowned. Stop, embrace battle. Protect the expedition team with priority. The 4 large vehicles stopped and surrounded the expedition vehicle. Then, tens of black spirit-powered armor soliders got off from each transporter vehicle. They carried spirit-powered weapons on their back and held small spirit cannons. Luze and them followed Mickey off and looked into the distant sky. Winds and sand ravaged. In the sand, some tall figures gradually appeared. Mickey frowned. How can there be that many? Lin Ling looked and said there isn't that many beasts. Mickey explained this region is 1,000 kilometers from the base. Theoretically, it's not a region where beasts ravage. Soon, beasts started appearing from the sandstorm. There were a few hundred. They were tall and hideous. Roars and screams sounded non-stop. Mickey said with cold eyes, everyone watch out, suppress with fire. The cannons they held had abstruse martial state fire power. However, they took long times to charge and the trajectory was singular. That instant, all sorts of scorching beams shot at the hideous beasts, creating thunderous blasts. Spirit beasts instantly died and abstruse beasts splashed blood. Roar. Growl. The beasts roared in anger and all sorts of spirit lights flashed. When a few hundred powerful beasts raged, the force was overwhelming. Weaker martial artists might even lose the will to resist. However, warriors who had survived the battlefield wouldn't do that. Their faces remained calm as they continued their attacks. The beasts resisted the energy blasts and charged over. Gradually, the distance between the two sides were shrinking. Mickey said melee battle. The cannon fires weren't as agile as martial artists' attacks. Once the enemies got close, melee fights were the best. Thus, the warriors clashed with the beasts. Rumble. The attacks stirred up the sand and air waves. Luckily the expedition car had a barrier or they would definitely be hurt. Mickey glanced at the battlefield and said to Luze, "You guys go too." Luze smiled, "I'm already fighting." As he spoke, green light flashed in Luze's eyes and a wind blade sliced through the beast that was about to ambush another soldier. It sliced the beast in half. Blood splashed. "Oh, the brave soldier!" The soldier's face went pale. "Oh my, so close. He almost died. Luckily someone saved him." Who was it that was so strong? He was saved in such a chaotic situation. Although death was unavoidable on the battlefield, Luze wouldn't watch if he could save them. At this moment, Mickey smiled to Luze. "Sorry about before, you're a nice kid." Luze grinned. "I was even thinking of beating you up before I left. Now, it doesn't seem necessary." "Thank you for your compliment, Commander." Mickey. This guy was that insidious? He was almost beaten up? So close. Lin Ling smiled. "Then I'm going in too." She flashed in white light and charged into the battlefield. She passed by a ferocious beast. Her long sword sliced and the beast fell to the ground. Yemu smiled. "I'm the man to become a young duke. This battlefield is all too easy." Sword wool spurted as he turned into a sword light shooting towards a ferocious beast. Then, all sorts powerful sword chi exploded piercing the beast into a beehive. Xavier laughed. "Then I'll be going in too." Then, his body turned to a black metal look. With each stride, the earth shook. He grabbed the tail of a 10-meter-long abstruse beast and smashed it onto the ground. The beast struggled while wailing. Luze dazed. Black Titan fighting monster? If this was during the Earth era, no special effects were needed and it would be a huge blockbuster. Ian smiled meekly. "I'll just support here." Then, purple light flashed in his eyes. A roaring beast suddenly stopped and then slapped the head of another snake-like beast next to it, dazing the beast. "What is this? Why hit him? Didn't they agree on beating these two-legged people?" Then, the beast slapped down again and the two beasts started fighting each other. Luze dazed. "Ian? You hypnotized that beast? That beast is abstruse beast middle stage. Your god art is that strong?" Ian scratched his head shyly. "The mental force of abstruse beast are much lower than other intelligent beings. I just slightly interfered with its mind, making it think that sand snake to be a soldier." Luze. "I envy you." Mental force was really scary. It was completely toying with enemies. He really wanted such a god art. Meanwhile, green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he sliced another beast in half. Ian watched this and looked at Luze unhappily. "Don't kid me, Luze." Luze looked at Ian and his mouth spasmed. Luze said seriously, "Ian, you need to remember you're a guy. You need to be angry like one. Why was this guy like a girl even when he was angry?" Ian blushed and looked down in embarrassment. Luze. This guy was beyond help. He had decided to stay away from Ian. Xuanyuki and them also joined the battlefield. Mickey didn't join the battlefield. Although the beasts outnumbered the soldiers, but with Luze here, his wind blades harvested the beasts like the scythe of doom. Those invisible wind blades made Mickey shiver. This youth was too scary. One-man army. Even those expedition members looked at Luze in shock. Was that youth Luze, the one who was so famous now? He's indeed a terrifying prodigy. It's the luck of the human race to have such a prodigy. The battle lasted half an hour. A few hundred beasts fell to the ground and their blood tainted the sand red. Pungent smell of blood was everywhere. The soldiers looked amongst each other and found that not a single soldier died. We have a complete victory over this many beasts. It seems so. Since when were we this strong? Are we some unknown prodigy? I was cringing to death from hearing this. At least bluff after Luze was gone. Luze was still here and you guys are bluffing like this. Nevertheless, Mickey breathed easy. It was best that no one died. And, there didn't seem to be wild beasts? He had been on alert for wild beasts. After all, he was one of the only 2 core martial state powers. In that case, he could rest up. At this moment, a rock-piercing call sounded. Ree! Those spirit martial state soldiers howled in pain as blood dripped down their ears. Everyone looked into the sky. A huge figure that covered the sun appeared. It was a huge eagle-like beast whose wings stretched more than 100 meters. It was completely yellow and had shrouds of yellow sand covering it. Each time it stretched its wings, it turned into yellow light and disappeared quickly before appearing again. The terrifying pressure made the soldiers' abstruse martial state primary stage and below unable to breathe. Even Mickey's face went bad. This sand eagle. Why is it here? Luze dazed? Sand eagle? It was called sand eagle? Luze felt this beast's name wasn't too friendly. Luze felt pity. TL note, sand eagle in Chinese has another meaning retard. Chapter 143, The wind is too big I can't hear. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze looked at the nearing sand eagle and then at Mickey. He asked curiously, Commander, is this sand eagle very strong? Mickey nodded. Very strong. Sand eagle is a wild beast. It has sand control god art. Its wingspan is over 100 meters. It has at least core martial state level 7 power. Mickey's eyes focused as a sliver of hesitation in his eyes finally turned to harshness. He took out a black ball from the storage ring and said, I'll stop the sand eagle. Everyone returned to the base. Listen to Luze's command. Then, he turned to Luze and said, Second grade soldier Luze. You're the strongest soldier other than me. Now, protect the expedition team and send them back. Act immediately. Luze grinned. The wind is too big, I can't hear you. What a joke. This guy clearly wanted to die himself. How could he leave now? It was just a large bird. He wondered if a sand eagle tasted nsi. Luze's words dazed Mickey and everyone else. Core martial state level 7 power was enough to destroy them. Yet, Luze chose to resist order at this time? Those soldiers who had some respect for him frowned. On the battlefield, such ignorant fool died the quickest and would bring his team down with him. It was already bad luck that they encountered the sand eagle. However, the worst was yet to come. Yemu and them frowned too. Luze's talent was very respectable, but saying this at this time was too ignorant. Ian said, Ze, it's best to listen to the commander at this time. Even Lin Ling frowned. To her, Luze didn't seem like this sort of person. Ze, you have a way. Lin Ling looked up and said seriously. Luze dazed. He didn't expect Lin Ling would ask him his way directly. She trusted that he could deal with this bird that much? She knew well. Luze smiled. It's just a big bird. Does it taste good? If it is, then we'll be having bird meat tonight. This idiot still thought about food now. However, everyone's face looked worse. They knew Luze's power. At the drill, it was said he easily beat Core Martial State Level 1 Francis. According to higher-up estimates, Luze's power would be no higher than Core Martial State Level 5. This was already extremely high estimation. However, this Sand Eagle was Core Martial State Level 7. Mickey's face went green as he gritted his teeth. Second grade soldier Luze, do you know what you're saying? Luze smiled and said nothing. Sometimes, it was just much more useful to let them see. He could feel everyone's eyes but he didn't care. No knew his real power anyways. If his power didn't have a huge improvement yesterday, he wasn't confident he could beat this eagle even if he used wind and fire god art. But now, Luze felt it was easy. Green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he disappeared from the spot before everyone could react. Oh shit! Mickey cursed and charged at Luze. This bastard! Although Luze wasn't mature but he couldn't just leave him there. To him, Luze didn't even have the means to kamikaze with that eagle. He might as well let Luze distract it and the two could stall while everyone else left. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as she said open all defense barriers. Get ready for the battle waves. As a level 3 sergeant major, she was a high-level commander here. With her order, everyone woke up and opened their barriers. In the air, the sand eagle felt Luze's approach. It clearly didn't feel much energy but its instincts made its feather stand up. The sand spun around it faster. At the same time, countless sand gathered in the air. Eventually, it formed countless sharp yellow feathers. Re! That stone-piercing sound came again. It shook its wings and all the yellow feathers turned into flowing light shooting at Luze. Mickey wanted to chase up to Luze but found he couldn't even keep up with Luze. When he saw the heavens covered in yellow feathers, his heart went cold. It was beyond help. Luze grinned. Green light flashed in Luze's eyes and the wind around him turned into a green shield. All the feathers were immediately blown off their original course when they touched the light shield. Mickey and Lin Ling and them bulged their eyes. How was this possible? Oh shit! Ze's power! All sorts of exclaims sounded. Everyone's suppressed feelings felt a little better. A sliver of hope appeared in their hearts. Perhaps Luze could really kill this sand eagle? The sand eagle sensed Luze easily stopped its attacks and became more vigilant. It even felt a sliver of lethal threat. It felt it didn't need to stay here and fight with its life. It was planning to leave. Black rays flashed in its eyes and then a violent chi surged up turning its eyes red and hideous. It shrieked at Luze and charged at Luze. Luze grinned and his eyes went cold. His cells were extremely active right now. The crystal color was completely flowing in his body. Only a sliver of crystal light seeped out. The terrifying power was almost all contained in his body. After using that strange strand of energy yesterday, Luze's body was much stronger. His eyes flashed, strength god art. 5 times increase. Even now, 5 times increase wasn't at the limit of his body. However, Luze was still lacking on learning. Luze was just standing in the air and the sandstorm seemed to have stopped becoming very quiet. Mickey, who was planning to help, saw this and his body froze. For some reason, he felt Luze was very scary now. He instinctively felt it wasn't smart to get close. Mickey almost couldn't believe it. This kid was only 18. How could he be this strong? The sand eagle felt Luze's power. Its beast eyes flashed and its yellow spirit force bursted out. It used full power immediately. Luze gritted his teeth. Just strength god art alone wasn't enough. Green light flashed. He used wind god art at full power too. The power of a god art was related to one's learnings but it was also related to one's body, mental force, and spirit force. Now that Luze's mental force and body improved greatly, so did his use of wind god art. The wind turned into a layer of armor as Luze clenched his right fist. Thud. A distant thud sounded like the strike of an ancient war drum. The airwave swept the nearby sand. Mickey retreated drastically. He couldn't help in the battle anymore. But he didn't need to use his life to trade the sand eagle's life. Everyone on the ground was extremely silent as they watched the bright green figure. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This guy became this strong. How could she catch up? Yemu and them looked at Luze in disbelief. Re. The sand eagle was sometimes awake, sometimes immersed in bloodlust. Luze's eyes went cold as he punched. Die! The green fist force with spinning whirlwind struck towards the sand eagle. Green and yellow clashed in the air. Rumble! The sky was covered in green and yellow color. Sand and wind as well as spirit force spread in all directions. Mickey appeared before the convoy and shook the remaining force away with his spirit force. Then, everyone looked up. Luze didn't stop after that strike. He turned into a gust of wind and appeared next to the sand eagle, who was still struggling to block his fist force. Luze punched again on its huge head. Re! A wail sounded as the terrifying sound of bones cracking came above the sand eagle's head. Blood splashed. The sand eagle struggled a few times before losing life force. Its huge body fell from the sky. It created another sandstorm while its blood tainted the surrounding red. Mickey, Lin Ling, and all the soldiers looked dazedly at the lifeless body. 2 punches, killed a Corps Martial State Level 7 Sand Eagle. This was too shocking. Chapter 144, Just how far ahead of us do you want to be? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In one desert of 25th planet, the wind blew furiously. Everyone looked up at the figure flashing with green light that can't be covered even by the sand and was lost in thought. This temperament. He was just 18 and killed Corps Martial State Level 7 Sand Eagle with just 2 punches. This power was truly terrifying. At this moment, Luze landed slowly from the sky next to the Sand Eagle. He looked at it and touched his chin as though in contemplation. Just when everyone was curious, Luze grabbed one wing and smiled. Then, Luze dragged the eagle by this wing towards the vehicles. Luze ran as he spoke. Everyone, let's have this sand eagle today? How about it? Is it tasty? Everyone. What is this? They thought this guy found something and that's why he was thinking. Keep that temperament of yours. Everyone held their chest. This guy changed styles so fast that they couldn't react. These soldiers felt Luze's great image collapsing. Mickey, Yemu, and them completely couldn't relate this guy who was laughing like a stupid kid with the prodigy who killed the sand eagle in 2 punches. Only Lin Ling, who knew about Luze's unreliable character, was prepared for this. But despite this, Lin Ling felt it was uneasy to breathe. This guy was too angering. He was clearly just a little bit handsome before. Why didn't he keep it? Luze dragged the eagle to everyone and saw their strange face. He thought they were worried that the eagle wasn't dead yet, so he smiled. Don't worry, I killed this sand eagle. Then, Luze looked at Mickey. Second Lieutenant, the vehicles have stopped. Do you think we can eat first? He pointed at the sand eagle. Is this tasty? Mickey. Seeing Luze's ravenous eyes, Mickey's mouth spasmed as he said, okay, rest here for now. The soldiers were indeed tired from that battle. Then he said, I've never had sand eagle meat. I don't know if it's tasty. Oh my! Even he wanted to try it after Luze said it. Luze heard this and his eyes lit up. He glanced at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, can you cook? Lin Ling rolled her eyes. I'm not a spirit chef. I can't cook as well as your little junior schoolmate. Don't blame me if it doesn't taste good. Luze smiled. Definitely not, you will at least cook better than me. The timid Jessica said, I can help. Then, Xian Yuki and Yuan Tian Qian Hua also smiled. We can help too. Then, everyone started handling the meat while the girls started making spices for the meat. The wing was over 100 meters, but most of it was feathers. The meat wasn't enough for all the soldiers. Luze had decided that if it was tasty, he would share some with everyone and have more of the leftover. If it was bad, he would eat less. The vehicles pushed out the defense barrier to block the sand. Everyone sat down and the sand eagle was roasted ready. Luze took the meat Lin Ling passed over and bit down. Immediately, the intense flavor and texture bloomed in his mouth. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. Lin Ling wasn't a spirit chef, but her cooking wasn't bad. He was going to have more. Lin Ling looked at Luze and smiled. How is it? It's good. Lin Ling smiled and started eating herself. Luze's eyes flashed as he looked at Mickey. Commander, do you often come across such beasts when you leave the city? If there was often such beasts, this planet would need high-level core martial state martial artists to lead the team. Mickey said slowly. This is my first time encountering such strong beast. Powerful beasts have their own domain. There shouldn't be such wild beast in this region. But although I haven't come across migrations, but some people in the base have. Those unlucky squads would be entirely annihilated, but such chances are very small. Everyone. Oh my! Was this planet this dangerous? Luze's mouth spasmed. This was too unlucky. Luckily his power was strong, and because he had the fight with the Sand Eagle, he had a clearer knowledge of his power. If he used Fire God Art or the fusion of wind and fire, at least he could show off in core martial state. However, I've already notified Captain Fulang of this incident. If something else occurs on the way, we'll ask for assistance. Luze and them nodded. The military power of the base was limited. One accident wasn't adequate for the base to send powerful beings over. They had their own missions. Yemu smiled. Ze is that strong, I feel our mission isn't hard to finish. Everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded. The bold Yuan Tianqianhua smiled at Luze. Just how strong is your battle power? Luze smiled. About core martial state level 9. If he used Fire God Art he could reach core martial state level 9 power. Hearing this, everyone went stiff as they clasped their heart. Yemu's voice was shaky. We're clearly the same age. Why are you that much stronger than us? Just how far ahead of us do you want to be? Luze was an entire state higher than them. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed her improvement wasn't big enough. She needed to work harder. Mickey felt extremely bad. Luze was this much younger than him, and yet his power was that much stronger than his. Prodigies really left no way out for others. After everyone was rested up, they once began driving off. They had driven halfway. In just a few more hours, they could arrive. They didn't encounter other accidents on the way. There was the occasional beasts, but they were low-level abstruse beasts. A few hours later, the speaker said, Commander, we're almost at our destination. Everyone looked out. There seemed to be a huge patch of shade in the sandstorm. As they got closer, the Sada cleared up. It was a huge oasis. There was full of tall trees inside the oasis. It decorated the sand like a green gemstone. Mickey said, get close carefully. Then, the convoy slowed down and neared the oasis. Luze asked, Commander, are there powerful beasts inside the oasis? Mickey nodded seriously. According to the finder of this resource point, there should be low-level core martial state beast inside. He looked at Luze and said it shouldn't be considered strong. After all, this guy could kill core martial state level 7 with 2 punches. The convoy stopped outside the oasis. Everyone got off the car and watched. There was constant beast roars inside, and they could even hear fights. It seemed the beasts inside were quite naughty. The soldiers naturally kept the expedition squad in the middle. Mickey said, I'll pave the way ahead. Luze stay at the rear. Everyone stay on high alert and keep quiet. Let's go. Then, everyone pushed forward. Luze and Lin Ling and them stayed at the rear. He kept his wind god art open and scanned out his mental force. The surveyor took out his detection devices and started scanning. An hour later, they were deep into the oasis. They encountered quite some beasts on the way. They were pretty much all abstruse beasts. There was also a low-level wild beast. However, before it could even howl, its huge head was sliced off by Luze's wind blade. Just when they passed a small hill, the surveyor suddenly said, Stop! There's a reaction. Everyone felt excited. Mickey said, Quickly finish the surveying. If there's enough resources we can call teams over to excavate. Chapter 145, You Don't Know True Despair. Just when the surveyor was planning to get to work, a huge formation suddenly lit up below everyone's feet. The formation was glowing in the color of blood. It instantly covered everyone. This is Spirit Lock Formation, everyone spread out. Mickey roared. Subsequently, everyone showed the quality of elite soldiers. In a short instant, all of them managed to leave the formation. The formation was already starting to collapse on its own. Luze looked at the pieces of the formation in confusion and examined his body. He didn't feel anything. What was the point of this formation? It didn't feel like anything at all? Was it just for a show? At this moment, Luze heard someone say worriedly, I can't use spirit force. My dantian feels like it was separated. Hearing this, everyone's face changed and started to sense their own spirit force. Oh shit! Same. Me too. Everyone's face changed. It wasn't just one person. It seemed everyone's spirit force was locked in their dantian. Luze felt strange. He was a spirit body, so his spirit force wasn't stored in the dantian. He didn't feel anything. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, You too? Lin Ling's eyes flashed and nodded. Then, she said coldly, We were set up. There are blade demons here. Humans focused on cultivating spirit force, at least, before reaching planetary state. Spirit force gave a huge increase to humans' bodies and battle power. Yet, their spirit force was locked. That way, their combat power would drastically decrease. Clearly, they were set up. Only blade demons would be doing that here. The faces of Yemu and others were bad too. Perhaps, they might die here. Mickey said, This is Spirit Lock Formation. We only stayed in there for an instant, the duration of Spirit Lock won't be long. Let's leave here first. However, before the effects were over, it would be the most dangerous time. Blade demons clearly weren't nearby, otherwise, they would definitely notice this. They had to leave here before blade demons got here. However, they didn't expect blade demons had such precious formation. It had no offensive power and wouldn't have any spirit force wave before activation. Even their detection devices couldn't detect it. It seemed the blade demons already knew they were coming. How did they know? Did they have a demon who has a farsight god art come over? Luze frowned. Within his senses, more than 100 blade demons were nearing rapidly. Clearly, they noticed the activation of the formation. Thus, he reminded, blade demons are coming. As soon as Luze said this, everyone's face looked worse. They didn't expect the blade demons reacted this quickly. Without spirit force, those who didn't have god art had to rely on their bodies. Here, only Federal University students had god art. Despite this, god arts would be much weaker without spirit force. In this state, they couldn't even run away from those full-powered blade demons. In just a few seconds, a huge shadow came across the sky. Everyone looked up and narrowed their eyes. It was a sand eagle. Its 150-meter golden wings seemed very familiar. After all, they just ate one before. However, this one clearly seemed stronger than before. At the same time, there were vibrations coming from the ground. 3 huge beasts rammed away the trees and trapped everyone in the center. These were 3 golden tigers that were 15 meters tall. Sand waved around them, and they looked extremely ferocious. At this moment, there were quite some blade demons riding on them. After surrounding the people, the blade demons jumped off. Feeling the ferocious chi from the beasts, as well as the 100 blade demons, Mickey's heart went cold. What was this? They were tricked into stepping on the spirit lock formation, and now, there were 4 high-level wild beasts? They only had 2 core martial state, and he was a noob core martial state. Was this necessary? There was no way out of this at all? The soldiers already had a pale face from the ferocious chi of the beasts. A blade demon wearing luxurious purple spirit-powered armor walked out. Although blade demons looked hideous, this one seemed even more hideous. He looked at the surrounded Luze, as his blood eyes flashed. He said, "Humans, die." Then, the other blade demons roared while looking at the purple-armored blade demon with reverence. Luze looked at this blade demon and then asked Lin Ling, "Did you see? This blade demon can actually speak human tongue." Lin Ling, Mickey, soldiers, Yemu and others. Purple blade demon. The atmosphere felt a little awkward. Eventually, the purple-armored blade demon said hoarsely, "It seems you don't know true despair yet. Allow me to help you taste what is true despair." The sand eagle let out a cry, and the sand tigers roared. Chapter 146, Don't worry, catch a blade demon first. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The four enraged beasts roared while flashing with spirit light. The distant sandstorm rushed into the oasis, forming sharp arrows in the air. Soon, these arrows struck at Luze and the others. These soldiers wanted to block it, but the attacks were too strong. These were core martial state high-level attacks. Even if they had spirit force, they wouldn't be able to stop it, much less now. Lin Ling gritted her teeth. Although she had no spirit force, she wasn't going to sit and wait. She glanced at Luze and saw his face was cold. He wasn't worried at all. She found it a bit funny. She didn't need to worry about this idiot. Just when Lin Ling was planning to dodge, Luze grabbed her arm. Then, Luze said in a serious tone, "Stand here, don't move." Before Lin Ling could speak, an extremely vibrant red flame suddenly appeared in the air. Then, more and more flames appeared, forming a red flame barrier encapsulating everyone. Luze's mastery of the fire god art was extremely great. It was like Merlin's pale flame, it wouldn't harm those he didn't want to be harmed. Although Luze didn't reach this stage yet, it was only a bit hot inside the barrier. The sand arrows made ripples on the barrier but didn't manage to break through. The scene fell silent. The humans and blade demons looked at this in disbelief. There was the joy of surviving in the eyes of the human soldiers. They thought they were going to be dead for sure. Who saved them? Meanwhile, the blade demon warriors stared in disbelief. These attacks were equivalent to 4 core martial state level 9. Who stopped it? Only the purple-armored blade demon stared deadly at Luze's eyes. It was where the last gust of flame disappeared. His body was tense. This person was a huge enemy. Someone who could fight with him. Why was such a powerful person on the 25th planet? Was it the same as them? Impossible. If the humans found out too, they wouldn't be this successful. His eyes flashed. Regardless, these humans had to die. He couldn't let any of them go. The blade demon growled. At this moment, the beasts roared again, and their yellow spirit force expanded. Luze said, "Shut up." Then, flames rose in Luze's eyes again. Vibrant flames burned around these 4 beasts. The fire started burning the beast's spirit force. Sensing danger, the 4 beasts growled. They were sometimes conscious, sometimes mad. The purple blade demon roared again as faint black spirit force emerged. His pressure spread out. The 4 beasts went crazy again. Spirit force flashed around them as the sand flew. They started to resist Luze's flame. Luze glared at the 4 beasts and took back his gaze. He looked at the purple-armored blade demon. At the same time, this blade demon looked up and gazed murderously at Luze. The atmosphere felt suppressed. Now, everyone finally realized where the fire came from. Everyone opened their eyes in disbelief and looked at Luze's back. They knew that Luze's understanding of wind god art was profound. They didn't expect his fire god art to be even stronger than his wind god art. Just how did this guy cultivate? Those who could enter the Federal University elite class were the most talented bunch of the human race. Everyone was probably on the same level. Now, they realized they thought too much. They weren't on the same level at all. Even if this guy went to the second year, he would still be one of the most talented. If this guy went to the third year, he would be considered strong. Back at their home place, they were the coolest, but now, this guy was the only one acting cool. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. She knew Luze had fire god art but didn't expect it was this strong. Her pride was struck again. Soon, her eyes became firm again. She wasn't someone to give up easily. On the other hand, the three girls looked at Luze grabbing Lin Ling's arm, and their eyes flashed with envy. Such an excellent man always attracted attention. At this moment, Luze's eyes flashed. He let go of Lin Ling's hand. He clenched his hands into fists as red and green light flashed in Luze's eyes. Luze had decided to use the fusion of wind and fire god art immediately to kill this blade demon as quickly as possible. After all, there were soldiers here. They would be hurt by the commotion of the battle. Mickey glanced at the purple armored blade demon and then the four beasts. Then, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "I know who this blade demon is. He's a prodigy of the blade demon military. He's called Barbados. He has beast control god art. No wonder there are so many beasts controlled by them." This made Luze stunned. He didn't attack the blade demon and instead looked at Mickey. Other new students did the same. Unless it was a very famous prodigy, ordinary prodigies wouldn't appear on this planet. The 25th planet wasn't very important. There shouldn't be beings with high battle powers here. Why did this blade demon prodigy suddenly appear? Mickey frowned. Barbados has a core martial state peak battle power. He should be active on the 22nd planet. Why would he appear here? Then, Lin Ling's eye bulged. Beast control god art. In that case, the sand eagle we just ate. Everyone glanced strangely at Luze. Was the sand eagle they ate Barbados' pet? Luze's mouth spasmed. Don't look at me like this. You guys ate it too. They all ate it. Why was he treated like this? Barbados was dazed too. That sand eagle was indeed his. When it was alive, he used it to send off the human militaries. However, why the hell was it eaten? He was furious. His dead pet was actually eaten by humans? By the way, would humans eat blade demons? At this moment, Luze looked at Barbados with cold eyes. A prodigy who shouldn't be here. There must be some secret? I'll capture him alive. Everyone, hey! Capture him alive? Red and green light flashed in Luze's eyes as he disappeared. Then, he appeared next to Barbados. He opened his right hand and a huge inferno covered Barbados. The inferno spun vigorously, and the huge pulling force dragged the nearby blade demon troops inside. Even the human soldiers felt a huge pulling force inside the barrier. Soon, howls of pain came from the inferno, and then, there was a burnt smell. Luze frowned. It smelled bad. At this moment, a howl could be heard and an opening appeared in the inferno. A purple figure charged out. It was Barbados. His black spirit force was dim, and there were burnt marks all over his body. He floated in the air and looked at Luze in terror. Barbados roared, "Who the hell are you? How could there be such a strong human on the 25th planet?" One strike, and he was almost heavily injured. This was infinitely close to aperture opening state or even aperture opening state battle power already. Was it really discovered? No, he must bring the news back alive. To prevent humans from leaking the news, they've neutralized all methods of communication within a 10 km radius. Now, they couldn't send messages out too. Luze didn't reply. Since they fought, he would beat him half dead first. Flames rose from his body and the green wind circulated around him. He disappeared from his original spot instantly. The dim black spirit light of Barbados burst out again. Even his force rose many times. At the same time, a crack appeared on Barbados' body as he spitted out blood. He used a forbidden art of the blade demon that burned his life. He only had one thought: charge out and send the intel back. Luze felt this sudden rise in force, but he didn't change his attack. He appeared on the side of Barbados and punched. Rumble! The vibrant green force flashed in the sky like a roaring dragon. Barbados felt the power that made him quiver. He used all his power on his blade and sliced both of them down, weakening the fist force while he retreated out. Luze disappeared again, seeing his punch wasn't effective. Then, he appeared before Barbados and struck with his fist, palm, and elbow. Each strike contained the power of wind and fire fusion, strength god art, as well as his own terrifying power. Each strike created ripples in the air that turned to a hurricane blowing across the oasis. On the grounds, the huge trees shook vigorously. Some bushes were blown into the air. The original beasts in the oasis all quivered in their hideouts. At this moment, the audience inside the flame barriers were dazed. Oh my! Luze is so terrifying. Someone finally couldn't resist speaking. Everyone nodded in agreement. Luze attacked non-stop. However, he was stopped by Barbados, who used the forbidden technique. Each time he blocked, Barbados would spit blood. His body was bleeding from the cracks. Luze didn't know where he had all this blood. But as a warrior, Luze felt this blade demon was worthy of respect. Very strong and tenacious. Meanwhile, Barbados felt this human was too abusive. He was contained and beaten up within a 10-meter diameter. As soon as he ran out a little, he was smashed back. Let him go. The backlash of the forbidden technique was starting to show. His power was receding. Seeing this, Luze pressed his right hand on Barbados. Then, vibrant red flames surged into his body. Argh! I'm getting roasted! Barbados cried out. Then, Luze took the red flames back. He then used wind god art to seal the organs of the blade demon. Seeing the stiff Barbados, Luze smiled. Don't be in a rush after catching a blade demon. Use the fire to roast it first and have it receive a heavy injury. Then, seal his body with the wind. That way, a blade demon captive was made. At this moment, Barbados finally knew true despair. Chapter 147, His path of conquest has become different. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze scratched his head in embarrassment when everyone looked at him in shock as he brought the well-behaved Barbados down from the air. If you want to compliment me, don't overdo it. I'm very bloated right now. Everyone's face went stiff after hearing his words, and their mouth spasmed. 1. Originally, they almost couldn't resist complimenting Luze. But looking at this guy, they instantly don't want to anymore. At this moment, a sharp shriek came from the air. At the same time, roars could be heard from the ground too. Since Barbados was heavily injured and subjugated, he could no longer control these beasts. They were happy to watch when they were trapped by Luze's flame god art. When they watched Luze beat Barbados up and they gained their freedom, they chose to run immediately. Oh my! They couldn't mess with such a big boss. Thus, when Luze and the others looked over, the sand eagle had broken free and flown away. The 3 sand tigers also wanted to run away. Luze looked up and then down. His eyes flashed. Moments later, he scratched his head and asked, by the way, do sand tigers taste good? He had never tasted a sand tiger. Seeing how eager Luze was to eat, everyone's mouth spasmed. 2this guy was still thinking about food. Lin Ling glared at Luze once. She then glanced at Barbados and frowned. Don't think about eating now. Something definitely happened for the blade demon to come to the 25th planet. Let's contact the base and report this. Mickey nodded. Indeed, let's leave first. We'll set aside the expedition first. The signal had been blocked here. Let's leave, and send a message to the base. Luze heard this and took his eyes back from the sand tigers with regret. He could only wait until the next opportunity. In the distance, the sand tigers suddenly felt a little chill. They growled and exploded in speed as they disappeared in the sandstorm. Everyone packed things up and started to leave the oasis. Due to the battle between Luze and Barbados, the usually active beasts in the oasis were all cowering in their homes, so they left the oasis easily. Getting on their car, they drove back to base. At this moment, Mickey gained contact with the base. After that, Mickey said, "We'll go back first. The base has sent powerful people to come and greet us." Luze and the others nodded and breathed easier. Then, Luze glanced at the disappearing oasis and then looked at Barbados. Luze grinned. "You, Blade Demon brother. We got to know each other through a fight. Tell me, what are you guys secretly doing?" Barbados quickly closed his eyes and sunk into silence. Retard. He also felt a little more relieved. At least, they had not been caught yet. But his exposure would make the human race vigilant. The problem occurred at his part, and he couldn't even kill himself. He really wanted to die. Luze sighed, seeing that Barbados didn't reply despite knowing that Barbados probably wouldn't reply. If one's head was beaten up, he might answer, right? Humans needed to have dreams. Luze felt he was a youth with a dream. However, his dream wasn't realized. Luze felt a little disappointed. The vehicle fell in silence. At this moment, the sun was slowly sinking into the sea of sand. The weather was getting cooler. The temperature difference between day and night on this planet was rather huge. The group had been through 2 battles and were rather tired. They still forced themselves to be on alert. After driving towards the base for an hour, news came from Mickey's communicator. Mickey looked at it and grinned. "Our support has arrived." Everyone got dazed. "That quickly?" Mickey said. Captain Fulang reported this to the higher authorities. "This incident is very special, and there are new students of Federal University here, so they have decided to use a spaceship to pick us up." At this moment, a spaceship stopped before the convoy. Soon, the doors opened, and a squad of armored warriors came out. A few captains and first lieutenants came out. The convoy stopped, and the soldiers went out on guard while Luze, Mickey, and the others came before the officers. A youthful captain glanced across everyone before setting his gaze on Barbados. Mickey saluted to the officers. The young man with the rank of captain nodded. "Get on the spaceship first." Everyone went on. Then, the captain looked at Luze. "Second-grade soldier Luze, thank you for your hard work. All of you, thank you for your hard work. This captive." He glanced at Barbados, who was covered in wounds, and his mouth spasmed. "Oh my! Just what did this blade demon go through? Why was he like this?" But he didn't ask and continued, "Due to the special nature of this, we'll send him to cryosleep first to prevent suicide." Luze glanced at Barbados and nodded. Then, Luze and the officers came to a cryosleep chamber and sent Barbados to sleep. After that, everyone went to rest. An hour or so later, the spaceship stopped at the space station. At this moment, Captain Fulang was already waiting at the square. Everyone came up to him. Fulang smiled as he said, "Luze, Lin Ling. Ian, thank you for working hard this time. The difficulty of the mission changed. We will explain this when we make your entrance test report." Luze and the others nodded. "Thank you, Captain." Fulang shook his head. "I should be thanking you guys." He glanced at Barbados's chamber and said, "If it wasn't for you guys, quite a lot of people would die this time. Plus, we wouldn't be able to get the first news of what happened on this planet. You guys must be very tired now, right? Go back and rest first. We'll gather intel first. We'll give you your military merits and awards tomorrow. The most important thing was to understand what happened that made Barbados run over here. Luze smiled. Okay, Captain, we'll go rest first. Fulang nodded and ordered the young soldier to accompany them to their dorms. Luze and the others followed the soldier in the car and left. At this moment, Yemu stretched and smiled. I did quite a lot this time. I would probably get at least a corporal promotion. Tian Yuanqianhua sneered, it's clearly all Zi's effort. You are acting up now. Yemu's mouth spasmed. I know my effort can't compare with Zi, but when the first wave of beasts attacked, I killed 8 abstruse beasts. It's definitely more than you guys. One The Cold Xianyuki said, what a coincidence, I have 8 too. Yemu's face stiffened as he looked at Xianyuki in disbelief. Then, he saluted with his fists. I didn't expect you had such power. It could shock the heavens and surprise the gods. My respect for you is endless like the Yellow River. Everyone looked at this in speechlessness. This guy had the same numbers of kills as her. Complimenting her was complimenting himself. So shameless. At this moment, Yemu looked at Ian and Lin Ling. Ian, Lin Ling, how many did you guys kill? They were all abstruse martial state level 2. Ian spoke softly, I killed 9. Lin Ling smiled and said, I killed 12. 12? Everyone's eyes bulged. They were the same cultivation level, why did Lin Ling have so much more? Lin Ling smiled. That day at the drill, the battle tactics Ze explained to me were very effective. It's coherent with my god art. I've been thinking about it, so my combat power has improved. Tian Yuanqianhua listened with envy. Other people were envious too. Everyone had a different god art. They needed to learn themselves how to best use it. Lin Ling had a very good method of use now. At this moment, they had arrived at the dorms. Everyone went up into their own rooms. Luze stretched and lay on his bed. Today was indeed a bit dangerous. Luckily, he was strong enough, or things would be bad. If he still had the power he had yesterday, they would probably need to run back to the base when they encountered the first Sand Eagle. After all, his power yesterday wasn't much stronger than the Sand Eagle. Luze took out his phone and reported his safety in the group chat and talked with Alice and Lu Li for a while. Half an hour later, Luze put away his phone. He grinned, and his tense state of mind eased up. He felt good. Luze looked outside, it was completely dark now. He sat on his bed and closed his eyes. Practice cultivation. The 25th planet seemed a bit dangerous now. If he didn't cultivate hard, he might die. He didn't want to die early. He wanted to enter the pocket hunting dimension like usual. However, this time, Luze was shocked. When he opened his eyes, he found he wasn't in the pocket hunting dimension. He was in some dark unknown space. There were 2 fist-sized light rings floating before him. There were scenes in each ring. The scene in the first ring was very familiar. Luze saw those cute white rabbits and green wolves. The other ring had some living beings too. Luze had only seen one type. It was the black-scaled leopards he encountered when he ran out of the white rabbit area. Luze looked at the 2 rings with shock. Did this mean he could choose where he entered the pocket hunting dimension? Was the pocket hunting dimension evolving? Or was it something else? Just what was this pocket hunting dimension? Luze thought about how he killed that male lion last night. That male lion was definitely the strongest beast there. For would this new ring have such an animal? If he killed it, would a new ring appear? Luze made a bold guess, but he would need to verify it. Luze smiled. This felt like a game level after level. However, death was too painful inside. It affected user experience. This must be given a bad review. Luze used his mental force to touch the other ring. His eyes went dark. When he could see again, he was in the grass plain. 1this time, his path of conquest was different. Chapter 148, Heavy Beating from the Boss. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the pocket hunting dimension. It was still another grassy plain even though he entered through another light circle. Luze had run here before. However, as soon as he came here, he was beaten up by those few black-scaled leopards. But now, everything was different. Luze rarely had a match in the core martial state. He could barely fight those who just reached aperture opening state. He was very strong. He looked around. This region of grass plain had taller grass than the previous one. The grass was taller than 3 meters. There were the incessant roars of beasts and battles. The air was full of ferocity and battle will. Luze heard the distant beast roar. He fell silent for a moment and took a deep breath. Ah, I smell it, the smell of prey. Then, Luze scratched his head in embarrassment. This was the 34th line he wanted to say the most when he was still retarded. No one was in the pocket hunting dimension, so why not let himself loose? Then, Luze opened his wind god art and mental force with full power and looked around vigilantly. Lu Mature Hunter Ze was online. At this moment, Luze looked to the right. There was the rustling sound of grass. Then, 5 3-meter-tall, black-scaled leopards appeared. They had a hideous horn and whip-like tail. They gazed at Luze with their black eyes showing a familiar look. It was the look of hunger. Luze's mouth spasmed. Did these guys think he was tasty? They were even drooling. Luze couldn't tolerate this. If possible, he wanted to eat them. However, all the animals he killed here turned to dust. One roar. They lowered their bodies slightly and lunged at Luze. Their bodies turned into a black stream. Luze raised his lips. He was no longer the original him. The power of these leopards was only core martial state. To him, it was too weak. A red light flashed in Luze's eyes and instantly, 5 vibrant red flames ignited in the air, surrounding the leopards. Howl! The scorching flames twisted the air. The leopards flashed with black spirit light but couldn't resist Luze's flames at all. In a short while, an intense aroma of meat perfused in the air making Luze drool. Oh my! Were all the beasts here this tasty? Luze looked at the 5 leopards slowly turning to dust. His eyes were full of sadness. The cooked meat flew away. All that was left behind were light orbs. Each leopard left 2 to 3 even darker red orbs, as well as a deeper purple orb. They had nothing else. Not every organism in the pocket hunting dimension would leave behind god art crystal balls. The little rabbits didn't have them. However, Luze grinned, feeling the intense power contained in the red orbs. With stronger red orbs, his spirit force cultivation progress would go much faster. With his current body, he could definitely use this energy. He collected the 5 purple and 12 red orbs, and once again, he continued the path of hunting. He went through the grass vigilantly. Although Luze felt he was very strong, he knew there were many that were stronger than him. At least, that lightning warhorse and the grey lizard were stronger than him. He went around for more than 10 minutes before finding new prey. This prey was a sheep-like beast with a pair of sharp horns and smooth fur. There were more than 10 of them, and they were over 3 meters tall. They were eating the grass, but when they sensed Luze's chi, they immediately looked up vigilantly. Then, under Luze's speechless gaze, they bared their sharp teeth and charged at Luze with red eyes. One Luze's eyes went cold. Fire god art surged, instantly roasting the whole sheep. Once again, with sadness, Luze watched the lambs turn to dust, leaving behind red and purple light orbs. They had similar or even lower power than black leopards, but their powers were also core martial state. Collecting the orbs, Luze headed off once again. A few hours later, Luze hunted more beasts. Their powers were all core martial state. Luze was confused. Were the beasts here that weak? Was he invincible here? Thinking about this, Luze put his hands behind him and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His eyes had deep melancholy as he sighed, invincibility is such loneliness. 1this was the fifth line he wanted to say the most. Luze felt it suited the situation perfectly. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Luze. Wasn't it a day right now? Why did the lights suddenly turn off? Why were there vibrations? He turned to look at the sun. Then, his face no longer had the expression of invincibility is such loneliness. Dark clouds with a few 100-kilometer range covered the sky and were flying towards him at extreme speed. Luze glanced at it and realized this wasn't a dark cloud. It was a group of creatures resembling mosquitoes that were 4 meters long. They covered the sun. Luze couldn't even count them. Luze ran without hesitation. Oh my! What type of mosquitoes are these? If that needle came down, he would be over. Roar! Roar! Countless beasts chose to run too. The tall grass wavered non-stop. Even the ground was shaking. Some powerful beasts charged into the sky. Luze saw a huge green bird that had a wingspan of over 100 meters and a green wind swirling on its body. He also saw lightning-horned warhorse that was over 10 meters tall. In addition, he saw grey lizards that were tens of meters long. He saw countless powerful beasts. They all turned into a flowing light and disappeared into the distance. Even such terrifying beasts were fleeing in the wake of the mosquito sea. Luze's face was red. He wasn't invincible at all. The dark cloud was like a catastrophe. Everywhere it passed, beasts howled hideously. But the howl only lasted for an instant and stopped. Luze's mouth spasmed. Before he could feel sad for them, his eyes went dark. He felt he was sucked dry. Then, he opened his eyes again, and he was in his dorm. Luze was completely dazed. It was his first time feeling that his entire body was drained. He died peacefully. Thus, Luze didn't feel much pain. That was probably the only merit. On the first day of going to a higher level map, he had taken a heavy beating from the big boss. Power in numbers. Socialist mosquitoes were this terrifying. Luze sighed and focused his attention on the red orbs. He wanted to increase his spirit force cultivation the most. That was his weakness. He used a red orb. Immediately, a fierce power that was on a completely different level flowed in his body. But his body could completely handle this power. This power split into two and started nourishing his body while helping with spirit force cultivation. The physical body didn't improve rapidly from this power, but his spirit force cultivation did. Spirit chi was drawn into Luze's body non-stop. It flowed in his cells, making them shine. An hour later, he finished using a red orb. Luze didn't stop at all. He used a second one. I love cultivation. Cultivation makes me happy. Time flowed by rapidly. The sky went orange and then dark and then blue. When the sun first rose, Luze opened his eyes. His dark eyes were flashing like crystal. He felt the immense spirit force in his body and smiled. The level of his spirit force cultivation probably increased that night. The higher level red orbs weren't the same at all. Luze felt the fire god art secrets emitted by the waving flame in his mental dimension. His eyes flashed. He didn't even need to cultivate fire god art, and the secrets of it would be flowing in his brain. His fire god art was getting stronger. The reward for beating that lion was huge. With how the flame was being consumed, it should last half a month. By then, his fire god art would be very strong. Chapter 149, Very Envious. After calming down, Luze got up from the bed and stretched. Then, he walked out of his room to clean himself. When he was finished, Luze came to the living room. Immediately, another door opened, and Ian walked out of the room. Ian's exquisite face blushed as he looked down and said softly, "Good morning, Ze." Luze's mouth spasmed. "Morning, Ian." He didn't know why this guy was embarrassed, but Luze felt this person was really hopeless. He needed to stay away from Ian. Then, Yemu and Xavier came out of their rooms. The three cleansed themselves, and all sat in the living room. Yemu smiled sycophantically to Luze. "Ze, do you still have more of that spirit food your junior schoolmate cooked for you?" "No." Luze ignored their pitiful looks. What a joke! He didn't even have enough himself. That was his beauty food for the next few months. If he finished up Alice's food, he would have no extra reserves. Even he ate modestly. There was no way he was going to take it out. Seeing Luze's resoluteness, Yemu and Xavier could only eat other things. Suddenly, there was the sound of knocking on the door. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and he used Wind God Art to open the door. Wind God Art was perfect for lazy people. Lin Ling and her group walked in. Luze saw Lin Ling's happy smile and immediately said, "Lin Ling, if you found money, you must split it with me." Lin Ling's smile froze for a moment. She rolled her eyes and then said, "I had a breakthrough." "What?" Yemu heard this, and his body shook. Lin Ling was already stronger than he is, and now that she broke through again, she would be far beyond him. Even Xavier and Ian looked at Lin Ling in shock. Xuanyuki and the others clearly knew already. Luze said calmly, "What a coincidence, I just had a breakthrough too." Elder Lin said to keep her ego in check. He needed to be very responsible. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Lin Ling's smile disappeared as she bulged her eyes, looking at Luze in disbelief. Yemu's pitiful voice came out, "I don't want to live. You guys are all big bosses, secretly getting strong behind my back." As a man who was determined to become a young duke, Yemu felt very pressured. Luze looked at Yemu speechlessly. He felt this guy completely forgot about copying Luo Bingqing's mannerisms. Xuanyuki glared at Yemu. "Shut up! You're making me annoyed." Everyone else looked amicably at Yemu. This instantly made him stop. They felt the same too, but Yemu, this bastard, still groaned. Then, after breakfast, everyone began to work harder due to the influence of Luze and Lin Ling. They haven't received Fulang's notice yet. So, everyone started discussing martial arts, as well as their experience. Sometimes, discussing was better than cultivating alone. Everyone here was a prodigy and had their unique knowledge. Even Luze benefited quite a lot from the discussion. Soon, the morning went by. After lunch, that young soldier came to them again. Then, Luze, along with the others, followed the young soldier to a discussion room. There were more than 10 people inside already. Other than the high authorities of the base, there were 2 men and 1 woman wearing military uniforms. They were young. One man was a major, the other man and woman were captains. Seeing the 3, Luze and his group were slightly stunned. These 3 were their senior schoolmates. Luze and the others had seen the 3 before. They were all third-year students. The senior, with the rank of major, was called Wang Wen's. His battle power was about to reach aperture opening state. The other male senior, with the rank of captain, was Andrew, and the female, with the rank of captain, was Xylan. They all had core martial state peak battle power. Seeing Luze and the others come, Wang Wen smiled. "Junior schoolmate Luze, you guys are here." Luze asked curiously, "Hello senior schoolmate, why did you guys come?" The 3 glanced at each other, and their mouth spasmed. This guy still asked why they came. Of course, it was for Barbados. During the drill, they knew that Luze was very powerful, but now they realized they were too naive. This junior schoolmate wasn't just powerful, he was scary. They knew some things about Barbados. After all, this was a potential enemy of theirs. However, they didn't expect this blade demon prodigy was captured alive by a junior schoolmate who hadn't even finished his entrance test yet. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this news. They really wanted to know what this junior schoolmate fed on. Why was he this ferocious? The atmosphere fell awkward for an instant. Then, Wang Wen smiled. We took the mission to interrogate Barbados. My god, art is spiritual analysis. It's good for interrogation. Luze showed the look of realization. He asked, then, did the interrogation yield results? Lin Ling and the others looked at Wang Wen's curiously. Wang Wen said heavily, no specific results. A restriction has been placed on Barbados regarding why he came here. If we touch that, the restriction will backlash. Hearing this, their faces became serious. Just the restriction itself meant a lot of things. If the intel wasn't important enough, why would a restriction be placed? Wang Wen's continued, and, we did get other news. There are around 5 powerful beings like Barbados that came to the 25th planet. There's even a powerful being who reached aperture opening state. Luze. They were speechless. They were just noobs. Couldn't they just complete the entrance test safely and leave the battlefield? Why did it become like this? Was there a gold mine here? Everyone wanted to get rich? Fulang laughed bitterly, we've already reported this back to the higher authorities. They would arrange powerful people to come here. The latest arrival would be tomorrow morning. Clearly, Fulang was very helpless with what happened on his land. Powerful beings were limited. They were usually fighting over for higher level resources. Fulang looked at Luze and the others and smiled, you guys have done great merit this time. Luze's eyes lit up and said hopefully, would my rank be promoted above second level sergeant major? Luze didn't really have much need for resources. The resources he got from the pocket hunting dimension was enough. There was even a surplus. He wanted military rank the most right now. He felt very annoyed each time Lin Ling wore the level 3 sergeant major badge in front of him. When his rank was higher than hers, how would she be able to flaunt it in front of him? Fulang smiled. Luze's wish is very simple. Level 2 sergeant major is enough. Luze smiled even brighter. Can it be higher? The 3 senior schoolmates smiled. Eventually, Wang Wen said, junior schoolmate, just capturing Barbados alive is a huge merit. After all, he's near aperture opening state. At the same time, with the intel we got this time, of course, you can go higher than level 2 sergeant major. Fulang smiled. The reward this time is that second-grade soldier Luze will be promoted to second lieutenant and receive 80k federal contribution points. Third-level sergeant major Lin Ling will be promoted to second-level sergeant major and receive 5k federal contribution points. Second-grade soldier Ian will be promoted to corporal and receive 5k federal contribution points. Fulang announced the rewards slowly. Yemu and the others reached corporal, but the awarded federal contribution points were much lower. The lowest, Jessica, only got 2,000. She almost cried. The main merit this time belonged to Luze. Other people just killed some abstruse beasts. 80k federal contribution points could buy quite some martial techniques and resources. His rank also reached second lieutenant. Although it was just an honorary rank for students, the promotion speed was scary. Even Wang Wen's and the others looked at Luze with green eyes. They were very jealous. They thought back to their hard road to promotion and wanted to cry. Especially Andrew and Xylan, they were third years and still only a captain. Luze saluted and accepted the new rank. He felt great. Now, Lin Ling had to call him officer. As for federal contribution points, it was transferred to his account. Fu Lang smiled at Luze. Congratulations, Second Lieutenant Luze. Luze smiled. Thank you, Commander. Then, Fu Lang became serious again. When the support arrives tomorrow, we need to investigate what the Blade Demon knows. Hence, missions may change. Rest up today everyone. Luze and the others nodded. Yes, Commander. Wang Wen smiled, junior schoolmate, we'll go with you. Our dorms are in the same place. Andrew and Xylan nodded. Yeah, junior schoolmate, we also want to spar with you. The three's eyes flashed. They were rather curious about Luze's combat power. They wanted to see just how talented this junior schoolmate was. Chapter 150, Like an Abandoned Kid. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Naturally, Luze didn't reject the request of the three senior schoolmates. He wanted to spar with stronger people too. What was the saying? If you didn't go out for a spin, you would never know how noob you were. Luze felt he was too cocky now. The senior schoolmate could let him realize he was still a noob. Thus, the group left the meeting room and returned to their dorms. Wang Wen's and his group didn't even organize their rooms yet and just dragged Luze and the others downstairs. There was a large training ground near the dorms for resting military officers. Luze and the others were helplessly dragged here by the three excited senior schoolmates. There were 10 stages here, and each stage was a few hundred meters long and wide. There were a few people fighting on the stages already. There were also people watching and cheering. The scene was on fire. When Luze and the others entered, they felt their blood boiled. Wang Wen smiled. Each district has such training ground. Many people would come to play when they took breaks. Some people would have small bets and things. Xylan smiled. I remember a few days ago, Andrew bet with a prodigy from the Prodigy Barrack. He seemed to have lost 50k federal contribution points. Andrew's face went red. Who knew Xi Zhong, that bastard, had a breakthrough without saying a thing. His heart is dark. Xylan snorted. Pfft, would you say it if it was you? Andrew was speechless. He wasn't going to reject free money. Was 50k federal contribution points a small gamble? Oh my! Luze realized that he was so poor he could only play a small gamble once. Indeed, gambling was harmful to health. He must not do it. As for Lin Ling and the others, they couldn't even afford a small gamble. Wang Wen smiled. Okay, stop roasting Andrew. Let's play. Xylan and Andrew's eyes lit up. Their combat power was similar to Bobito's. They were also Corps Martial State Peak. If they fought with their life, they could fight with those who just entered Aperture Opening State. They were extremely curious about Luze who could capture Bobito's, an equivalent of them. Xylan threw a seductive glance at Luze. Junior schoolmate Luze, let's spar first. Luze smiled and nodded. Sure. Xylan tapped on the ground and disappeared. The next instant, she appeared on the stage. Luze followed on and stood on the opposite side of her. Everyone else watched with anticipation. People would be able to realize their own mistakes by watching the battles of others. This was especially the case for battles between prodigies. Xylan formed fists and said, Junior schoolmate, I'm going to attack. Then, she kicked the stage. Rumble. A shocking sound came. A shallow ditch was created on the extremely tough ground. Xylan charged at Luze. Feeling the powerful spirit force from Xylan, Luze flashed with crystal color. 5 times the strength god art was activated. Full-powered wind god art activated. Although Xylan didn't use any god art, her spirit force cultivation level was much higher than his. The chi wave formed by Xylan arriving next to Luze blew his hair up. Her small fists clenched with barbaric chi, which made Luze feel scared. Oh my! This senior schoolmate is probably the same type as that alcoholic. She loved smashing people with her fists. Luze opened his hands, and green wind flowed as he blocked her fists. Terrifying power exploded from her fists. It tore open Luze's wind god art and clashed with his palm. Rumble! It was the clash of raw power. Chi wave spread in all directions. Thunderous sounds filled the entire training grounds, making those audiences and the officers fighting look over. Let me see which gods were fighting? Luze's mouth spasmed. His hands hurt. He was right. Her fists were very tough. She was the same type as Nangongjing. If he didn't use fire god art, it felt like he couldn't win. Xylan charged at Luze again. Luze thought about the battle experience he learned at the drill and started using it. The two flashed around on the stages, clashing. Thunderous sounds came non-stop. Lin Ling and the others were protected by Xylan's spirit force. Xylan said in shock, "Junior schoolmate Luze's wind and strength god art are much stronger than when he was at the drill." Andrew nodded in disbelief. Although Xylan hasn't used god art yet, this power is at core martial state level 8. They were all there when Luze fought Francis. Luze at the time couldn't compare with the current him at all. But the problem was, it has only been a few days? In a short few days, Luze's strength and wind god art improved this much? They felt like they were living in a dream. They weren't the strongest in the third year, but they were rather excellent. It was all right that they were surpassed by the top prodigies of the second year, but never have they thought they would be surpassed by a new student who hadn't even finished registering. This junior schoolmate was too scary. Lin Ling and the others watched without blinking, trying to learn what they could. Almost everyone worked hard in cultivation after seeing Luze. They were prodigies admired by thousands of peers. Now that Luze far surpassed them, they weren't satisfied. Lin Ling almost watched Luze grow up and watched him get farther and farther ahead. Her pride wouldn't take it. Her talent was hopeless, but she felt she could save the situation through 10 times hard work. The audience's eyes bulged. Oh my, who are these two? Even us, first lieutenants, can't compare with such power. They're so young too. Why did they come to our planet? Rumble. In another clash, the two separated. Luze glanced at the shocked Xylan and waved his hand. His hands were numb. He used a purple orb to fuse all the battle experience he learned at the drill. He could fight even better now. Xylan's heart was full of shock. In terms of absolute power, Luze couldn't compare with her. However, his battle experience was rising at a terrifying speed. He dealt with her attacks so well that eventually, she didn't even know how to attack anymore. What was this? Why was his progress this terrifying? She felt she was losing her confidence. Moments later, Xylan smiled. Junior schoolmate Luze, from the power you just showed, you wouldn't be able to capture Bobatos alive. Senior schoolmate is going to use full power now, don't hold back. She really wanted to know where his limit was now. Although she usually didn't want to use her god art, she couldn't resist it now. Luze nodded. Don't worry senior schoolmate, I won't hold back. Xylan smiled and then her body cracked. Her skinny figure bloated. Huge lumps of muscles grew. Accompanied by her exquisite face, the scene changed. Luze looked dazedly at the bulky man figure of Xylan, which was in contrast with her beautiful face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Oh my god! Iron Barbie? A cute girl like senior schoolmate turning into this was quite scary. The quality of the military uniform was great. Although Xylan was twice as big, the uniform still managed its form. Xylan scratched her head. My god art is Baron God Body. It's a powerful body god art, but I haven't learned it well yet, so this would occur when I transform. When I learn it better, this wouldn't happen. That's why she didn't want to use her god art. Before she fully mastered it, it was too ugly. Luze smiled. Senior schoolmate's transformation is very strong. Her god art was clearly very powerful. The vibrational power of her body alone was shaking the air. She had the same chi as when Bobatos used full power. A red light flashed in Luze's eyes. Since she wanted to use full power, he would accompany her. Suddenly, Andrew was dazed. Wang Wen's asked, "What's wrong?" Andrew's mouth spasmed, and he said bitterly, "Maybe, I sensed wrongly." Wang Wen's. Xylan stomped on the stage, and the alloy stage cracked under her feet. Her chi exploded like a volcano. Luze was surrounded in vibrant red flames and green wind. He ignored her ancient barbaric chi as he clenched his fist. Fire and wind entwined. A terrifying fist was being charged. Luze punched. Rumble. The red-green fist force slammed toward Xylan. The air became scorching hot. The fist force made breathing difficult. Luckily, the officers here weren't weak. Otherwise, just that force was enough to crush low-level martial artists. Too powerful. Xylan gritted her teeth and used her full power. She punched with both fists, releasing terrifying fist force. Rumble. The audience felt great pressure. Those weaker ones almost got injured. Lin Ling and the others were the weakest, but they were protected by Wang Wen, so they were in a better state than the others. After the light dissipated, Xylan put away her god art. She wiped some blood from her mouth and threw a seductive glance at Luze. "Junior schoolmate Luze is quite a gentleman for being soft with me. I've lost, you're really strong." At the last minute, Luze took back some of his god art and didn't make her look bad. He was a really good junior schoolmate. Luze's mouth spasmed after thinking about how she was a bulky man before. Luze smiled at Andrew. "Senior schoolmate Andrew, let's have a spar too." He hoped he would learn something different from Andrew. However, Andrew looked dazedly at Luze as though he was looking at a ghost. "Andrew." Xylan frowned. She had quite a good impression of this junior schoolmate. Why was this guy looking at junior schoolmate like that? Andrew came back to his senses, and his mouth spasmed. "Nothing, I just wanted to be quiet." Then, Xylan and Wang Wen's froze slightly. They knew that Andrew had fire god art too. Seeing him like this, the two glanced at each other and said, "Andrew, what's wrong? You don't want to spar with junior schoolmate?" Andrew's body stiffened as he said lifelessly, "I don't really want to. Luze's fire god art is far superior to mine. When he used that fire god art, fire elements completely ignored me." Andrew looked like an abandoned child now. Seeing this, Luze felt awkward but also had a strange look. He was very innocent. He didn't want to crush Andrew like this. Wang Wen smiled. "Junior schoolmate Luze is very proficient in 3 god arts. This is talent. Andrew, don't mind it. Junior schoolmate isn't our enemy. With your current level of god art, perhaps you can cultivate god art martial technique." God art martial technique.